A rooster's crow jolted me awake from my dream. I opened my eyes to see a thatched roof above me and a mottled earthen wall by my side. This isn't the underworld's palace? I suddenly sat up. I've been reborn. A flood of memories surged into my mind. My name is Lin Feng. I was originally a Special Forces soldier who died during a decapitation mission. Now, I have transmigrated into the Great Qin Dynasty, to He Valley Village in Jinyuan County. This body also belongs to Lin Feng, just turned 18, living with my elder brother Lin Mo, relying on hunting to survive. The Great Qin Kingdom is in decline. Domestic partisan struggles among powerful officials, corruption, banditry, and incursions from northern barbarian tribes at the border. To ease the population pressure, the court issued a ridiculous decree: free distribution of wives, who must conceive within a year, or the entire family would be conscripted into military service. My elder brother Lin Mo took in 2 wives, who happened to be sisters, delicate and tender-skinned, clearly from a wealthy family. But 10 days ago, my brother ignored warnings and ventured into the mountains before heavy snow blocked the passes. He never came out. When I found him, the beasts had picked his body clean, leaving only bones. I reported the death to the local officials, and that officer merely said, "Your brother is dead. Those 2 wives now belong to you. You must get them pregnant within a year." Fearing I would abandon them, the 2 sisters drugged my meal with an overdose of soporific. The original owner of this body died instantly. I arrived here by accident, bewildered, and somehow ended up consummating marriage with the 2 sisters. Squeak. The door opened. 2 graceful figures came in. The elder one was in her early 20s, curvaceous, with phoenix-shaped eyes filled with affection, stunningly charming. The younger one was my age, pure and elegant, shyness glimmering in her eyes. What a beautiful pair of sisters. No wonder the original brother, though poor, insisted on marrying them both. Erlang, get up and wash up quickly, or the food will get cold, the elder sister said softly. My 2 sisters-in-law. I grabbed my clothes to cover my chest. The elder sister set down the wooden basin and leaned close. I was yours last night, so why call me sister-in-law? Her eyes were glistening with tears. Erlang, are you no longer caring for us sisters? The younger one tugged at my sleeve, saying, Erlang, we only have you to rely on. Having already thoroughly taken care of them last night, how could I deny them now? What nonsense are my 2 sisters-in-law talking? I, Lin Feng, would never neglect you. Before I could finish, a fragrant softness silenced my mouth. Oh my, I'm reaching immortality now. Half an hour later, I had a beautiful woman in each arm, happiness written all over my face. 18 years old. Youth has such energy. Husband, from today onwards, we sisters will be your wives, the elder said shyly. You must treat me and my sister well. The younger traced circles on my chest with her fingertips. Rest assured, as your husband, I will never fail you. After asking, I learned the elder was named Li Yanwan, the younger Li Yaning, names taken from Beifeng, Exine Tai. Common folk wouldn't recognize such literary references, so their background must be notable. But since they didn't say, I didn't ask. Breakfast was a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of thin porridge. After 10 years as a Special Forces soldier, this was the simplest meal I had ever eaten. I tallied up our assets: 2 thatched huts, a few hunting tools, 2 months' ration from the officials, and fields that could only be planted in spring. Right now, to survive, there was only one way: hunting. My brother's bow was made of mulberry wood with a bowstring of ox sinew and horsehair. The arrows were willow leaf shaped. When I packed the equipment, Li Yanwan saw it and her eyes reddened. Husband, the mountains are dangerous. Perhaps you shouldn't go. Her fear was justified. My brother had just died there. I held her cold hand. The mountains are dangerous for others. Whether wild boars, wolves, or fierce tigers, I can kill them all. Believe me, my lady. She nodded. I believe you. Be good and wait for me. I'll bring back something delicious. Black Mountain, a snowy morning. Relying on the original owner's experience plus my Special Forces skills, I went into the mountain alone. Within 30 paces, a fat wild rabbit was digging through the snow searching for food. I drew the bowstring like a full moon, held my breath, waiting for the moment it bent its head into the snow. Whiz! The arrow flew out, and the rabbit rolled on the ground. Over 3 caddies, enough food to improve the sisters' meals. After half an hour, I got 2 wild rabbits. But that only fetched a small price. I needed to go deeper. Another half-hour later, pushing aside some bushes, my eyes lit up. A male pheasant was grooming its feathers. The male pheasant's tail feathers were the most valuable. A single one could sell for 10 to 31. But it was about 60 paces away, and my bow wasn't a military-grade one, so the shot would be challenging. I knocked the best willow leaf arrow and slowly drew the string. The faint sound startled the pheasant. It stopped preening. I froze, even holding my breath. After several tense breaths, it resumed. As the wind slackened for a moment, release. The arrow sliced through the air. The pheasant spread its wings, trying to flee, but struck exactly where I anticipated. The arrow pierced its abdomen. The tail feathers were intact, the neck feathers unharmed. Perfect. On the way out, I also caught a weasel that had fallen into a trap. Jinyuan County, Fuyuan Leather Shop. Shopkeeper Luda twirled his mustache and clicked his tongue in admiration. Young man, impressive archery. One shot kills with no damage to the tail feathers. That's skill. Weasel fur, 21. Cock's meat, 31. Other feathers, 51. 6 tail feathers at 31 each. Total 281. How about it? Deal. I bought some wine and food, and also picked up some feminine items for the 2 ladies. Then I hurried out of the city before the gate closed. On the way back to the village, just after turning a corner, I overheard 2 village women gossiping. You don't know what Wang Hu is like? He's definitely got his eye on the 2 beauties from the Lin family. Lin Dalong died. Lin Erlang is still young. Those 2 wives will be snatched away sooner or later. Wang Hu's brother works at the county office. The Lin family dares not provoke him. Wang Hu. Memories from my former self flooded back immediately. This scoundrel, relying on his older brother who's the deputy constable, was a terror in the village, occupying farmland by force and bullying both men and women. Last year, he even burned villagers' houses down. I quickened my pace, my heart turning cold. Aunt Zhang, I said coldly as I passed by. I saw your husband having a grand time at Ichuan House in the city. You'd better mind your own man and stop gossiping. That woman trembled with anger, cursing under her breath as she turned and went home. I strode quickly back to the small yard. Inside the Lin family courtyard, Wang Hu wore a blue robe, a plum blossom pin tucked by his temples, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. Don't be afraid, young ladies. I'm healthy. I'll take you both. Li Yinwan protected her sister, her phoenix eyes full of fury. Wang Hu, you broke into a private home. I'm reporting you to the authorities. Report to the authorities? The fat lackey grinned. Our elder brother Wang is a deputy constable, and the magistrate is a close friend. You're the ones who'll get arrested. Fatty, Wang Wu, get them. The 2 lackeys lunged, while the Li sisters screamed and struggled. Bang! A stone smashed into Fatty's forehead, blood flowing. Then another hit Wang Wu, splitting his head open. I stood outside the courtyard, staring coldly at Wang Hu. Wang Hu, you're courting death. Scared, Wang Hu took 2 steps back, then recovered. So what? Just a poor hunter. Lin, kneel and apologize to me. These 2 women are mine today for sure. I ignored him and looked at the 2 ladies. Are you okay? Li Yinwan ran over, shaking her head through tears. Li Yaning grabbed my sleeve, trembling. Erlang, maybe we should leave. I smiled and unloaded the bamboo basket and bow. Step back, leave this to me. Wang Hu felt something was off with Lin Feng today. His look was like a wild wolf from the mountains. But Wang Hu had never been afraid of anyone in River Valley Village. The quiet one suddenly grew a backbone. Fatty, Wang Wu, attack. Wang Wu led from the front, Fatty behind, both yelling as they charged at me. The soldier's blood in my veins ignited instantly. Watching Wang Hu idly waiting to watch the show, I sneered coldly. Wang Wu's fist came flying at me. I sidestepped half a step and landed a punch in his abdomen with my other hand. Bang! Wang Wu spat a mouthful of sour water, curling up on the ground like a curled shrimp. Fatty's iron fist slammed toward my face next. I twisted aside, caught his elbow with one hand and grabbed his wrist with the other. This was the supporting heaven palm of Bagua Palm, which utilizes the opponent's force. Go! Fatty's 300 pounds flew up from nowhere, his head banging against the courtyard wall with a bang. He lay on the ground wailing endlessly. I turned my gaze to the already terrified Wang Hu. Now it's your turn. Wang Hu's hair stood on end. Turning, He dashed toward the courtyard wall, trying to climb over. Just as his arms reached the wall top, I grabbed the back of his robe. Get back here. With a single arm swing, Wang Hu, weighing over 100 pounds, was tossed back into the yard like a broken sack, landing in a mess. Lin Feng, how dare you lay a hand on me? My brother won't spare you. I didn't bother listening to his rubbish. I swung a hard slap. Smack! Wang Hu's cheek instantly swelled red. He howled, scrambled up, and lunged again. I stepped back half a pace, delivering a kick. Having run the mountains for years, my stance was solid. The kick sent him flying several steps. Wang Hu spat more sour water, seeing me raise my fist again. All courage fled in an instant. Stop beating me. Lin Feng, we even fished together as kids. I stepped on his chest. Don't try to cozy up to me. You three bastards come to stir up trouble at my Lin family. Thinking there's no man here? Today you need to give me an explanation. Wang Hu forced out a smile worse than crying. Let's talk it out. What do you want? Hands on my waist, I glanced at the three. You scared my ladies. Give me all the money you have as compensation. Wang Hu's face went sour. I pressed down. Ouch. Mercy. Is giving money not enough? Wang Hu pulled out half a tael of broken silver. I searched them personally. The two lackeys yielded over 30 copper coins total. I took them all. Get lost. The three fled as if pardoned. After running about 30 yards, Wang Hu looked back, glaring fiercely at my yard. Kid, we'll settle this. I'll get those two women sooner or later. The words were carried by the wind to my ears, and instantly, a killing intent surged from the depths of my heart. I make a living hunting. It's common for me to be away from home for days and nights. This Wang Hu dared to burn houses and bully innocent women. And today he speaks like this. Mark my words, he will surely return for revenge. The Li sisters must be protected. Rather than live in fear, it's better to strike first. Erlang, are you alright? Li Yinwan and Li Yaning approached, sizing me up from head to toe. I smiled faintly. Three rascals and scoundrels. Dealing with them is a piece of cake. I untied my bundle. Inside, besides a money pouch, were two skinned rabbits. The pelts would be sold to shopkeeper Lu for money, and since he didn't want the meat, he gave it to me. Li Yinwan's eyes lit up. Husband hunted wild rabbits. Tonight, we feast on rabbit meat to celebrate. The two sisters beamed with joy and busied themselves. Watching this warm scene, I was already plotting how to handle Wang Hu. Wang Long is the deputy head constable. When he returns from rest, he's known to collude with Wang Hu. Who knows what dirty tricks they might use? Open threats are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. I dislike being passive and taking hits. I looked up at the sky and murmured, tonight there'll be wind and snow, with a moonless, windy night. A perfect night for killing. After more than half an hour, a big basin of boiled rabbit meat was brought to the table. Though only seasoned with salt, it was a rare delicacy for the Li sisters. As I devoured the food, Li Yaning suddenly cried, followed by Li Yinwan's reddened eyes. I was taken aback. Is the dish awful? Li Yinwan wiped her tears and smiled. It's the best meal my sisters have ever had. It's just, ever since the elder brother of the Lin family passed away, we haven't eaten meat even once. Li Yaning wiped the corners of her eyes. When I was young, my father would go hunting wild rabbits every early autumn in the outskirts of the capital to feed us. Hunting in the capital's outskirts? These two girls are not simple. I picked 2 pieces of rabbit meat and gave them to them. From the way you speak and behave, you don't seem like countryside girls. Are you from the capital? The sisters froze briefly. Li Yinwan's beautiful eyes flickered. Husband, your insight is sharp. Our father offended Sima Jin, the powerful minister of the current dynasty, and was imprisoned. Our whole family was exiled. Our mother caught a cold and died on the road, and my sister and I fortunately ended up in Hangzhou thanks to the Lin family's kindness, or who knows what suffering we'd have endured. Sima Jin? The prime minister and the most powerful official of the current era. Even in my own memories within this body, I had heard that name. Our father used to be the vice minister of war, but opposed Sima Jin's military grain reform and was framed, thrown into prison. A third-rank official, vice minister of war, a powerful position. No wonder these two girls have an extraordinary aura. They are proper government ladies. I can't overturn the Li family's case and save my unwitting father-in-law now. But with my hunting skills, I have confidence in giving my 2 wives a good life. Night fell. On the bed, the two beautiful ladies nestled close to my sides. Half awake, half asleep, a small hand wandered to my chest, making circles. Li Yinwan whispered in my ear, "Husband, you worked hard today. Shall I loosen your muscles and bones for you?" Li Yanning's restless little hand slowly moved downward. My hands slid under their clothes on each side. Just loosening muscles? Tonight, I'll loosen my two ladies. Their fragrant, lightly powdered belly bands were thrown aside, and a great battle broke out. Near midnight, the sisters lay exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. I, however, kept my eyes wide open, fully alert. I quietly got up, covered them well with blankets, fetched a hatchet and a sturdy hemp sack from the woodshed, and sneaked out. Opening the door, cold air surged in. Clouds covered the moon, cold wind and light snow, just as I had judged during the day. Every household in the River Valley village was asleep, except the Wang family's light still shone. I pressed close to the courtyard wall to listen, slipped into the yard, and felt along the wall to the window. Inside, Wang Wu's voice came, tongue loose from drink. "Brother Hu, you've got good taste. That Lin family's fair daughters have bodies 10 times better than any woman from the brothel." Wang Hu took a gulp of wine. "I've been with dozens of women. None compares to those two sisters. Don't be fooled by their virgin and chaste act. They're wild in bed. When my big brother is back on vacation, I swear Lin Feng won't be able to handle it." Zhang Tai nodded. "Make that Lin fool obediently hand over his wife for you to play with." Wang Hu laughed out loud, throwing his head back. "We're brothers, everyone gets a share. I go first, you two line up after me." In the shadows, I watched coldly, the killing intent in my eyes growing heavier and heavier. Wang Wu and Zhang Tai staggered away to leave. Wang Hu, drunk as a pig, went to bed snoring, dreaming of defiling my wife. Suddenly, a chill slid down his neck. He jerked awake. Ah! A cold, sharp hatchet was pressed against his throat. "Hu! Wang Hu! I told you, it's your turn." "Lin Feng." Wang Hu stuttered. What do you want?" A smile tugged at my lips. "How many lives have been taken by your Wang family brothers over the years? Dying now, and you still don't realize it?" Wang Hu was fully sober now, forcing a smile. "We're all from the same village. There's still 10 taels of silver under my bed. You take it all. I swear, I'll never bother your wife again." I sneered coldly. "I heard everything you said to Zhang Tai and Wang Wu. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for looking for death." Wang Hu's face changed drastically, his voice high-pitched. "If you kill me, my brother won't let you off. He's a deputy constable. That's not something a dead man should worry about." Wang Hu roared like a trapped beast and lunged at me to grab the knife. I twisted my wrist, slamming the back of the cleaver against his temple. Bang! Wang Hu's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. I put down the cleaver, grabbed his head, and twisted it hard. Crack! His neck snapped with a crisp sound. Sure enough, I found the silver ingot under the bed, but upon closer inspection, it was official silver, deeply engraved and impossible to erase. That damned Wang Hu, even begging for mercy at death, wanted to scheme. If I took that silver, it would become evidence for Wang Long someday. I sneered, stuffed Wang Hu's body into a sack, and carried him up the mountain under the cover of night. An hour later, by a cliff deep in the mountains. This spot was remote and high, with wolves prowling below. It was a perfect place to dump a body. After the wolves gnawed on it, even if discovered, only bones would remain, no witnesses. I stripped Wang Hu's clothes off and kicked him off the cliff. When I returned to the village in the snowstorm, the wind and snow were fierce. I deliberately inspected the area around the Wang family's house, making sure all footprints were covered by snow before I felt at ease. Before dawn, I burned the sack and clothes at home, then climbed into bed and cuddled with two beautiful women, falling into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun rose as usual in Higu village, except Wang Hu was gone. I recalled I had bought rouge for the two ladies. After taking it out, the two were delighted and, without even leaving the bed, shared another round of intimate moments with me. At first, no one cared about Wang Hu's disappearance. That bastard often went off causing trouble for days without returning. But his two lackeys, Zhang Tai and Wang Wu, couldn't sit still. There was no way Wang Hu wouldn't tell them if he was up to something bad. He was dead drunk last night, and today he was just missing? On the third day, the two went to the county town to report the case. The deputy constable's brother going missing alarmed Chief Constable Xing, Senator Xing's son, Wang Long, and 8 constables came to Hegu village in full force. At the village square, village chief Ding Qi shouted at the top of his lungs trying to explain. The villagers looked at each other, but none dared to speak. Wang Long's expression darkened, his hand resting on his waist knife. Whoever dares to hide the truth, don't blame me for not showing any mercy just because you're from the same village. I scoffed inwardly. When had the Wang brothers ever cared about village ties? Wang Long's gaze swept across the crowd and finally fixed on me. Lin Feng, speak. Where has my second brother gone? Hundreds of pairs of eyes all turned sharply toward me. I knew Zhang Tai and Wang Wu had definitely told Wang Long everything from the past few days. A conflict happened, and then someone vanished. Wang Long'd have to suspect me. I feigned ignorance. Deputy Constable Wang. I'm not Wang Hu's father. Where he went or what he did, I have no idea. The villagers chuckled quietly. Even the old village chief struggled to hold back a smile. Nonsense. Zhang Tai jumped out. You had a conflict with Hugo, and Hugo said he was going after your 2 wives. You hated him and killed him. Brother Long, it must be this guy. The old village chief Ding Qi widened his eyes. Lin family's second son. Did you really have a conflict with Wang Hu? I was about to explain when Aunt Lu across the road stepped forward. Village chief, I know what happened. Zhang Tai, how dare you mention that? You and Wang Hu and Wang Wu went to Lin's house to harass the 2 ladies. Spouting nonsense. If the second son hadn't returned in time, those 2 women would have been ruined by you. Aunt Lu's family had been bullied by Wang Hu the year before last. Their big yellow dog was beaten dead and eaten. Now that Wang Hu was probably dead, she naturally defended the hero. My neighbors, Uncle Li, the hunter Hua Yun, and others stepped forward as well. For a while, villagers' testimonies erupted one after another, all cursing Wang Hu for his wickedness. Enough! Shut up all of you! Wang Long shouted angrily, and the villagers fell silent. I don't care what my second brother did, but this Lin man is highly suspicious. Swish! Wang Long drew his blade and stepped towards me. The villagers scattered in fear. Village Chief Ding Qi's face went pale. Lord Wang, what are you doing? Xing Sun frowned, trying to stop him but hesitated after glancing at me. He felt I was no ordinary man and wanted to observe more. Wang Long's blade pressed right in front of me. Lin Feng, last chance. Confess voluntarily, and I'll spare your life. Refuse, and your whole family will suffer. Wang Long raised his steel blade high, murder flashing in his eyes as if the next moment he would strike me down. Li Yanwan and Li Yanning's faces turned pale. I gently shielded them behind me, stared straight at Wang Long, and instead took a half step forward, closing in beneath his blade. What? Without evidence, in broad daylight, Lord Wang. Are you going to torture me until I confess, or do you just want to chop me down with one sword? Village Chief Ding Qi and the villagers were dumbfounded. Who in Hegu village dared speak to Wang Long like that? What did you say? Wang Long was stunned. He didn't expect me not only to stay calm, but also to dare provoke him. I pointed at his knife and sneered. If you have evidence, bring it out. Waving a knife to scare people without proof? That's not like a constable, more like a bandit. I curled my lips. You dare cut me? Wang Long's eyes turned bloodshot, ready to lash out. At that moment, Xing Sun finally spoke up. Deputy Captain Wang. Xing Sun stepped forward and patted his arm. We are both officials of the law. With the Imperial Inspector from Hangzhou on the way, cases require evidence. As the deputy captain, you should set an example. With just a few words, he quelled Wang Long. Xing Sun glanced at me with a smile. Lin Feng's assault on Wang Hu and the others was justified and will not be pursued. As for Wang Hu's disappearance, the authorities will continue to investigate. Wang Long had no evidence and could only grit his teeth and accept it. Before leaving, he stared at me and coldly enunciated each word. Lin Feng, life is long. We'll play slowly. I smiled slightly. Then I wish you a long life, Your Honor. I took my 2 wives and strode away. I knew well what kind of scoundrels the Wang brothers were. Whether they chose to back down or act tough, the outcome was the same. So if they want to provoke, then I'll fight back. Back at home, snow began drifting from the sky. Li Yanwan closed the door carefully, worried. Husband, since Wang Long insists you killed Wang Hu, he might seek revenge. She and her sister didn't know I had indeed taken care of Wang Hu. Don't worry, my dear. Without proof, he won't act rashly. I spoke lightly, yet inside I was plotting how to deal with Wang Long. This guy had been in town for years, surrounded by a bunch of constables. Taking him down wouldn't be easy. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Opening it, Aunt Lou from next door stood holding a slaughtered old hen. Erlang, with the new year coming and your family having grown, this hen is to help with nourishment. Aunt Lou handed it over and left, winking. I heard your place gets quite lively at night. Must be exhausting, huh? My face flushed. Before I could decline, Aunt Lou waved and was gone. Was this a thank you gift for getting rid of Wang Hu? Just as Aunt Lou left, Uncle Lee arrived, dropping off 2 tails of soybean oil. That was worth more than 10 won, and left without a word. The Lee family daughter was almost ruined by Wang Hu's harassment. In the following days, villagers gradually brought more gifts. Old hens, soybean oil, mushrooms, salt, wild rabbit meat. Most placed their offerings down and left, eyes full of gratitude. How many people had Wang Hu bullied in the valley village? Not one got away. 3 days later, Black Mountain. I laid out 3 handmade willow fish baskets on the ice. Unlike those common in Dakian, these had 3 funnel-shaped entrances and an internal reverse barb designed so fish get in but can't get out. I chose an old river channel where there was an undercurrent beneath the ice. Swinging my ice pick, bang, bang, bang. I broke 3 round holes, sunk the baited fish baskets to the bottom and fixed them in place, tying the ropes to big stones on shore, then covered the holes with branches, dry grass, and snow. On the way back to the village, I stopped by the town. Today I had hunted a wild rabbit, 2 squirrels, and a crow in exchange for a pot of wine, some dried food, and 2 wooden hairpins. Just as I reached the village entrance, a group of chatting village women surrounded me. Erlang's back with so much game. When will you come to Andy's house for a visit? You've been widowed so many years. Aren't you finally going to drain Erlang dry? Oh, washing your hair? With what kind of shampoo? The women's gossip grew increasingly risque. My face burned red, and I hurried away. Since I took out Wang Hu, life had become increasingly comfortable. Villagers brought me gifts, I hunted for income, and our family of 3 was set for the year. Wang Hu's 2 lackeys, Wang Wu and Zhang Tai, had completely cowered. When they saw me, they took a detour like broken-backed wild dogs. In Jinyuan County, inside a tavern, Wang Long threw back a cup of wine, his eyes bloodshot, and pushed a bulging money pouch across the table to the scholar opposite him. Brother Gua, I can't swallow this anger. Help your brother out. The man opposite was Guayong, registrar of the Jinyuan County office, pale-faced with a short beard, looking refined and cultured. Guayong weighed the silver pouch in his hand and smiled. Your second brother died without evidence. With the border inspector arriving in Hangzhou, wanting to implicate that boy for murder is impossible. Wang Long's face twisted. Brother Gua, don't you have any other plans? Guayong leaned close and whispered into Wang Long's ear. Wang Long first froze, then brightened the more he listened, finally slapping his thigh. Good idea. How didn't I think of it? Guayong raised his cup. It's called using a borrowed knife to kill. No need for you or I to take action. Using imperial orders, we can destroy his entire family. 3 days later, Valley Village. I was bent over sharpening my woodcutter's knife, sweating heavily. Li Yanwan brought out hot tea. Husband, take a break. I guzzled it down, asking, is Ning feeling better? Thanks to the medicine you caught, no more fever. I felt relieved. There are 2 live fish in the side room. We'll stew them tonight. She turned and headed to the side room. As she brushed past me, I reached out and pinched her butt, soft and fine to the touch, provoking a coquettish scold from my lovely wife. Just as I was thinking about finishing sharpening my knife and heading to town to buy a decent weapon, I suddenly heard, Erlang, Erlang. It was the hunter Hua Yun, standing outside the fence, waving at me, panting heavily. Bad news, the government officials are coming. 7 or 8 of them, heading to your place. Wang Long is here. My face changed. Not Wang Long. It's Su Jianshi from the county office. The village chief asked me to remind you not to lose your temper and offend him. Su Jianshi, named Su Kun, nicknamed Old Ox, had been a diligent Dianshi official for over 10 years, but he was cold and kept no friendships. He wasn't one of Wang Long's men, So why was he coming to me? Half an hour later, a group of men noisily entered the yard. Leading them was Su-kun, a man in his 40s with whitening temples, looking very capable. The village chief Ding Chi forced a smile. Honorable Su, this is Lin Feng. Su-kun glanced at me coldly and said, what I'm about to say affects the whole Higu village, so listen up carefully. The northern barbarians have been repeatedly raiding Jinyuan Pass, and the Mo people in Liao Prefecture are also restless. The court has decided to levy additional Liao tax and northern tax before the new year, collected per head. Your Higu village must hand it over within half a month. The village chief's face twisted with misery. Sir, another tax? Where are we supposed to get the money? Su-kun sneered at him. 1 tael of silver per person, excluding those under 12 and over 60 years old. Half a month? 1 tael per head. The villagers all showed their teeth in disbelief. My mind raced, and I asked, Sir, 2 of my wives are women registered as criminals by the government. Do they have to pay too? Su-kun nodded. That's exactly why I came here. Lin Feng, you're lucky. The county office has assigned you another criminal woman. With a wave of his hand, an official led a little girl into the yard. The girl was filthy, curled up tightly, her hands and feet bright red from the cold. Lucky. This was clearly a hot potato. Sir, I quickly raised my hand. You want the tax in half a month, and now you're dumping a wife on me? That means I have to pay an extra tael. How is that fair? 3 members in a household make 3 taels, plus this wife dropped from the sky. That's 4 taels. What if I couldn't scrape together the money in half a month? Hua Yun muttered. Isn't this just deliberately making things hard for folks? Hua Yun, shut up. Ding Chi hurriedly scolded him, then pleaded with Su-kun. Sir, can you grant a grace period? Su-kun's face darkened. These are orders from the court, deadlines set by the county office. I have no say. Those who can't pay will all be sent to the front lines as conscripts. Goodbye. With a flick of his sleeve, he left, leaving a yard full of dumbfounded people. After Ding Chi and Hua Yun left, I was left worrying alone over the little girl. Husband, what do we do with her? Li Yanwan whispered. I rubbed my forehead. The government-assigned wife. Can't just kill and eat her, right? Just then, the little girl shivered all over and fell to her knees with a thud. Please don't eat me, boo-hoo. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Wife, take her to wash up and change clothes. From now on, she belongs to our family. A wife issued by the government registered on the yellow list. No escape. Yearly taxes had to be paid per head. Though the girl was little, come spring she could help farm and work, still some labor capacity. After Li Yanwan took the little girl away, I went back inside, rummaging through the chest until I pulled out an old map from the bottom of the trunk, the Black Mountain map. My ancestors left no valuable possessions except this map, which marked the terrain deep within Black Mountain. Wild beasts roamed there. Few humans ventured in, and even seasoned hunters avoided going too deep. I was decent at hunting, but a single male pheasant sold for only about 200 won coins. To get 4 taels, I'd have to hunt nearly 20. Without venturing deep into the mountain, there was no way to gather enough. Rubbing my chin, I muttered to myself, the markings are old. I'll have to inspect it in person. Time is tight. Husband, Li Yanwan came over beaming, pulling along a bare-faced little girl. I looked up, startled. 15 or 16 years old, lively almond-shaped eyes, features delicate like a porcelain doll. Even rough cloth couldn't hide her natural beauty. She seemed like a budding flower. Husband, don't you recognize her? Chen Qianqian, the wife the government assigned to you. The little girl bit her lip timidly and called out, Husband. I felt strange inside, but the laws of Deqian stipulated women could marry at 14. She was 15, so everything was in order. Qianqian, once you enter the Lin family door, you're with me, Lin Feng. You're young. Listen to Yanwan for everything. I understand. Qianqian will definitely obey. Only then did I learn her story. She was the daughter of an artisan from Longxi. Half a year ago, her father was put in charge of a royal tomb project that went wrong, leading to his execution and her exile. Along the way, she endured hardships, nearly dying, and had even seen starving people gnawing on rotten flesh. She was already terrified. I sighed. She's a poor soul too. Yanwan, make extra meat dishes tonight to nourish her and Ning. That evening we had stewed rabbit, porridge, and pickles. Chun Qianqian ate until her belly was round. She'd never eaten full on the road. Late at night, for people squeezed onto one bed, Li Yanwan and Li Yaning pressed close to me. Tomorrow I will enter the mountains to hunt. I held a pair of beauties in my arms. Li Yaning was worried. Husband, can you gather enough in half a month? If not, shall we borrow money from the city's moneylender? Humph, I sneered coldly. Those guys go out 9 times and return 13. This time the court imposes double levies. Many are borrowing money, and the moneylender's interest will only be harsher. Li Yanyan buried her face in my embrace. Father said when he was still a minister, the war in Liao Prefecture was exhausting, and the Liao levy kept increasing daily. Now with the double levy imposed together, the burden on the people is too heavy. Many can barely survive. I looked at the state of Great Qian. It was increasingly resembling the late Ming in Chinese history, the dynasty's twilight, internal strife and external troubles, disasters of both nature and man. The enemy outside could not break in, but internal chaos was inevitable. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. This sky over the Lin family, I'll hold it up. Li Yanyan made a sound of agreement. A small hand sneaked under me. I instantly perked up, lowering my voice. Wanner, Qianqian is still here. She smiled sweetly. Qianqian is tired after a day and went to sleep early. Husband, you'll be gone for half a month. This humble one will think of you day and night. With soft jade and warm fragrance in my arms, feeling that warm pulse, my throat tightened, my mouth dry. No more holding back. If Chun Qianqian is beside us, then so be it. I flipped over and pinned Li Yanyan beneath me. At dawn the next day, I opened my eyes to find myself alone on the bed. The joyful night had not left me fatigued. Instead, I felt refreshed. Dressed and just about to leave the room, I heard outside a chaotic clatter of pots and pans, footsteps, and the grinding of knives. I opened the door. The winter sunlight was blinding. Shielding my eyes, I saw Li Yaning carrying a bag of mixed beans toward the side room. Wife, your body still isn't well? Why are you busying yourself? Li Yaning smiled shyly. Husband is going into the mountains today, right? Sister and I prepared fried beans and rice for you to eat on the road. I rested for several days already, and Chun Qianqian has been working hard. I can't slack off. Hunters entering the mountains stayed from 2 or 3 days up to half a month. Wealthy families prepared fried noodles or rice. Our Lin family's conditions were poor, so we could only fry mixed beans and millet. Thank you for your hard work, wife. I felt warm inside and turned to Chun Qianqian, who was grinding arrowheads. Her pretty face was slightly flushed. 2 finished arrows lay already by her side. I picked up one. A willow leaf arrow gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Not bad craftsmanship. Have you done this before? Yes, my father taught me. Chun Qianqian looked up at me with complex eyes. Crafts are usually passed from father to son, not to daughters. She stopped and a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Father said the Chun family's craft must not be broken. He taught me from childhood. My interest was piqued. Then you also know machinery arts? Yes, better than all my father's apprentices. But father never lets others know. I asked in detail. This girl not only understood mechanical arts, but also weapon forging and even a bit about construction. She would definitely be a great help in the future. Food took until noon to prepare, and with Chun Qianqian's help in grinding arrowheads, my gear was quickly complete. Aside from the food, I brought bow and arrows, traps, even medicine arrows rarely used recently. Before leaving, I went to Huayun's home, entrusting him to look after my 3 women while I was away, to prevent any troublemakers. That very day, I set out and entered the Black Mountain. With tax collection nearing, there were many more hunters entering the mountains, making hunting more difficult. But my skills were strong. On the first day, I hunted a fat rabbit and 2 squirrels. In the following days, I roamed the Black Mountain, with considerable gains. On the 6th day, I sat in a cave counting my spoils, a pair of wild pheasants, 3 wild rabbits, an eagle, and 5 squirrels. A steady haul worth 1 tael of silver, still far from 4 taels. I gnawed on roasted rabbit meat and decided, I need to venture deeper into the mountains and hunt bigger prey. Full and bloated, I left the cave to find a downwind spot for relief. Just after tightening my belt, a head suddenly peeked from behind a pine tree. A slender golden face, big black eyes, ears twitching curiously, staring at me. A roe deer. 300 steps away, that creature stared straight at me. This place near the mountain center was rarely trod by humans. It was no wonder a roe deer had never seen one. Moreover, roe deer were naturally foolish and curious. A wild roe deer weighed about 40 pounds. With skin and fur it could sell for 1 tael of silver. If I could catch it, the tax would be solved. Little roe deer, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I put down my bow and slowly approached. Its ears twitched sharply as it stepped out from behind the tree, continuing to stare. The distance closed from 300 steps to 200, then 150, yet it just stood there foolishly. As expected, a dumb roe deer. I took a few more steps. Within 100 steps, it finally stirred. I immediately stopped, reached for a medicine arrow, drew my bow, and took aim. The roe deer seemed never to have seen a bow and gazed blankly at my strange posture. With the wind at my back, I held my breath and fixed my eyes on its release. Whoosh! Ah! The moment the arrow flew, that foolish roe deer turned and bolted. A sinking feeling settled in my heart. I knew something was wrong. But the arrow flew with the wind, striking exactly the chrysanthemum area of the muntjac. The white fur on the deer's rump would flare out like a blooming chrysanthemum to warn when it was being chased. Puff! A woo! The foolish deer leaped high, running for its life. I, however, was overjoyed. This poison arrow was coated with an extract from the Naoyang flower, non-lethal, but enough to knock the prey unconscious. It was newly applied yesterday, so its potency was still strong. I followed the blood trail. Judging by the pace, this creature couldn't run more than 2 or 3 miles before collapsing. With this deer and the earlier prey, half the hunting tax is covered. Just a bit more effort, and I'm set. Rounding a bend, I stopped suddenly. In a clearing, the foolish deer was propped up on its rump, its head buried in a snow pile, utterly motionless. The arrow still lodged in its rump, blood congealing on its legs, looking quite ridiculous. You're down after just a mile? I pulled out my dagger and walked over. Strange, the drug purity hasn't changed. I patted the deer's rump. Not bad. Thick meat and good fur should fetch a decent price. I yanked its head out of the snow and smiled. Don't blame me, little deer. It's this chaotic world that did this to you. The knife slid into its throat, and fresh blood trickled out. I hung it upside down from a tree with a rope to bleed it out. If the blood doesn't drain fully, the meat turns sour and won't sell well. After the bleeding was done and the carcass still warm, I started skinning. Using the bucket skinning method, I made incisions along the inner limbs and the midline of the belly, peeling off the pelt in one complete section. While skinning, it dawned on me. It wasn't the arrow or the poison that was so fierce. It was that the drug went directly through the chrysanthemum area, so it took effect quickly. Just as I was about to head back to the cave with the skin and meat, a flash of movement caught my eye. A trail of footprints. Fox prints. And pretty big too. I pressed down on them. The prints had already hardened, meaning they were at least half a day old. Fox fur winters thick and valuable. If the fur was good, even a couple taels of silver were assured. I followed the tracks forward, eyes narrowing suddenly. Up ahead on the branches of a bush, a tuft of fur fluttered in the wind. Recognizing it immediately. Fox fur, but not the common reddish color. This was deep black. The Black Mountain was home to red and bluish-gray foxes, plenty of them. But in all my years of hunting, I had never seen a black fox. My late father once encountered one in his youth, and during Emperor Taizong's 5th Northern Campaign, one was even caught, a sign of good fortune. A black fox alive can sell for over 100 taels of silver. Even dead, it's worth dozens. My heart raced suddenly. This is my big break. I decided immediately. First, I'd bring the muntjac back to the cave. Then I'd return for the black fox. 1 mile wasn't far. I quickly returned the deer. Before leaving, I covered the cave entrance with dry vines and sprinkled repellent powder to prevent scavengers from feasting on the prey. The people of Hangzhou regarded the black fox as a spiritual fox, saying it could sense and avoid traps. In truth, its fur color was just a genetic mutation. It was hard to catch because the black fox was solitary, secretive, nocturnal, and omnivorous. Unlike other foxes, it didn't come down to steal poultry in winter, rarely showing itself. I tracked it day and night, continuing until the next morning. Stopping in an area full of weirdly shaped rocks, I wiped my sweat. I should have raised a hunting dog long ago. This is killing me. The black fox's prints ended here. I was almost certain its den was among these jagged stones. Finding a spot sheltered from the wind, I sat down, snacking on roasted beans while observing. The rocky terrain was covered with dead vines and snow, crevices cold and dark. The fox would surely make its burrow here. After nearly 15 minutes without finding an entrance, I changed angle and moved closer. There it is, a burrow mouth concealed behind a tangle of ferns, flanked by an old pine forming a natural barrier. It was only visible when a breeze swayed the branches. Cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. A black fox is even smarter, I muttered. Certainly, it had another exit. I searched both east and west sides for another half an hour, and finally, in a narrow fissure hidden by more dead vines, found a second entrance. Devilishly sly black fox. At that second hole, I set a snare made of live rope with fist-sized mesh, just the right size to catch the fox's head and limbs. Around it, I scattered several bear traps as a precaution. It was my family's life on the line, no room for sloppiness. Done setting up, I returned to the first hole and started a fire, partly to keep warm, partly to ignite some damp twigs. I planned to smoke the black fox out with thick smoke. Huff, huff. I fanned the smoke fiercely into the tunnel with a twig-made fan, keeping a steady eye on the other entrance. After nearly half an hour, movement finally stirred inside. A black shadow suddenly darted out from the other hole. Leapt. Here it came. Snap. The foot triggered the trap. The live rope tightened instantly, and the black fox screamed as it was caught. Wow, wow. I was thrilled. A live black fox could fetch 2 to 3 times the price of a dead one. Just as I was celebrating, I heard a squeaking sound. The fox was chewing the ropes. Usually, foxes trapped in nets just flail, tightening their bonds more. But this black fox was different. It had calmed down and was carefully gnawing the ropes. I dashed forward, only a dozen steps away. By then several ropes had already been bitten through. Fortunately, it couldn't reach the rope around its neck. Still trying to run? I sneered. If you escape, I'll screw up the character for a forest in my own way. Before the words had even fallen, a sneaky little head popped up above the spirit fox. A badger. That rascal was slyly staring at the trapped spirit fox, then suddenly leapt down, its short, stout body crashing toward the fox like a cannonball. Damn beast, how dare you? Badgers and foxes often fought over dens. This one must have a grudge against the spirit fox and now was taking advantage of its plight. Without a second thought, I took down my bow and shot. Whoosh! In my urgency, I didn't aim properly, but the arrow still hit scarily accurately, striking the badger's hind leg, making it veer off course, and it bit down on the spirit fox's neck. But this bite snapped the rope around its neck. The spirit fox, injured, rolled over and got up, then took off running. I was furious. The duck about to fall into my hands was about to fly away. I shot 3 more special arrows in a row. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spirit fox dodged left for 1 arrow, right for another. The third arrow puffed, struck its body squarely. It rolled a long way, blood splattering everywhere. Please don't hit the vital spots. I prayed as I ran. Getting closer, I saw. It hit the leg, no fatal damage. With the medicine arrows kicking in, it could just barely move forward. You damn beast, almost ruined my big plan. I looked back at the badger. It had already run off without a trace. I bent down, touched the spirit fox's soft fur, and murmured, "Brother Fox, sorry for the trouble. At this point, you might as well come with me." It tried to turn back and bite me, but I restrained it in one grasp. "You've got quite the temper. Try some good stuff." I stuffed the medicine into its mouth, and it gradually went limp. I put the spirit fox into my backpack and didn't rush back, just to watch out for that badger. Waiting patiently paid off. After crouching all day, the badger indeed returned to seize the spirit fox's den. 1 arrow, and it was done. With revenge taken, I carried my spoils back to the cave. A live spirit fox, along with a bunch of roe deer, wild pheasant, and rabbits, fully loaded. Snow was about to fall in the mountains, so I hurried down, bypassed the valley village, and headed straight for the city. The prey had to be sold quickly, especially the spirit fox. Jinyuan City, dusk. Inside Fuyuan leather goods shop, the clerk yawned bored, waiting for closing time. "Hey, Young master, is Manager Lu around? I asked, shouldering the pole as I entered. The clerk answered lazily. Manager's not feeling well today, resting in the back. Tell me what you want to sell. I can make the decisions. I smiled. All right, show me how much these roe deer, pheasant, rabbit, and squirrel are worth. I took out each prey from my pole and laid them on the counter. The clerk's eyes lit up. Quite a haul, sir. All caught by yourself. Or did you steal them? I teased. The clerk quickly calculated the price. A total of 2 tails and 180 cash. Deal. After signing the documents and receiving payment, I pulled out a small cloth bag. Please deliver this to Manager Lu and tell him I have a special kind of prey to show him. The clerk took the bag hesitantly. For a trustworthy guest like you, I'll run it up for you. The manager's had a bad headache lately, and his temper's not great. He instructed others to store the goods and went into the back courtyard. I jingled the money pouch, feeling content listening to the clinking sounds. About a cup of tea's time later, the clerk returned. Sir, Manager Lu requests your presence. Chatting on the way, I learned the clerk's name was Lu San. He'd grown up working with Lu Da like father and son. Since Lu Da was unwell, Lu San managed the operations outside. The back courtyard was quiet. Lu San pushed open the door. The manager is inside waiting for you. Inside, the room was spotless with all furniture made of rosewood. Lu Da, holding his forehead with one hand and the cloth bag with the other, appraised me with a smile. Young man, we meet again. Where did you get this? I smiled. Manager Lu has sharp eyes. To be honest, I have a spirit fox here and want to ask your price. Lu Da was a seasoned veteran. He immediately understood that unless the price was fair, I wouldn't sell. His eyes flicked to the basket I held. It's easy to ask the price, but let me see the goods first to verify authenticity. I pulled back the burlap and took out the spirit fox. Oh my! Lu Da's headache vanished instantly. Wiping his hands with a cloth, he carefully stroked the fur. Young brother, you actually hunted a spirit fox. Impressive. The last time I saw one was over 20 years ago. The fur's top quality, and it's alive. He was reluctant to part with it, his eyes shining. I smiled and put the spirit fox back in the basket. Manager Lu, the price? Lu Da dropped his hands and, feeling empty, raised 4 fingers. 140 taels of silver. Take it or leave it. I said nothing, merely packed the spirit fox away. Lu Da panicked. Young brother, what are you doing? Without looking up, I replied. They say Manager Lu is honest with old and young alike, so this is it. The spirit fox hasn't shown in years, and you know how many in the city want one, yet you offer only 140 taels? That's stingy. Young brother. Lu Da grabbed me. The spirit fox has to be remitted to the court as tribute the moment it appears, so it can only be sold on the black market. No one in Jinyuan City has more face there than me. I still lifted the basket and pretended to leave. All right. 140 taels is really too low. I'll add 20 taels, 160 taels. 160 taels? I did a quick calculation in my mind. The price was fair, but judging by shopkeeper Lu's eager expression, it wasn't yet his bottom line. I needed to bargain for some extra benefit. Shopkeeper Lu, the price is quite reasonable. I'm willing to make this deal, but I have one more condition. Speak. Lu Da patted his chest. I still have a bit of face in Jinyuan County. I cupped my hands politely. To be frank, my elder brother has passed away, and my family is sparse. I'd like to ask for a personal favor. If you ever need anything in the future, I hope you can lend me a hand. The smile on Lu Da's face faded slightly as he appraised me anew. He wasn't short on silver, but favors were more valuable than money. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. Haha, little brother, that's interesting. Fine. He took off an iron token hanging at his waist, engraved with crossed swords. Take this. If you need help, look for Donglang, the blacksmith in Sanji Town. He owes me a favor and will surely assist you. Old fox. I cursed inwardly. I wanted to get a favor as leverage, but he handed off the matter to a blacksmith. How much influence could a blacksmith really have? I kept a smile as I took the iron token. All right. Thank you, shopkeeper Lu. 160 taels of silver in my pocket, plus the 2 taels I already had. I felt elated at last. I finally had money. I needed to upgrade my equipment. That broken bow could barely shoot 100 paces. I also needed to get a horizontal sword for self-defense. The courtyard walls and house needed repairs. The new year was approaching, but my wives hadn't had new clothes made. After all this, I doubted much of the 160 taels would be left. Today was the 14th day. Tomorrow was the final day to pay taxes. I leisurely headed toward Higu village. But I had no idea the village was already in chaos. At the village entrance, Aunt Lu was crying and clinging to her 14-year-old son, Lu Exin, begging pitifully. "Captain Li, please have mercy and release my son." Captain Li coldly waved his hand. "If you can't pay the silver, then send heads as tax to the army. Arrest them." The sudden tax collection in Jinyuan County had caused conflicts in many villages and towns. The captains had just been ordered to accompany the tax officers to collect taxes. "Don't arrest my son," Aunt Lu wailed loudly. Wang Long's lips curved up in a smug smirk. "Serves you right. For siding with Lin Feng." He cleared his throat and called out. Next household, the Lin family, for tales. Li Yinwan suppressed her anxiety and stepped forward. "My lord, my husband hasn't returned yet. Please grant us a one-day extension." Wang Long sneered. 14 days, and you still haven't raised the money. Do you think it'll magically appear by tomorrow? Maybe he's dead in the mountains like his brother. He personally came today just to watch the Lin family's misery. He bowed to the tax officer Su Kun. "Lin family, madam. With the tax officer as witness, no money. Entire family to be exiled and forced into labor." The three women's delicate faces drained of color. Village Chief Ding Chi couldn't help but plead. "Lord Wang, these are all neighbors and relatives. No money, don't stick your neck out." Wang Long roared. Ding Chi dared not utter another word. "No money in Lin family. Take them away. When Lin Feng returns, send him straight to the front lines." A lackey grabbed Li Yinwan and dragged her off. Li Yaning wept torrents, and Chun Qianqian cried loudly in fear. Wang Long watched the scene with satisfaction. Breaking Lin Feng's family was only the first step. Once he was sent to the front lines, I would spend silver to bribe connections and make sure he died in the army. Smack! A sharp crack sounded, and the lackey cried out in pain, releasing his grip. Who the hell hit me? Dressed in my hunter's outfit, I arrived swiftly and delivered a whip strike, pulling Li Yinwan behind me to shield her. "Husband." Li Yinwan was both startled and delighted. I stared at Wang Long. "You're here arresting people before the final day. It's inappropriate, isn't it? Bastards daring to bully my woman while I'm away." Wang Long grinned on seeing me. "Lin Feng, you're back just in time. You and your wife shall be exiled." I glanced at him coldly. "Wang Long, you're also from Higu village, yet you lead a gang to bully our neighbors. Doesn't that trouble your conscience?" Both Aunt Lu's family and Uncle Lee's were unable to pay sufficient silver and on the verge of being conscripted. The frontline battles at Jinyuan Pass were perilous, going meant certain death. Wang Long showed no mercy, not granting even a day's extension. How cruel. "Lin, you're out of your mind? No silver, you get exiled. Shut your mouth." I ignored him and went straight to the tax officer Su Kun, pulling out some silver fragments. "Lord Su, for tales of tax silver, please count it." Wang Long's eyes popped wide. He actually had the silver? The three women's despair turned to joy at once. The husband really secured the money. Li Yinwan stared at my back, feeling a sense of security she had never felt before. Su Kun counted and recorded. Lin family's tax paid in full. Next household. Wang Long grew anxious. "Lin Feng, where did you get the silver?" I ignored him. Su Kun was the one in charge here. "Lord Su, how much do Aunt Lu's and Uncle Lee's families still owe? I have some surplus. Let me pay for them." Li Yinwan nervously tugged my sleeve. "Husband, where do we have that much money?" Su Kun looked at me deeply. "The two families owe a total of 4 taels. You have that much." I produced another 4 taels and silver fragments. "Please count, my lord." The villagers were astonished, and Aunt Lu and Uncle Lee wept tears of joy. Aunt Lu grabbed her son and knelt down with a thud. "Son, quickly kowtow to your Lin family brother." The turmoil subsided with my return. The 3 families passed safely, and because I had righteously contributed money, my reputation grew even stronger. Uncle Lee and Aunt Lu both wrote IOUs, promising to repay this year. Wang Long, however, became utterly despised in the village, cursed behind his back by the townsfolk in no uncertain terms. That night, I held my 3 wives close, recounting what I had seen in the mountains. Li Yinwan exclaimed, "Husband, you're so lucky to have hunted a black fox." Li Yaning held my arm. Black foxes are rare in the capital. 160 taels is actually a bargain. Selling there would fetch at least 4 or 500. Shopkeeper Lu has his connections, which saves hassle. You all were probably frightened today, right? Li Yanwan shook her head gently. We sisters are fine, but little Qianqian was truly scared. Tonight, let her snuggle up to you. With that, she nudged Qianqian inside. The cute little girl was too shy to move at first, but pressed gently by her sisters, she scooted over beside me. She twisted restlessly from time to time, like a little fish. After days in the mountains without a woman's touch, my hand couldn't help wandering. Her breathing grew rapid, eyelashes trembling nervously. When my hand slid into her embrace. Husband, she called out abruptly, panic in her voice. Hm, don't want to. Blushing, she whispered, husband. Qianqian isn't feeling well today. Can we wait a few more days? Puffed. Li yawning behind me burst out laughing. So the two of them had been pretending to sleep all along. I patted little Qianqian's head. No rush. You rest well. Then I spun around and slapped Li Yanning's pert rear. Eavesdropping? I must punish you, Li Yanning whispered in surprise. Husband, have mercy. That night, I thoroughly punished her 3 times before finally stopping. The storm passed, and Valley Village returned to peace. But in Hanzhou, Dingzhou, and Liaozhou, heavy taxes sparked widespread uprisings. People became bandits, and security drastically deteriorated. There was even trouble in Jinyuan County once, though it was quickly suppressed. With money in hand, I pondered long on how to spend it. First, completely upgrade hunting gear, bows and arrows, shot bags, thumb rings, and crossblades for self-defense. The world was chaotic. In the mountains, one had to be wary of both beasts and men. Second, the fences and walls around the house were in a sorry state, so I'd hire a mason to rebuild them. Third, the new year was coming, and we needed to buy festival goods and new clothes for the whole family. I went to Sangji Town and found a mason of moderate price and good reputation to book the wall repairs. Then I headed to Donglan's blacksmith shop. Is Boss Dongling around? A young girl popped out from behind the counter, her voice bright. My master isn't here. Little brother, what do you want to craft? I was taken aback. She wore a short shirt, tight gray-black sleeves, an apron on top, her pants dotted with tiny holes from sparks, and leather wrist guards on her arms. Her brows and eyes were delicate, and her smile revealed white teeth. A female blacksmith? I want a strong bow, arrows, a quiver, an arrow pouch, and a crossblade. The girl's expression turned wary as soon as I mentioned the crossblade. Little brother, you know that making crossblades now requires reporting to the government. Report or not, I'm not planning to make any illegally. She relaxed. Don't take it the wrong way. The county commander sent someone yesterday saying that with taxes heavy and uprisings frequent lately, everyone needs to be cautious. I nodded. What's your name, miss? I'm Lin Feng from Valley Village. Sangji Town, Dongxiner. Crossblades have gone up in price recently, about 5 taels each. Is that okay? 5 taels. I grinned. Even the mason's charge for repairing the wall was less than 5 taels. Dongxiner puffed out her chest confidently. My master's crossblades are even custom-made for the government. We're #1 in Jinyuan County. No one dares claim #2. Her seriousness made me smile, and I paid a deposit of 1 tael. She then quoted me for the hunting bow, a replica of my old one costing under 1 tael, with a range of 80 paces, 1 to 2 taels, 100 paces, and top quality at around 5 taels, comparable to the army's strong bows. I gritted my teeth and opted for the top quality. Those alone came to 12 taels. Stepping out of the shop, I sighed. Money flows fast. Holding 160 taels made me feel rich, but just a stroll out showed me that money is quickly spent, and I have to earn more. At the market, I bought pork and muddy wine. Just as I was leaving, I heard a woof woof. Someone was selling dogs. Old sir, how much for the dogs? 3 won each. Sell you 4 for 10 won. I laughed. I don't have that much food at home. I pulled out 6 won. These 2, this little yellow one and this little black one, will do. I often ventured into the mountains, and with 3 wives guarding the yard, having dogs to watch the house put my mind at ease. Back home, the 2 little pups hurried inside, circling around Qianqian. She stroked their heads joyfully. Husband, where did you get them? Bought them casually at the market. I'll make them a doghouse later. I unloaded pastries, wine, pork, and bean oil, and recounted today's events to my 3 wives. Next time we go to Sanji Town, I'll buy each of you 2 new outfits. This new year, the whole family will wear new clothes. Liaoning gently tugged my hand. New clothes aren't cheap. Do we have enough money at home? I tapped her on the tip of her nose. Saying I'll buy it for you means I have money. This winter we'll rebuild the courtyard walls, and come spring, we'll replace the thatched cottage with a brick and tile house. Really, really? The 3 women were both surprised and delighted. The Lin family currently had 2 thatched cottages, which were awful at keeping out the cold. Northern houses in Deqian didn't have heated brick beds. In cold regions like Hanzhou, Dingzhou, and Liaozhou, people often froze to death in winter. I had already studied this and planned to build a large heated brick bed during the spring renovation, with the hope of spreading it throughout the village. I straightened my chest proudly. Of course it's true. With my husband here, our family's life will surely get better and better. Joy and admiration sparkled in the 3 women's eyes. To find a source of support in this chaotic time was truly a blessing. 2 days later, the mud and brick mason Zhang Jing arrived with his crew to start rebuilding the courtyard wall. He was sturdy, with a constant smile on his face. I had discussed with him. The rammed earth walls were cheap but vulnerable to rain. Brick walls were too expensive, so we finally settled on adobe walls. Neat and beautiful, with a coating of clay lime on the surface, requiring no repeated maintenance. Brother Lin, you found the right man. Zhang Jing slapped his chest confidently. It'll be done in no more than 3 to 5 days. I watched his 5 craftsmen work efficiently. Thanks, Brother Zhang. Not a penny less for the wages. Zhang Jing laughed heartily. I've heard about your character. The way you cover taxes for villagers has become legendary. He leaned closer, speaking mysteriously. Brother Lin, you're a great hunter. So let me ask, there are rumors about dangerous beasts in Centipede Ridge. Is it true they attack people? Centipede Ridge? I narrowed my eyes slightly. My elder brother Lin Mo had been trapped and died there during a heavy snow. There are wolf packs in Centipede Ridge, but they're not exactly dangerous beasts. Experienced hunters can handle them. Zhang Jing shook his head. Not wolves. A few days ago, while drinking with brothers, we met a hunter who said he was attacked by a fierce beast at night in Centipede Ridge, almost lost his life. Definitely not wolves. This guy was good, just a bit of a chatterbox. I gave a few polite replies and found an excuse to leave. 5 days later, the courtyard walls of my house looked brand new. A fresh adobe wall, more than a person's height, solid and tidy. I had Zhang Jing also build 2 doghouses for Xiao He and Xiao Huang, free of charge. On the day the adobe walls were finished, I invited Zhang Jing and his crew for a celebratory drink. Zhang Jing got so drunk he was carried out by his men. He even entrusted me to look after his business, so I went ahead and booked the spring renovation work for next year as well. He was overjoyed. 4 days later, I received a letter from Dong Xiener in Sanji Town. She had finished making the hunter's saber, bow, and arrows. I first had my 3 wives measure their sizes and planned to stop by town for new clothes, since the new year was approaching. The next day, I arrived at Dong Lang's blacksmith shop. I picked up the hunter's saber. The blade was straight and gleaming coldly. I couldn't help but praise, excellent craftsmanship. Dong Xiener stood with hands on hips, smiling. Of course, our shop has the best skills in town. This hunting bow's range is 150 paces. I drew the bow slightly. It felt heavy, 2 or 3 times heavier than the old one. Just as I was about to pull it fully, Dong Xiener pressed my arm down. Don't pull it all the way straight away, or you'll damage the bow. She also handed me a small bottle of beeswax. For you, to maintain the bow. I smiled, settled the balance, and as I approached the door, I saw a crowd gathered across the street. Miss Dong, what's happening over there? They're recruiting hunters for the official bounty. Yesterday, the younger brother of rich Boss Park from Jinyuan County went hunting in the mountains and was bitten to death by a fierce beast in Centipede Ridge. Boss Park was furious and went to see the county official at night. My interest was piqued. How much is the reward? 80 taels. I got excited instantly. My hunt for the dark fox earned me a mere 160 taels after all that effort. This single bounty was worth half a dark fox. I squeezed into the crowd and looked at the notice. A golden leopard. Male leopards could weigh 50 to 60 kilograms, fast and powerful. The notice only said it was near Centipede Ridge, the exact location vague. I thought to myself, there must be a horde of hunters going after it, so I had to set out quickly. After leaving the notice board, I went to the tailor shop recommended by Dong Xiner, run by Yunyang. I pushed open the door and was greeted by the scent of makeup and perfume. I called out "boss" twice, and a woman's voice came from the back room. "What are you yelling for? Calling for a soul?" Out came a tall woman in a light red chest-high ruchuan, about 28 or 29 years old, with an oval face and peach blossom eyes. The snow-white skin on her chest was dazzling. I couldn't help but glance at her a few times. She showed no shyness. Instead, she puffed out her chest. "Hey kid, seen enough?" I awkwardly scratched my nose. "Boss, I'm here for clothes." She raised her eyebrows, sizing me up. "All the men who come here always say that. And looking at your hunter's outfit, so young and already wasted potential." I laughed dryly and pulled out white cloth. "These are measurements for my wives." She looked it over. "3 sets of measurements? How many wives do you have?" "3. 2 sets each, and 2 sets for me too." She smiled. "1 set of ready-made clothes costs nearly 1 tael. 8 sets will be 7 or 8 taels silver." I, Lin Xiuyue, don't do business to lose money. I casually handed over a few taels of small silver coins. "3 taels as deposit. Keep it for now." Lin Xiuyue's eyes lit up, and her tone instantly softened. "Please come inside. Young sir, I'll take your measurements." In the warm room by the brazier, she took out a soft tape and measured around my waist, her body close. The scent of her makeup drifted straight into my nose. "Where does the young master live? Does he make a living from hunting?" "Valley Village." She curled the corners of her mouth into a smile. "Hunters who come to me number at least 800 or 900 if not 1,000, but none have been as generous as little master here. Could it be you have some secret fortune? Why not share it with your humble servant?" As she leaned closer, the fullness of her chest pressed against me, stirring my senses and making my mind wander. I stepped back. Just got lucky and hunted plenty of game. I couldn't quite tell what was on her mind. Was it lonely flirting? Or was she trying to empty my pockets? Best not to say more. Seeing she couldn't get any information, she looked a little disappointed. "Come back in half a month to collect." I saluted and took the receipt, then hurried back to Valley Village. At home, I asked around and learned that the bounty from the Park family had already spread throughout the village, and hunters were eager to try their luck. Huayan came looking for me to join the hunt together. I agreed immediately, straight into the mountains. If those 80 taels were taken by someone else, I'd be heartbroken to the point of vomiting blood. With new gear and provisions, Huayan and I entered the Black Mountain together. Because of the bounty, there were extra hunters in the mountains. We deliberately chose a quiet path, yet still encountered 2 groups. On the road, Huayan whispered, "Zhang Tai and Wang Wu have been hanging around Wang Long lately. Wang Long still resents your second brother. Be careful." Wang Long. He stayed quiet after the tax dispute. I thought he'd given up. I patted Huayan's shoulder. "Thanks, I'll be cautious. He has official status, so I wouldn't make the first move. But if he dares come again, I don't mind sending him to join Wang Hu in the underworld." At Centipede Ridge, light snow fluttered down. Huayan and I split up to search. I climbed up to a high point to scan the area. Taking out the ancestral old map, I circled 4 potential leopard dens. Each had to be near cliffs, close to water, and facing the sun. After searching all day, 2 places were empty, but I caught 2 fat rabbits instead. As night fell, I arrived at the 3rd slope, choosing a slanted boulder as my camp spot. I built a fire to roast rabbit meat, sprinkling salt for flavor. Doing business is the way to go. The Park family makes a fortune from salt trade. If only I could find a salt or silver mine, I muttered to myself. Just as I was dozing off, my nostrils twitched. A pungent, rank smell. I pressed against the stone wall to sniff. The strong scent of wild beast urine, and not old at all. There's animal activity here. Maybe it's the leopard. I lit a torch and followed the scent trail. Half an hour later, blowing snow aside, a round footprint appeared. The paw was wide and deep, the size not small. Fresh claw marks trailed on the tree bark, just left recently. I sharpened all my senses and pursued further. Reaching a gentle slope, my eyes brightened. Several tufts of leopard fur hung on the trees, and a sun-facing cave was the den. Above the cave was a cliff, a dead end. I only needed to guard the other 3 sides. I set traps, strung my bow, knocked an arrow, and quietly lay in wait. Soon, rustling in the dense forest made my heart tighten. Could it be other hunters trying to steal my catch? But what appeared was a slender beast with golden rosettes, money leopard. It wasn't even in the den. I held my breath and gauged the distance, waiting for the perfect shot range, about 100 paces. Pulling the bowstring full, I stayed motionless like a statue. Closer, closer. The money leopard finally stepped into range. Whiz thwack. The arrow flew against the wind, striking the leopard's belly. The money leopard rolled wildly, struggling to get up and run toward the cliff. I hurried after it, the 80 tails almost in hand. I couldn't let it fly away. A few steps from the cliff, it finally collapsed. I kicked it sharply. So you're the one who killed the Park family's youngest. Setting down my hunting knife and bow, I stroked its glossy fur. What a pity I have to claim the reward. Otherwise, you'd make a lovely scarf. About to lift the leopard, chills ran down my spine. Murderous intent surged suddenly. Roar! A black shadow lunged at my back. I instinctively dove forward. My shoulder was torn by sharp teeth, flesh bitten. If not for that forward dive, the bite would have landed on my neck. Clenching my teeth in pain, I elbowed back and toppled onto the snow. The wild beast attacked again, jaws aiming for my throat. Money leopard. I clasped its neck with both arms, shocked. It was the second one in the den. This was territory of 2 leopards. Its saliva splattered across my face, fishy and nauseating. Front paws shredded my clothes with terrifying speed, about to tear skin apart. My knife lay only a few steps away. Gritting my teeth, I withdrew one arm to reach the blade. One arm alone couldn't hold off the leopard's head. Its teeth were almost on my neck. Crack! I twisted my head just in time and finally gripped the knife handle. With a sharp push of my left arm, I shoved the leopard's body up. It bit down fiercely again. Die! I didn't dodge, letting the knife slide against its belly and plunge in. Splash! Twisting the blade hard, the money leopard screamed in agony, convulsed, then burst with force, tumbling several rounds and rolling all the way to the cliff's edge. No! It fell off the cliff, dragging my hunting knife with it. I collapsed onto the snow, gasping, blood streaming from my shoulder. In times like these, no antibiotics meant infection could be deadly. I had to treat the wound quickly. I dragged the leopard's carcass back beside the den, treated and bandaged my wounds, then grabbed a rope and descended the cliff to retrieve the knife and the other leopard. The unlucky younger brother of the Park family ran into 2 leopards. No wonder he didn't survive. That damn Park family didn't even bother to tell me clearly, almost causing me to fail miserably in secret. If I had known there were 2 leopards, I would have set a much more thorough trap. The cliff was only about 4 zhang high, so I easily lowered myself down. The golden leopard was already dead, and the horizontal knife was intact. Thank heavens, the treasured sword is unharmed. I picked up the horizontal blade, turned around, and froze. Before me was a cave entrance, its edges of vivid scarlet, bright and striking, as if the rocks themselves were bleeding. I brought my torch closer to confirm, and sure enough, it was red, scarlet-colored rock. Gripping the horizontal knife tightly, I stepped cautiously inside. The scarlet color on the walls grew more intense. A vague guess crept into my mind. Passing through the passage, I reached the depth of the cave. The entire cave was immersed in blood-red hues. Numerous rhombohedral crystals stood on the rock walls, radiating a bright adamantine sheen. Besides the crystals, there were also red substances in granular, blocky, and powdery forms. This is cinnabar ore. I was 100% certain. This was a superior cinnabar mine. Cinnabar, known as dansha to the ancients, came in varying grades. The coarsest sand was used to refine mercury, worth several dozen to over 100 won per gene, roughly equivalent to a dozen gene of rice. The next level was medicinal pigment cinnabar, fetching 1 to 2 taels of silver per gene. The highest quality was the aerotip-grade cinnabar used as a tribute for alchemy, commanding 5 to 20 taels per gene. The crystals before me were the finest aerotip cinnabar. I reached out to touch them, trembling with excitement. Ha! This luck is unstoppable. There's at least 100 gene of aerotip cinnabar here. Selling it on the black market. Money will never be a problem. Despite the thrill, I quickly regained composure. Cinnabar mines were controlled by the government, and illegally selling top-grade aerotip cinnabar was too risky. I needed to carefully probe the market before acting. Otherwise, this would be a death warrant for the Lin family. Reluctantly, I left the cave and found some branches and dry grass to cover the entrance. Although, nobody else was likely to come here anyway. The golden leopard's carcass was too heavy. Dragging two of them out of the mountain would exhaust me completely. After considering, I decided to carry one intact and skin the other on site as evidence. The snow had stopped, and the sun was warm. On the way down, I ran into Hua Yun. He was surprised but happy. Lin Feng, you're really lucky this time. The Park family is the richest in Jinyuan County. You avenged Mr. Park. Clutching that big thigh now means good days ahead. I smiled faintly. I'm nobody special, no way to have Mr. Park owe me favors. Hand over the leopards and collect the money. Let bygones be bygones. Too many entanglements might not be good. I was clear in my mind. A hunter was nothing but a stray dog to Mr. Park. Better to stay cool and just take the payment. Just as we spoke, a group rustled out from the forest ahead. The leader was a broad-shouldered, thick-waisted man with a dark reddish face and yellowed teeth. Well, what a coincidence. Young brother, are these leopards your kills? His greedy eyes swept over my prey. Hua Yun whispered. Lin Feng, this is Liang Wei from Sangji Town, ruthless and vicious. I patted Hua Yun's shoulder to calm him down and stepped forward, cupping my hands. Brother Liang, yes, I killed these two leopards. Liang Wei put his hands on his hips, a fake smile on his face. That's not right. I remember we hunted them together. I deserve my share of the reward. Behind him, 7 or 8 men started heckling. Yeah, everyone who saw should get a share. Don't hog it all. Hua Yun's face turned red with anger. You want to steal the credit? Aren't you afraid of Captain Xia? Liang Wei sneered. Don't scare me with Captain Xia. Today, 1 leopard must be ours, and the reward split in half, or you won't leave Black Mountain alive. The men clenched their fists, clearly ready to fight. Hua Yun was afraid. Lin Feng, a true hero doesn't suffer loss right now. I placed the prey on the ground, stretched my muscles, joints crackling audibly. Hasn't moved much lately. Liang Wei, I heard you're skilled. Here's your chance. Win, and the leopards are yours. Lose, then get lost. You're courting death. Liang Wei drew his knife and slashed. Attack. His heavy hunting knife aimed straight for my shoulder. I slightly twisted aside. The blade grazed my clothing. Seizing his moment of exhaustion, I punched the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. My middle knuckle protruded, striking the core point of his grip strength. Ah! Liang Wei cried out in pain and loosened his grip, the hunting knife flying out. I grabbed his wrist and, with a reverse grip, pinned him down. Everyone freeze. I strained with both arms. The sound of a snap echoed. His right arm broke under my hold. Liang Wei shrieked like a slaughtered pig, falling to his knees, cold sweat pouring down. Don't move. Listen to him. Brother, we're all from Hanzhou. Spare us some mercy. We won't dare touch your prey. I glared coldly at his supporters. Do they listen to you? Yes. All listen. Liang Wei gritted his teeth and shouted behind him. Set me free in a moment, and then leave immediately. No stopping. The men exchanged uneasy looks and reluctantly sheathed their weapons. I shoved him. Get lost. Liang Wei, feeling like he'd been pardoned, slunk away with his group. Huayan gave me a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you're really something. How did you manage those grappling moves? Liang Wei isn't a match for him, not even in a group of 3 or 5 in Sangji Town. I laughed. If you want to learn, I'll teach you later. First, you have to come down the mountain. Carrying 80 taels of silver from the leopards naturally aroused some jealousy and ill will. On the way down, I ran into several groups of hunters again. When they saw me taking down 2 golden leopards single-handedly and walking away unscathed, their envy turned into admiration. No one dared to make a move. The news spread quickly at the foot of the mountain. As soon as I arrived, the villagers swarmed me with questions. I hid the exact location where I killed the leopards, only recounting the stalking and ambush process, which stirred their blood. Some villagers even brought me local goods or sent me part of the way by ox cart. The common folk say that once wild beasts taste human blood, they develop a taste for human flesh. The people around the Black Mountain had long been living in fear. Now, besides the 2 golden leopards I killed, who wouldn't be grateful? I was in high spirits, but no one knew The greatest find of this trip wasn't the leopards, it was that mine. That was the thing that could change the fate of my Lin family. In Jinyuan County, inside the county Yaman's lieutenant's office, Lieutenant Xia Yin summoned head constable Xing Sun and deputy constable Wang Long, instructing them to deliver a message to the Pu family and bring a plaque personally inscribed by the county magistrate Duan to my home. Xing Sun frowned. Sir, there are still several cases unresolved in the county. Why go to the Pu family personally? Xia Yin shot him a glare. The new year is coming. Don't you know how much silver the Pu family has donated to the county? How else do you expect your constables to get paid? Mind your manners. Wang Long seemed excited. A good chance to make connections with the Pu family. He asked, which hunter is it? The one from Haigo village, named Lin Feng. Wang Long's smile instantly froze. Lin Feng? Wasn't that the same Lin Feng he had unsettled business with? Sir, are you sure? Sure about what? Hurry up and go to the Pu family. Wang Long's pleasant mood about faced 180 degrees. If that brat managed to ally with the Pu family, he'd be even harder to deal with later. He slowly clenched his fists. This kid must not be allowed to stay too long. I returned home to Xiao Huang, and Xiao He leaping around me excitedly. Li Yanwan, Li Yaning, and Chen Qianqian, my 3 wives, all came out to greet me. Husband, you're finally back. Yaning's eyes were red. You don't know how worried we were. Sis Ning was even crying. Chen Qianqian handed her a face towel. Nonsense. I didn't cry. Yaning blushed. I stepped inside and saw the new bed was already set up. Thanks to Zhang Zheng finding someone to build it. It was small, but more than enough for 2 people. Yanwan smiled gently. We agreed that Qianqian will sleep on this bed. Fine. I had no objections. Chen Qianqian was restless when sleeping. A separate bed suited her perfectly. Just then, a startled shout came from the courtyard. Ah, a leopard. My wives, don't be afraid. I'll take care of it soon. The message's already been sent to the county. I reckon the Pu family will come to retrieve it in the next couple of days. At dinner, the whole family gathered to feast on steaming stewed rabbit. That night, lying in bed with each side embraced, I recounted my mountain expedition. When I described how the golden leopard attacked me from behind, all 3 wives held their breath. Husband, that shoulder wound. Was it from the leopard? Yanwan's eyes reddened, full of concern. This is nothing. I reassured her. The moment that beast pounced, I ducked down and slashed it with the back of my hand. A mere animal trying to kill me? Bah! In truth, it was a close call. If its teeth had bitten my neck, I wouldn't be here. Late at night, everyone had fallen asleep. Chen Qianqian returned to her new bed. After a while, I crawled over. The bed creaked softly as Qianqian turned over. Who is it? Husband. I cleared my throat and blushed. I'm just checking the bed's quality. I spent good money. Can't have a subpar mattress. The bed. It's fine. Husband, you don't have to come up. She blushed deeply, stammering. How's that acceptable? I lifted the covers and slid in. New beds are cold. Husband will warm you up. Once under the quilt, my hands grew restless. Qianqian bit her lip. Husband, you worked hard out in the mountains these days. Don't catch cold. Not afraid. Husband's got lots of heat. I pulled her into an embrace. Qianqian closed her eyes, letting me do as I pleased. That night, she transformed from a girl into a married woman. The next day, Yanwan and Yaning got up with dark circles under their eyes. Clearly, neither had slept well. I, however, was vibrant. After breakfast, I hoisted my gear and headed back up the mountain, this time to gather fish baskets. Since Qianqian had lost her virginity last night, I needed to pick some fat fish to nourish her. As I chipped through the ice, bang, 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 my mind was fixed on how to monetize the cinnabar mine. All cinnabar in Deqian belongs to the imperial court, managed jointly by the Ministry of Works and the internal palace workshops. My mine was excellent quality, but selling the highest grade cinnabar outright would be too conspicuous. I had to start selling lower quality or to test the waters. To monetize it, I had to go through the black market. The only contact I had there was Luda. Or should I do business with the Pu family? Their background was powerful. They could easily handle the cinnabar mine. But would they cooperate with me? After much thought, I decided to first probe Boss Lu's attitude. Bang! The ice cracked, and I pulled up the fish basket. 3 baskets brought up more than a dozen fish. This spot was really chosen well. I dumped the fish into my back basket, then put the empty fish baskets back under the water, covering the ice hole again. Walking down the mountain alone, I kept calculating in my mind. In early spring, renovate the new house, expand the yard. Buy a good plow ox. Spring plowing must not be missed. It would be great if I could open a shop in town. Just outside the Heavily village, Liu Xian, the son of Aunt Liu across the street, came running toward me. Brother Lin, you're finally back. The village chief sent me to welcome you. Captain Xing and a master named Pu have arrived. Quite the big shot. Master Pu personally came? I was skeptical. Someone like Pu Baoyu wouldn't possibly come to our village. The yard outside village Chief Ding Qi's house was already surrounded by many people watching the excitement. Lin Feng, you've finally returned. Ding Qi's face was full of wrinkles, but he smiled widely. Come quickly to meet Captain Xing and Manager Pu. Manager Pu was in his 50s, dressed in refined cotton clothes dyed blue. His temples were graying, but he looked vigorous and full of spirit. Lin Feng greets Captain Xing and Manager Pu. I stepped forward, cupping my fists in salute. Manager Pu smiled faintly. A hero emerges from youth. Lin, you're young but quite capable. For ridding the people of harm, I represent the Pu family in thanking you. He waved his hand. The master heard there were 2 fierce beasts, so the silver reward is doubled, a total of 160 taels. Bring it on up. A servant carried 2 red silk trays forward. Lifting the red silk revealed 16 tin-tael silver ingots glittering brightly. The gathered villagers were stunned. So much money. Lin's second son is promising. I took the tray. Thank you, Master Pu. Even without the bounty, I would have killed those beasts. Xing Sin nodded. County Magistrate Duan personally wrote a plaque, ridding the people of harm. Bring it up. 2 constables carried up the plaque, with 4 large characters written in flowing calligraphy. I couldn't read a single one, but since Lord Duan bestowed it, I accepted it respectfully. The crowd followed me home to fetch the leopard and leopard skin. Before leaving, Pu Fu cupped his fists again. Young Lin, you greatly helped our master. The master says the Pu family owes you a favor. If you ever think of doing business in Jinyuan City, come find us. We'll help you stand firmly. At those words, others were envious. Even Wang Long, who usually wore a dark face, showed a hint of jealousy. How does this kid get so damn lucky? A thought stirred in my heart, and I showed gratitude. Please thank Master Pu for me. The silver, the plaque, the Pu family's promise. I had both face and substance. After the crowd dispersed, Xing Sun suddenly patted my shoulder. Lin Feng, you did well. Work on sharpening your skills. In the future, when Han Prefecture suppresses bandits, they may need hunters as guides. You might be drafted. So they've been waiting for me here. I scratched my head. Isn't Jinyuan County pretty peaceful? Xing Sun frowned. Tiger Hill County City is in rebellion. By Lian sect appeared in Yuanbao County, plus several bandit groups. Jinyuan County borders those 2. How long can it stay quiet? Already this serious? Watching his retreating figure, a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed me. The world was growing more unsafe by the day. Having received the reward, I did not forget my fellow villagers. I took out 10 taels of silver to host a feast for the whole village, thanking them for their support of me and my brother in the early years. Our parents passed early, and the villagers cared for us a lot. But at this feast, I did not invite Wang Long, Wang Wu, or Zhang Tai. That night, at the Zhang household, listening to the village's noisy celebrations, Wang Wu's face was dark. Bah! Who cares to drink Lin Feng's wine? Wang Long drank glass after glass in silence. Zhang Tai spoke sourly. Brother Long, we can't let Lin Feng keep showing off. The village chief, Hua Yun, and those others fawn over him. Someone unaware would think he's some official. But in terms of status, Brother Long, you're still number 1 in Heavily Village. Wang Wu nodded vigorously. That Lin guy's just dog's luck. It's infuriating just looking at him. Wang Long slammed the table, eyes bloodshot. Lin Feng? What is he? Thinks he can compete with me? Just a hunter, dreaming. Zhang Tai and Wang Wu exchanged a glance, both showing delight. Life was hard after Wang Hu's death. No one in the village cared about them. Brother Long, what can we do? Wang Long snorted coldly. He's linked to the Pu family now. Once he enters town, killing him won't be easy. But out in the wilderness, killing someone's not hard. I heard Lin Feng crippled a man named Liang Wei from Sangji Town on his way down the mountain. Yes, Liang Wei lost all face, Fixing his arm cost a lot. Wang Long smirked. You two find a chance to probe his intentions in Sanji Town. If Liang Wei seeks revenge, use him to strike Lin Feng in the mountains. Wang Wu pondered for a moment. That plan works. But Liang Wei's greedy. Brother Long, you'll have to spend. Wang Long waved his big hand. As long as Lin Feng dies to avenge my second brother, money's no object. Hearing that, Wang Wu and Zhang Tai were immediately encouraged. Wang Long walked to the window, took a gulp of wine, and sneered. Lin Feng, let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Wang Wu chuckled. Brother Long, Lin Feng has 3 wives, all quite attractive. Handle business first, then you can have your fun. Wang Long shot him a glare. 2 days later, in Jinyuan County Town, at Fuyuan Leather Goods Shop, I carried my bamboo basket and walked into the shop. The clerk Lu Sin immediately grinned when he saw me. Brother Lin, here to sell skins again. Just selling 2 pieces of leather, and at the same time, discussing some business with manager Lu. I took out 2 rabbit pelts and 2 squirrel pelts. Lu Sin lowered his voice. I knew you still had good goods. Come with me to the backyard quickly. In the backyard, Luda was lying in a rocking chair, looking over his account book. When he saw me, he immediately stood up, enthusiastic as if he had seen the god of wealth. The last time's black fox pelt had made him a fortune. Friend Lin, have you found more black foxes? I smiled wryly. Black fox? No such luck. This time I'm here to talk business. Oh, tell me then. I took out a wooden jar from the basket and pushed it in front of him. Luda opened it and sniffed once, his pupils shrinking. Cinnabar, or? I'm only doing cinnabar business with manager Lu. Judging by this quality, can you find a market for it? Lu Da's expression darkened. Holding the jar, he paced back and forth. Smuggling cinnabar was a death sentence. How much of this quality do you have? At least several hundred gene of this grade, and several hundred gene of even higher quality. Lu Da's eyes lit up. I have contacts for this business. But the risk is high. I want a 20% profit. Deal. I agreed immediately. The 2 of us settled the details on the spot. He would find buyers. I would supply the goods at 90% of the market price, 3 times a month, about 20 gene each time. I calculated in my mind that the cinnabar from the cave alone would last me for a year or 2. It was nearly dusk when we finished talking, and I got up to leave. Friend Lin, Luda called after me, hesitating a bit. I heard you killed a vicious beast to avenge the Pooh family? Boss Pooh is sharp and ruthless. His business is huge, involving all kinds of people. If they recruit you, you'd better think twice. It's best not to get involved too deeply. I cupped my fists to thank him. There was more in his words. He knew more about the situation but couldn't say it openly. Before leaving town, I bought some cakes, bean oil, and took them back. At the same time, Liang family in Sanji Town. Liang Wei's arm was wrapped in white cloth and fixed to a wooden board, looking somewhat comical. He stared grimly at Zhang Tai and Wang Wu. Are you 2 envoys sent by Lin Feng? The 4 men in the room immediately stood up, glaring viciously at the 2. Big Boss Liang, you have the wrong idea. Wang Wu hastily explained. The Lin guy killed brother Pooh. We hate him too much. We're willing to help you get rid of Lin Feng. Liang Wei's expression softened a little. Why should I cooperate with you 2? Zhang Tai pulled out a silver ingot. 10 taels of silver now. 10 taels more after the job is done. Liang Wei's eyes lit up. He leaned forward to look intently at them. You 2 have backing, right? With these ragged clothes, you couldn't possibly have 20 taels. Zhang Tai coughed. Boss Liang has good eyes. This is the sincerity from our backer. Liang Wei grabbed the silver and sneered. No matter who's behind you, when it's time to act, you 2 must come with my brothers. Deal. Higa Village. Achoo. I sneezed loudly, rubbed my nose, pushed open the courtyard door, and muttered, which bastard is cursing me behind my back? Husband. Chen Qianqian poked her little head out, still holding a spatula. I took out cakes, bean oil, and a red lantern from my basket. A lantern? Chen Qianqian poked it excitedly. Are we going to light a lantern tonight? Great Qian candles were insanely expensive. A pair would cost 20 or 31. Poor families used oil lamps. Silly girl, lanterns are for decoration. We'll light a candle in it to stay up late for New Year's Eve. I tapped her nose gently and hung the lantern in front of the main door. Dinner was half a stewed chicken, with mushrooms picked from the mountains, accompanied by pickled vegetables and turbid wine. The family sat around the oil lamp discussing what to eat on New Year's Eve. This was my first New Year's Eve in Great Qian. Chen Qianqian was lively, one moment wanting fish, the next meat stew. Li Yaning didn't say much, her brows full of worry. Last year she was still the second young miss in the Ministry of War official's household. Li Yuan was the most carefree, smiling as she gave me suggestions. We didn't go to bed until the hour of the dog, around 7 to 9 p.m. Tonight, I didn't sleep in Chen Qianqian's bed, but went to the Li sisters' place, sharing favors evenly. In the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained until New Year's Eve. Yesterday, Lin Xiuyue sent a letter. The tailored clothes I ordered were ready. Early in the morning, I went to the tailor shop run by Yunyang with the silver in hand. Inside stood a girl wearing a bright green dress, about 18 or 19 years old, neat and clever looking. I slapped the silver on the counter. Here's the money. Please get the clothes quickly. I still have other matters. The girl's willow-shaped brows furrowed sharply. What kind of fool are you? Which eye of yours sees that I work here? I scratched my head awkwardly. You're not. Look carefully. I am a first-class maid in the magistrate's household. The magistrate's household? Judging by her fine clothes, she really didn't look like a commoner. I hurriedly put away the silver. Ahem, my mistake. Just as the situation grew awkward, Lin Xiuyue emerged from the back room, holding a wooden box carved with peonies. Her light makeup and slender waist in a Ruchuan dress lent her a unique charm, and her swaying figure caught me off guard. Miss Zuiwei, the embroidery has been altered in one spot. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zuiwei took the box and settled the remaining payment. While Lin Xiuyue wrote the receipt, Zuiwei sighed. The last doctor's prescription helped at first, but Madam's condition stayed the same. Magistrate Duan then called in a famous doctor from Dingzhou. Their explanations are always alike. Something about wind evil invading externally, wind heat affecting the eyes. Yet when autumn and winter come, her asthma worsens badly. The speaker spoke without intention, but the listener took notice. My mind sparked. When Zuiwei was about to leave, I called out, Miss Zuiwei, does Madam's illness also come with skin rashes, nasal congestion, and red, itchy eyes? Zuiwei froze. How do you know? I smiled faintly. I studied medicine when I was a child. Oh, a hunter can read medicine? Zuiwei sized me up coldly, sneering. Do you think there's easy money in the county magistrate's mansion? Let me tell you, none who try to scam money walk away unscathed. With that, she hugged the box and twisted her waist, striding away. That little miss has quite the sharp temper. I already guessed what illness the magistrate's wife has. If I can use this chance to get close to the magistrate, it would be very beneficial. The whole Jinyuan County knows the magistrate has sought famous doctors far and wide for his wife's illness. Brother Lin. Lin Xiuyue waved her hand before my eyes, covering her mouth to laugh lightly. If you're going to strike up a conversation, don't just bring up Madam's condition. That's quite presumptuous. I really studied medicine as a child, I said, feeling a bit wronged. In my previous life, my family was a traditional Chinese medicine household. I learned a lot from my grandfather. Lin Xiuyue rolled her eyes. First you chat up the girl, then you call me Yunyang. You're a hopeless flirt. She reached out and pushed my eyebrows. No more calling me Yunyang. A fragrance wafted over, making me dizzy and confused. I hurriedly took a step back. Then Boss Lin, what about my 8 garments? She pocketed the money and bent down to rummage under the counter. With 3 wives at home and still so clueless, I told you not to call me Yunyang. And you actually stopped? How dull. I smiled wryly. This woman's mind is truly hard to guess. After a while, she produced the neatly packed clothes. Exactly 8 pieces in the style and size you ordered. I put the package into my basket. New Year's Eve is just around the corner. Why is your shop still so cold and quiet? If you're not celebrating here, then where are you going? Her pen twitched as she replied casually. I'm fine celebrating alone. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes shifted, body leaning forward. How about, I spend New Year at your place? Just 1 extra set of bowls and chopsticks. My heart skipped a beat. Embarrassed, I scratched my nose. That isn't appropriate, right? My house is cramped and crowded. Maybe next time. She snorted coldly, stuffing the receipt into my chest. Humph. Men always say one thing and mean another. Afraid but pretending brave. Go home and celebrate New Year with your 3 wives. After she kicked me out, I went to the New Year goods street for a thorough sweep. Cakes, peanuts, candy, Sugar is extremely expensive in Great Chien since the sugar industry is underdeveloped, and bought 4 pig trotters from the butcher before heading home. New Year's Eve dawn. Every household in Higu village woke early to sweep away the snow that had fallen overnight. I was busy clearing snow while the Lee sisters took out the peachwood charms they had prepared. Peachwood boards carved with the images of the divine generals Shintu and Yulei, said to ward off ghosts and evil. Chun Shanshan held the divine general's images, gesturing before the courtyard gate to place them. 2 dogs, Xiao Huang and Xiao He, circled me playfully, barking nonstop. Husband, how do you think I did with pasting them? Chun Shanshan pulled me outside for a look. Neatly done. Come on, let's see how the pig trotters are doing. Ordinary families in Great Chien didn't have fancy spices. Pig trotters had to be blanched first to remove the odor, then slowly cooked with scallions and garlic. The kitchen fire was roaring. On the table lay a large carp, fat rabbit, pheasant, peanuts, and pickled vegetables. A feast like this was unheard of since I could remember. When I celebrated New Year with my older brother Lin Mo, managing 2 or 3 dishes was already good enough. Husband, leave this here to us. You and Shanshan go handle other things. Li Yanwan pushed us out the door. I pulled Chun Shanshan away to make Yasukian, Great Chien's New Year's money ward objects, copper coins strung into a dragon shape by red cord, hung inside the door to ward off evil and protect the home. Shanshan, you learned this from your dad? Pretty skilled. Chun Shanshan was clever and made the dragon much faster than me. She shook the finished ornament. I'll hang it by the door first. As the sun set and night fell, I climbed and lit the red lantern at the door. Wainer, Ninger, Shanshan, and I will burn pine branches. You prepare the dishes. Burning pine branches in the yard center crackled loudly, driving away evil and symbolizing prosperity and warmth. Husband, it's burning. Chun Shanshan clapped and tossed pine branches into the fire, so happy she jumped around. I wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Come on, time to eat. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. Stewed pig trotters, roasted rabbit meat, braised mountain chicken, peanuts, braised fish, pickled vegetables, and 2 pots of turbid wine. I raised my glass. This toast is for my 3 wives. May the new year bring health and peace year after year. On New Year's Eve, each of my 3 wives toasted me in turn. Li Yanwan spoke softly. I wish my husband a smooth new year, safe and bountiful hunting. Li Yaning followed. I wish my husband good health and prosperity. When it came to Chun Shanshan, she blushed for a long time before finally blurting out, I wish my husband good luck in the new year and a noble heir soon. The 3 of us all burst out laughing. I pinched Chun Shanshan's cheek. All right, husband borrows your good words. Come on, cheers. The cooking skills of the 3 women were quite good, but unfortunately, there was a lack of seasonings. I thought to myself to make a trip to town one day to stock up. Fully sated, the whole family sat around the fire to welcome the new year. Li Yanwan leaned against me and said she wanted to buy a loom so that the sisters could take turns weaving to supplement the household income. Li Yaning and Chun Shanshan also said they wanted to raise chickens in the courtyard for eggs. My heart warmed. They truly wanted to share the burden with me. I agreed immediately. After all, I controlled the Cinnabar mine, so I had confidence. Amid the sound of firecrackers, my 3 wives and I made a series of 3-in, 3-out moves to welcome the new year. On the afternoon of the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, I carried my basket on my back heading into the mountain to collect fish traps. I had 3 fish baskets, 2 of which were filled with more than a dozen big fish, but the last one had a broken bottom. I put the good baskets back and started carrying the fish back. As I rounded a corner, suddenly a rope underfoot tightened. Ouch! I tripped and fell into the snow. He's down. Kill him. Cut him down. From both sides, 2 hunters charged at me, swinging their hunting knives. I scrambled up quickly and drew my broadsword to meet them. Clang! The man on my left struck his blade down, making my hand tingle painfully. I roared in anger, deflecting his blade and kicking him in the groin. The guy cried out, clutching himself, and collapsed to his knees. I bent down to dodge the attack from the right. The hunting knife slashed through my basket, scattering the fish everywhere. I grabbed the broken basket and smashed it into his face, then drove my broadsword straight into his belly. Uffed! Just as I thought they were dealt with, several more men appeared on the high ground on both sides, and 2 archers pulled their bows, aiming at me. Shoot him! came Liang Wei's voice. I looked. Liang Wei, Zhang Tai, Wang Wu, all old acquaintances. I tightly held the body I had just stabbed as a human shield, retreating and shouting, "You all ambushed to kill me. Aren't you afraid of the law?" Liang Wei laughed crazily. "If we kill you here, who will know who did it? Kill Lin Feng. The reward doubles." 6 men surrounded me, with archers continuing to shoot arrows from above. The situation was perilous, but my mind was clear. I had to deal with the 2 on the left first. Backed up to a dead zone for arrows, I took down my hunting bow and sidestepped. "He's got a bow and arrow," the man in front exclaimed, dodging. Swoosh. An arrow pierced his chest. He died on the spot. The man behind turned pale with fear, wanting to flee but too scared to move, just giving me a perfect chance for a second arrow, which struck his throat directly. Liang Wei's face darkened, but I was also panting, exhausted. I turned and ran, shouting, "Liang Wei, I'm going to the county office to report you now." "Chase him." Liang Wei panicked. If I got away, it was over for him. Cold arrows kept flying from behind. One grazed my arm, spraying fresh blood. "He's injured. Push harder." Zhang Tai shouted excitedly. The next moment, boom! Zhang Tai and another man stepped on thin air and fell into a trap, skewered on sharp wooden stakes inside, screaming in pain nonstop. It was a beast trap I had dug earlier. "Brother Liang, they've got an ambush. Let's retreat." Liang Wei slapped the ground. "So many dead. Can we let him live? Go after him." I kept running until I reached a gentle slope and deliberately tripped and fell. "He's down. Shoot him." Wang Wu shouted excitedly. Liang Wei and 4 others charged forward, just as I had hoped they would cross this line. Swoosh. Swoosh. Both Liang Wei and Wang Wu's feet were tripped by ropes, and they hung upside down. Before the other 3 could react, sharp stakes triggered on both wings shot out simultaneously. Swoosh. 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 The 3 were instantly impaled like porcupines and died on the spot. I stepped out from behind a tree, sneering at the 2 hanging upside down. "Liang Wei, Wang Wu, I've been wondering who's been scheming. Turns out it's you bastards. You sent people to follow me for days just to figure out my mountain route." Liang Wei's face was flushed red. You knew all along? With your skills? Trying to follow me? Dream on." I pressed my broadsword to Liang Wei's face. "Either confess who your accomplices are honestly, or I'll carve you all up one by one." Liang Wei immediately began crying and sniffling. "Lin Warrior, it was Wang Wu and Zhang Tai who incited me, saying Wang Long paid us." "Bullshit." Wang Wu got angry. "You wanted to kill Lin Feng from the start. Brother Long just had us cooperate with you." They exposed each other's faults and spilled everything about Wang Long. I tied up those 2 and the guy who had been kicked in the groin but hadn't died, then took them down the mountain. After returning to the valley village and instructing my wives to lock the doors and stay vigilant, I took Huayuan and Lu Xian straight to Jinyuan City. By the time we arrived at the city gate, night was falling. The guards, hearing that someone had died, immediately escorted us to the county magistrate's office. County Magistrate Duan Chung presided over the interrogation, assisted by County Officer Xia Yan. Duan Chung sized me up. "You must be Lin Feng, the one who killed the culprit, and the one who recently killed the beast and collected the bounty as well." "A humble subject indeed. Please, Your Honor, do justice." I answered. Xia Yan spoke up. "Sir, we must immediately send bailiffs to the mountain to inspect the corpse. Lin Feng, you say the mastermind is Deputy Constable Wang Long. Do you have evidence?" I pointed at Wang Wu and Liang Wei. "Wang Wu is Wang Long's henchman. Everyone in Valley Village knows it. Wang Long gave Wang Wu silver to hire killers. Your Honor, just question these 2. In the courtroom, the 2 dared not conceal anything and confessed everything clearly. Bang! Duan Chung slammed the table angrily, shouting, "Damn Wang Long! A deputy constable stooping to such deeds." Xia Yan's face darkened. Wang Long was under his command. "Sir, Wang Long followed Captain Xing to Yuanbao County to handle a case. I will dispatch men to intercept and arrest him immediately." After the interrogation, Xia Yan stayed behind with me alone. "You took down all the others by yourself?" He held his tea, full of astonishment. I chuckled awkwardly. "I set quite a few animal traps in the mountains, just right for use." "Don't be modest." Xia Yan gave a thumbs up. "One man against a gang of thieves, killing more than half, and capturing 3 alive. Even Captain Xing didn't have this skill in his youth. Lin Feng, you're a real warrior. His tone shifted. Interested in joining the county office as a constable? I hesitated but didn't accept. Thanks, Officer Xia, but I have 3 wives to take care of. The work of a constable is too demanding for me. The real reason was, there was a cinnabar mine about to be developed to cash out. If I became a constable, I'd have no time. Xia Yin didn't push, just said the door was always open. 3 days later, all the bodies from the mountain were transported to the county office. The coroner performed autopsies, and statements were verified. The case was handled thoroughly. Wang Long was captured and imprisoned, and a host of past crimes were uncovered. The villagers queued up to report him. Truly, when the wall falls, everyone kicks it down. Winter night, Jinyuan prison. Wang Long lay listless in a heap of straw. Clerk Guiyong bribed the jailer with silver and entered the cell. Master Gua, save me. Wang Long rushed up, grasping at his legs in tears. Guiyong looked coldly at him. Over the years, Guiyong had used Wang Long's gambling house, brothels, and loan shark businesses for profit. If all was uncovered, Guiyong the clerk couldn't stay safe either. Hiring killers to murder, really thought of everything. And botching it, leaving a mess. Sir, I didn't mention you a word. You can't abandon me. Guiyong sneered. Wanna live? Yes. County Officer Xia is already investigating your gambling dens, brothels, and loan shark businesses. If you take all those charges yourself, I guarantee your life. These crimes don't merit death, plus some bribes, and with certain backing behind it. The harshest is being sent to Jinyuan Fortress as a soldier. Your fate then rests on fortune. Wang Long painfully clutched his head, years of wealth destroyed, and now he faced military exile. Enough with the howling. Tomorrow, Officer Xia will interrogate you. You'll understand where you stand. If I do well, so do you. Before leaving, Guiyong added coldly, that Lin Feng ruined my business. I won't let him get away easily. The next morning, Guiyong went to find Duan Cheng. Sir, I'm not pleading for Wang Long, just reminding you, don't let that kid Lin Feng off easy. Duan Cheng was taken aback. Lin Feng's the victim. Guiyong smiled darkly. The laws of Great Qian are clear. Excessive self-defense still carries liability. Lin Feng acted in self-defense, but killing is a fact. The recently arrived border inspector from Hangzhou has, these past 2 months, impeached many officials in Yuanbao and Huqiu counties very harshly. If he finds a loophole to exploit, your honor's reputation will be in jeopardy. Duan Cheng stopped walking, his expression changing constantly. Guiyong, timely advice. Lin Feng killed many people. He may avoid death penalty, but can't escape severe punishment. He must be disciplined. A conspiratorial smile flickered on Guiyong's face. I was still staying in the small courtyard Xia Yin arranged while awaiting the outcome. But to my surprise, the news came. County Magistrate Duan Cheng wanted to charge me with excessive self-defense. The messenger was Captain Xing, just back from the neighboring county. Lin Feng, Officer Xia will try his best to plead for you, but you might spend a few months locked up, at worst be exiled to the army. Huayan was furious. It was clearly Liang Wei who ambushed Brother Lin. So why should Lin be imprisoned? That's not fair. I was equally anxious. Things at home had just begun improving. I absolutely couldn't go to jail. The cinnabar mine still waited to be developed. But I did not panic. When government officials open their mouths, it's their logic first. To change the magistrate's mind, I needed a strong incentive. Money? The magistrate had no shortage of it. Bribery wouldn't work. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in my mind. I had it. Captain Xing, could you deliver a message to the magistrate for me? Maybe hearing it will spare me from punishment. Xing's son looked at me as if I were mad. Lin Feng, don't talk nonsense. I'll take care of you if you have to spend a few months inside. I was resolute and leaned in to whisper my words to him. Xing's son looked skeptical. You can really do it? Yes. I said firmly, 90% sure. Good, I'll help you this time. Xing's son gritted his teeth and turned to leave. 20 minutes later, in the back courtyard of the county yamen. Snap! Duan Cheng dropped his brush in excitement and pointed at Xing Sr. Say it again. Hurry! Xing's son forced himself to repeat. My lord, Lin Feng says. He has a way to treat Madam's illness. The moment Duan Cheng heard I could treat his wife's ailment, his eyes lit up. He jumped up from behind the desk. Madam's strange illness has dragged on for years, and we've tried countless renowned doctors without success. He really can cure her? Quickly, bring him to the mansion. Xing Sun wanted to ask about the punishment, but Duan Cheng waved his hand dismissively. If he can cure her, he'll be my honored guest. And what punishment then? Xing Sun had no choice but to come find me. On the way, he kept grumbling, telling me not to bluff. The Duan residence was right next to the yamen. When the old steward heard I was there to see to Madam's illness, he pulled Xing Sun aside and murmured, "This young guy is barely grown. Madam is in the throes of an attack today. What if something goes wrong?" Xing Sun smiled bitterly. Master Duan has nodded in agreement. You lead the way. The old steward glared at me again. If you can't cure her, see how you'll end. I smiled. Don't worry. We passed through the screen wall, the covered walkway, and the moon gate, arriving in the backyard. The Duan mansion was a 6-entrance, 6-exit estate. Even a random room here was 100 times better than my hut. I couldn't help but envy. When would I ever live in a house like this? At Madam's courtyard door, the steward knocked. The door was opened by an 18 or 19-year-old maid with arched eyebrows and bright eyes. Away. She froze when she saw me. It's you? It turned out we'd met before at Moon Lady's tailor shop, and back then, she'd thought I was a fraud. I folded my hands behind my back and swaggered inside. It's rare that Suwei still remembers me. Is it such an unforgettable first impression? Suwei blushed red with anger. Are you out of your mind, daring to come here to mock Madam? If you can't cure her, see how you'll end. I teased her. Weren't you always calling me a fraud? Shouldn't you be pleased if I'm punished? Oh, I get it. You think I'm too handsome and can't bear to see me suffer punishment. Suwei nearly choked on her anger, but still dutifully went inside to deliver my message. Madam was feeling miserable and was willing to try anything, even me. Inside the room, sandalwood incense burned. Madam lay on the bed behind a light silk veil, her voice soft and mature. Dr. Lin, thank you for coming. I sat down to check her pulse, purposely pausing for a moment before frowning. Madam, do you suffer from lack of qi and blood, fatigue and weakness, and find yourself easily catching colds whenever the seasons change? A nearby young maid exclaimed. Yes, that's exactly her condition. A cough came from behind the silk veil. Dr. Lin's diagnosis is quite accurate. I put down her wrist. May I also examine other areas? Suwei immediately became wary. Lin Feng, what are you plotting? Madam chastised. Suwei, do not be rude. A doctor must observe, listen, ask, and feel the pulse. Everyone else, please step out. All the other maids left, and Suwei lifted the silk veil. Madam, about 32 or 33 years old, had a peach blossom face and a perfectly curvaceous figure. There was a patch of red rash around her collarbone. Fur was scattered on the bed and her clothes. How could she not be allergic? I clicked my tongue in admiration. Truly a worldly beauty. Even my 3 wives back home didn't have this kind of mature charm. Madam did not expect me to be so young, and under my gaze, her heartbeat quickened. Dr. Lin, do you see anything? I cleared my throat. Madam has Lichuan, an allergic rash caused externally by wind evil invading the skin and internally by insufficient qi and blood and a weak lung defense. In plain terms, it was allergies. The fur in the room was a perfect allergen, and usage in autumn and winter worsened it. Madam grew anxious. Is a full cure possible? It is. I feigned profundity. First, I will personally massage certain acupuncture points to dispel the wind evil. Second, prescribe medicine to consolidate the cure. Third, replace all fur products. Fourth, learn a set of martial arts to strengthen the body. Madam was half skeptical. Really effective? I've taken medicine for so many years without improvement. Obviously, if you don't remove the allergen, not even an immortal could cure it. Try changing the bedding now. Madam immediately ordered Suwei to remove all fur items. During this time, I reviewed the acupuncture points in my mind. Suqi, Shuahai, Fengshu, Feishu. The traditional medicine skills my grandfather passed down hadn't been used for years. I needed to recall them. After replacing everything, Suwei's gaze changed. Shall we begin? I nodded. The massage requires skin contact. I asked Madam to forgive me. Madam breathed heavily. As long as it can cure me, no matter. I stepped to the bedside and lifted the silk veil. Madam looked up and met my eyes, her gaze shy yet expectant. igniting a mischievous fire in my heart. So I quickly looked down. I began by massaging the Tsuchi point. This point clears heat, dispels wind, and harmonizes chi and blood. Then turning her over, I pressed the Feishu point. Regulates lung chi and relieves cough. Madam, do you feel less desire to cough? Madam closed her eyes and softly murmured, Then I pressed the Fengshui acupoint, letting my hands slide down the outside of her thighs. Madame Duan's jade-like face flushed with pink, and she kept repeating to herself, for the sake of healing, for the sake of healing. Dr. Lin, your skills really work. Her voice softened. Finally, I reached the Shuahai point, on the inner thigh. The moment my hand landed there, Madame Duan couldn't help but let out a delicate cry. Ah. Outside the light veil, Sue anxiously asked, Madam, are you all right? I'm fine, just a little sore. I chuckled silently. Back when my grandfather chased me to learn traditional medicine, I stubbornly refused. Never thought it would come in handy today, both to please the magistrate and gain favor with Madame Duan. Where else would I find such good fortune? After finishing the treatment, Madame Duan broke into a fragrant sweat, her eyes shining bright. Will you come again tomorrow? If not tomorrow, then the day after. For the first half-month, massage every other day. After that, teach Madame some martial arts techniques to accompany the prescriptions. We will surely cure her completely. Madame Duan brightened up. Suewei, go to the cashier's office and pay 20 taels of silver as consultation fees. 20 taels? My jaw nearly dropped. That was enough for an ordinary family's expenses for over a year. On the way to the cashier with Suewei, she glanced at me several times. I really didn't expect you to be capable. If the magistrate finds out, I'm sure he will reward you handsomely. I yawned. What I said at Miss Yu's place was all true. By the way, are you familiar with Miss Yu? Yes, we've known each other for 5 or 6 years. Madame's clothes were all made by her. Her family's in Sanji Town. Suewei pushed open the cashier's door. Miss Yu is a pitiful woman. When she was young, her parents sold her off as a good-luck bride. Her husband died on the wedding day, and his family bullied her every day after that. Later, during the Yenzhou military chaos, she fled to Hangzhou, survived by mending clothes, scrimped, and saved to open a ready-made garment shop. It hasn't been easy. No wonder she had such a startled reaction when I asked if she spent New Year's Eve alone that day. At the cashier, 20 taels of silver were handed over without delay. Suewei then pulled out paper and pen for me to write the prescription. TSK, the magistrate's house is rich. Such good paper even for writing prescriptions. I picked up the pen and wrote down. Internal medicine, wind dispersing and itch relieving prescription, 5 ingredients. Jingjia, Fongfong, cicada slew. Suewei looked at my crooked handwriting and covered her mouth, laughing. Dr. Lin, you can write too? Just a bit ugly. I coughed awkwardly. No interruptions. This one is for external use. Huangqin, Huangbai, Kushin, Shechuangzi decocted for washing. At least once every 3 days. Got it. Got it. I tucked the money bag and left. This move was brilliant. When Lord Duan heard the treatment was extremely effective, he was overjoyed. The rumors spurred by Guiyong were completely forgotten. Not only did I avoid jail time, but Lord Duan also rewarded me an extra 30 taels of consultation fees, saying that if I could fully cure Madame's illness, he owed me a great favor. I kept to the arrangement, going every other day to massage Madame Duan. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I mentioned expanding the courtyard. Neighbors were easy to negotiate with since Aunt Lu and Uncle Li had benefited from me before, plus the expansion northwards wouldn't infringe on their land. The tricky part was getting official approval, but Madame Duan arranged it without hesitation. March arrived, spring flowers blossomed. After finishing another treatment for Madame Duan, I headed straight to the main street lined with dental shops in town, stopping in front of Zhou's dental shop. The owner, Zhou Cheng, around 35 or 36, with a mustache and shifty eyes, welcomed me eagerly. Please come in, sir. Old goods, house rentals, matchmaking, even catching adulterers, we do it all. I raised an eyebrow. You catch adulterers too? Of course. Everyone in Jinyuan City knows about my skills at catching cheaters. I was amused. I want to buy a second-hand loom for my wife to practice on. Perfect. Just got a notice a few days ago. Do you want a plain loom Or a jacquard loom for brocade? Just a plain loom. Zhou Cheng pulled out some documents. 2 taels of silver, about 70 to 80% new. The seller covers the intermediary fee. Half down as deposit. Pay the rest after inspection upon delivery. I paid the deposit and bought some food to take home. Ever since I treated Madame Duan, Lord Duan decisively dealt with Wang Long and his gang. Liang Wei, Wang Wu, and another hunter were beheaded and displayed publicly. Wang Long squandered his family fortune and was exiled to serve in the military. The battles around Jinyuan Pass were fierce. Sooner or later, he'd die on the battlefield. The dark cloud finally dispersed. Renovations at home were scheduled. Mason Zhangjiang from Sangji Town came over several times to discuss. Qing dynasty houses followed just a few standard styles. The original thatched house was neither warm nor hygienic, but cheap. Only cost 4 taels for 2 rooms back then. Above that were brick, wood, and tile houses. A tile-roofed room cost 20 to 30 taels, doubled in the city. I planned 1 main tile-roofed house, 1 wing room, a storeroom, and a kitchen, 4 tile-roofed rooms in total, plus a chicken coop, cattle pen, dog kennel, and courtyard walls. Altogether would cost over 100 taels. I was sinking all the silver the Black Fox had sold into this. With the money in hand, I didn't hesitate, and after discussing with my 3 wives, we confirmed the plan. I told Zhang Jiang to select the best materials, hire the most skilled craftsmen, and build it in the shortest time. Zhang Jiang recommended 20 experienced craftsmen and promised completion within 40 days. I signed the labor contract with them and waited for the materials to arrive. I turned to the Park family for building materials. They still owed me a favor, which came in handy now. Park Bok personally secured the best materials at the lowest prices, and Zhang Jiang personally verified their quality. They were top-notch. With this help, the debts of favors between the 2 families were settled. Mid-March, at the Duan residence. I had been performing acupuncture on Madame Duan for half a month. She lay on the couch with her eyes closed, enjoying the treatment, having moved from initial shyness to now calm acceptance. "Dr. Lin, do you need any help with renovating your home?" she asked softly. I shook my head. "The craftsmen and materials are all ready. Work starts the day after tomorrow." "Madam, today is the last treatment session. You won't need acupuncture anymore." I glanced at her. This beautiful woman, I wanted to get closer to her, but there were too many matters at home to attend to. The house renovation, cinnabar mining, spring plowing, all demanded my worry. Madame Duan opened her eyes and looked at me, a flicker of something unfamiliar in her gaze. "So it seems we won't be seeing each other much anymore?" I smiled and pulled out a sachet embroidered with peonies from my pocket. "Don't worry, madam. Once my work is done, I'll come to teach you the 5 animal frolics. This is a special sachet I made, containing atractalodes, angelica, and chuanqiu." Madame Duan held the sachet and sniffed it, her eyes burning with warmth. "It's only interesting since Dr. Lin came. I wish you'd come often." I swallowed hard and gave a dry laugh. What did she mean by that? Was she showing affection for me? I didn't dare respond. I just gave a vague reply and took my leave. 2 days later, the house renovation began. The 3 wives and I stayed temporarily in a wooden hut. The wives studied flat weaving machines while I continued hunting in the mountains, occasionally digging cinnabar at Centipede Ridge to sell. On the evening of the 3rd day, I was walking back to the village carrying wild rabbit and fatty fish when Huayun hurriedly approached. "Brother Lin, Wang Long has escaped." I was stunned. Escaped from Jinyuan Pass? He fled under cover of night and even killed a night guard. I heard he defected to the northern barbarians. Huayun ground his teeth angrily. What a disgrace to our river valley village. I sighed. Back when Duan Cheng sentenced him to exile, he left some maneuvering room, which gave this man an opportunity. The authorities should catch him. Don't let it sour your mood. Back home, Chen Qianqian greeted me with a smile. "Husband, the chicken is almost stewed." I handed her the pine mushrooms and chicken mushrooms I had collected to wash. Li Yinwan, the most attentive, noticed my troubled expression. "Husband, what's weighing on you?" "Wang Long defected to the northern barbarians." "You've heard right," Li Yinwan said. "He's gone for good. Why worry?" I shook my head. Wang Long's case reminded me. Don't rely on others, rely on yourself. I hoped Lord Duan would deal with him, but what happened? I want to form a village militia to protect River Valley Village. Since the new year, Bandits had been roaming Yuanbao and Huqiu counties, even entering Jinyuan County. We couldn't just wait to be slaughtered. Li Yanwan spoke softly. The court forbids private associations. Lord Duan might not approve. Let's try. If it fails, I'll organize villagers as hunters under the guise of hunting training. When bandits come, the militia will already be ready. Once it's too late, it's over. Chun Qianqian came in holding the cleaned mushrooms, interrupting us. I rolled up my sleeves and cooked. All the chicken with hazel mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and chicken mushrooms stewed together filled the air with aroma. The four of us ate happily. The next day, I carried wild rabbit and fatty fish into Sanji town. My woodcutting knife was blunt and needed replacing. I sold the game for 171 and took 2 jars of murky wine to the East Lang blacksmith shop, where I encountered Dong Xiner just before closing. Miss Xiner, closing shop at noon to avoid me? Don't make trouble. The blacksmith shop will be closed for 7 days. What's going on? I'm going to Hanzhou City tomorrow to help my master craft weapons. She lowered her voice. Don't roam around lately, especially not in the neighboring counties. My heart stirred. Is something big happening? The Hanzhou authorities are cracking down on bandit cults in Yuanbao and Huqiu counties. They want to wipe them out in one move. The other workers had left that morning. Only she remained to deliver the final batch of weapons. I caught sight of a dozen horizontal swords neatly lined up on the table. Who's so generous to order 10 or more swords at once? Not one person. Over this period, several customers have come. She pointed at my old woodcutting knife. Your order is the last one I accepted. I took out a tael of silver and placed it down. Make one like this for me. I'll pick it up tomorrow afternoon. I left a jar of wine as a thank you gift and departed. The idea of organizing a village militia grew stronger. Just as I got home, a letter disrupted my plan. Luda at Fuyuan Leather Shop wrote, There's a major matter to discuss. A joint venture for a big profit. Come quickly. Early the next day, I went into the county town. Luda was grinning ear to ear. Little friend Lin, do you know who the cinnabar buyers are? I know the rules. I shouldn't ask. Yesterday, the buyers sent me a letter. They want top-quality arrowhead cinnabar, no matter how much it costs, 30% above market price. The buyers are none other than the famed Sanqing Temple of Hanzhou. Sanqing Temple? I was taken aback. Luda chuckled. With the current sage's reverence for the Tao and the longing for immortality, this year's longevity festival requires Taoist temples to offer elixirs of longevity. The temple that presents the best elixir will be named the top temple under heaven. Sanqing Temple wants that honor, so they've been buying cinnabar on the black market at high prices. I was at a loss for words. Cultivators were willing to shell out huge sums for the elusive golden core flower. But I was desperately short on money right now. The village militia needed to be formed, and money was the priority. Deal. I agreed outright. Every 5 days, you'll give me 30 caddies of arrowhead sand, and we settle the bill each time. Luda was ecstatic. No place in the entire north produces arrowhead sand of such high quality. The Sanqing Temple definitely agrees. Full of food and drink, I schemed. Making tens of thousands of taels off this arrowhead sand would be a breeze. With a single word from the emperor, I could make a fortune. No wonder the ancients all wanted to be emperor. Leaving Jinyuan City, it was still not dark. I decided to go to Sanji town to fetch the firewood knife, so I could go up the mountain to chop wood tomorrow. At dusk, light rain began to fall. I held up my umbrella and carried the wine as I walked forward. The street was nearly empty. The lanterns at the East Lang blacksmith shop were still lit, but the shop doors were tightly closed. Miss Xiner, I'm here. Inside, Dong Xiner's trembling voice answered, Brother Lin, I'm not available today. Come back tomorrow. I was stunned, then laughed. The blacksmith shop isn't the warm fragrance pavilion. Needing to pick a date, is it? I pushed open the door. The shop was lit by only one oil lamp, dim and eerie. Dong Xiner stood behind the counter, a stiff smile on her face. Brother Lin, I owe you 101. Today isn't convenient. We'll talk later. I stared at her, nose twitching as I sniffed. Something was off. My eyes darted, and I slid 2 jars of wine onto the counter. You won't pay your debts? Fine, I'm not leaving. I grabbed the firewood knife and looked around, clear in my mind. Dong Xiner nearly cried out, Lin Feng, please leave quickly. All right, I'll leave. But, taking advantage of reaching to push the wine jar forward, I sneaked a glance under the counter. there was a corner of cloth. "This jar of wine's for you." As the wine jar hit the ground and shattered, I grabbed Dong Xin'er's shoulder, yanked her out from behind the counter with one arm, and casually pushed the oil lamp. Bang! The oil lamp crashed to the floor, and the spilled wine ignited. Fire! There's a fire! A man beneath the counter, whose clothing caught flame, jumped up in panic and collided with the flash of my knife. Thwack! The blade pierced his chest. He died instantly. Kill old 6. 2 men jumped out from under the table and behind the beams, brandishing horizontal swords. These swords were longer than hunting knives. I casually hurled the last jar of wine with force. The man on the left raised his sword to block. Crack! The jar shattered, drenching him with foul-smelling wine. Before he could react, my blade was already at his throat. He staggered backward, clearly destined to die here. The man on the right lunged straight for my chest with his horizontal sword. I switched tactics on the fly and turned to face him. Clang! The 2 blades clashed, sparks flying everywhere. We locked arms in a struggle, and I gave a fierce roar, knocking the horizontal sword aside. The man on the right had just stepped back when the man on the left swung again, a blade flashing directly at my head. I didn't retreat but pressed forward, lowering my center of gravity and crashing into him. My hunting knife stabbed into his abdomen. Thunk! The blade pierced through the stomach as we both tumbled to the ground, blood soaking our clothes. I pressed down on him and plunged my knife in again, finishing him off. Then, I shouted at the still trembling Dong Xin'er. "Xin'er, go get help." The young girl snapped to her senses and scrambled out. The man on the right wildly rushed me, while from the back room of the blacksmith shop another man, the leader Zhang Ji, appeared. I drew my hunting knife and threw it like a flying knife with a whoosh, embedding it in the thigh of the man charging ahead, who screamed and collapsed. I picked up a horizontal sword from the ground and fought Zhang Ji in a violent brawl. The guy was flustered right from the start. I struck hard, each blow targeting his vital points. Swish! One slash left a bloody scar across his face. Zhang Ji was terrified and yelled, "Lu San, run." Then he turned and fled to the backyard. I hesitated briefly but decided to chase after the lame Lu San. Taking 3 steps in 2 strides, I caught up, kicked him over, and pinned him to the ground. Dong Xin'er's cries for help attracted the neighbors, and together they tied up Lu San like a zongzi dumpling. She saw my blood-soaked clothes and paled. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" I patted my belly. "This blood's all theirs." "Xin'er, what happened?" After hearing her halting account, I understood. These thugs had planned to kidnap her, but seeing me arrive, they forced her to send me away. I lifted Lu San and smiled. "With that look on your face, who wouldn't know you're suspicious? Plus that foul smell on you." I smelled it the moment I stepped inside. The gathered neighbors chatted excitedly. I gratefully cupped my hands and sent them all home first, promising to escort them to the officials tomorrow. Back in the blacksmith shop, I dragged the bodies to the backyard and began interrogating Lu San. Under the lone lamp, I crossed my arms and studied him. "You're Lu San? You've been hanging around the mountains, right?" He raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" "You've got calluses from gripping knives on your hands, a dirty face, and your shoes wear out in a particular way, a mountain bandit." Dong Xin'er watched in astonishment. "You guys grabbed the horizontal swords because you were ready to make a move. Talk. Do I have to force you?" Lu San twisted his face, adopting the stubborn, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water attitude. "Tough guy? Fine." I drew my broad knife and stepped forward slowly. Poochie, the broad knife plunged into his thigh, twisting a bit. It didn't hit an artery, but the pain made him sweat like rain. "Kill me, and I still won't talk." I pulled out the knife and gave him a thumbs up. "Really tough? Xin'er, get some paper." Dong Xin'er shook as she handed me a few sheets. One hand holding the teapot, the other the paper. I approached Lu San. "There's a torture called the water trial. You're lucky, you're the first to try it." I covered his face with paper and poured hot tea over it. Ugh, ugh. Lu San struggled violently, twisting his body like a worm. "Don't rush, that's only the first sheet." I applied another sheet and continued pouring. Dong Xin'er whispered, "He might not make it." "Oh." I added another layer. When he reached his limit, I peeled off the paper. Lu San gasped heavily, like an old ox. I grabbed another sheet. "Continue." "No. I'll tell everything. The Tiger Mountain Gang's boss is Wan Chun. They're planning to loot Jinyuan County soon, searching everywhere for broad knives. Tonight, they intend to take the knives and money and leave. My expression darkened. How many? Our group is 1,000 strong, and other factions add up to more than 2,000. Last year, during the Liao and Bei military taxes trouble, refugees all fled to the mountains, doubling the numbers. 3,000 bandits. My heart skipped a beat. Jinyuan County's militia was only 1,000 strong. No way to hold them off. Shinner, gather the silver and weapons. Go back to Higu village and find village head Ding. Muster the able-bodied. Before you leave, inform the villagers in town. What about you? I have to go to Jinyuan City to see the magistrate. I rented a carriage and rushed Lu San overnight to Jinyuan City. Zhang Ji had fled, and the bandits might strike ahead of schedule. We had to buy time. At the hour of evening, the magistrate of Jinyuan City, Duan Cheng, was awakened by urgent knocking at his mansion. The county captain from Xia County had sent men, only twice during these 8 years, once for floods and once for northern barbarian invasions. A third visit meant serious trouble. In the main hall of the government office, Magistrate Duan Cheng, Captain Xia Yin, County Assistant Qian Sun, and Registrar Guiyong had all gathered. Xia Yin pointed at me and Lu San in the corner. Sir, let Lin Feng explain. I recounted the situation. Zhang Ji escaped. The brigands will likely strike soon. Sweat broke out on Duan Cheng's forehead. Captain Xia, can the county militia hold them off? Xia Yin frowned. We have 1,000 men in actual service. Protecting the whole county is difficult. Registrar Guiyong hurriedly asked, what about defending just the city? That we can manage. Then that's good. Duan Cheng exhaled in relief. Jinyuan City is in your hands. Xia Yin hesitated. Sir, we can't neglect the villages and towns. How many do you pull out? 300? 500? If the city falls, everyone suffers. Duan Cheng shut him down. I stepped forward. Magistrate Duan, with due respect, the Tiger Mountain bandits are divided and won't attack the city together. They will focus on looting villages and towns. It's better to dispatch 500 men from the city to provide aid and recruit local militia to fight. Guiyong sneered. A mere hunter dares to mouth off here? 500 against 3,000? That's a trap for the city. I wanted to argue, but Duan Cheng waved his hand. Given Lin's contributions, no punishment. Captain Xia, jointly petition Han Prefecture for reinforcements. Let Clerk Su draft a notice to inform the people to resist the bandits together. My anger surged. I was livid. The word from above was clear. Protect the city, but leave the villages to fend for themselves? Sacrifice the people to block the knives? I gritted my teeth to speak, but Xia Yin pulled me out of the main hall. Lin Feng, Magistrate Duan has decided it won't change. I'll do my best in the documents to urge for reinforcements. They should arrive in 3 days if swift. If you want, you can stay in the city for shelter. I glanced back at Duan inside and shook my head. Several hundred people live in our village. I can't abandon them. Xia Yin looked deep into my eyes. Brave and wise, compassionate and honorable. He untied the goose feather knife at his waist and handed it to me. This knife is for you. Protect Higu village and survive. I accepted it with both hands and inhaled deeply. Thank you, Captain Xia. Driving the carriage along the back road back, by noon I saw thick smoke billowing in the distance. Sanji town was on fire. The bandits moved even faster than I expected. I sped toward it. On Sanji's main street, a group of bandits were killing anyone they saw and robbing all the money. A bandit lieutenant kicked over a stall, slashing the owner to death, then set his sights on the Moon Maiden clothing shop. 3 rushed inside to pillage cloth. 2 headed to the backyard. Suddenly, the 2 shouted, Boss, there's a beautiful woman here. The lieutenant ran over but saw someone slipping out the back door. Trash. Chase. In a narrow alley, a woman wearing a pale red dress, clutching a small bundle, was Lin Shiyue. She ran panting, when suddenly the bandit lieutenant jumped out ahead. Ah! She collapsed softly to the ground. Boss, this woman's like a fairy. Shall we offer her to the chief? Are you stupid? Enjoy her ourselves first, then present her. The lieutenant's eyes gleamed green. You 2 guard her. The rest form a line behind us. Lin Shiyue lifted the bundle. Hero, take all the money, I beg you. A bandit slapped the bundle out of her hands and grabbed her chin. If you want to play, you have to pay. He tore her clothes apart, revealing her fair skin beneath the pink belly band. Without hesitation, he pinned her down on the ground. Just then, I arrived. The two bandits at the alley entrance shouted, "Who goes there?" I slashed my blade, splattering blood everywhere. I kicked a severed head on the ground and threw it. Instinctively, the bandit leader swung his sword, Shing asterisk, cutting off his own comrade's head, blood splattering across his face. He was stunned, and my swan feather saber was already at his throat. This guy was skilled, managing to block the strike. But I wielded the swan feather saber in my right hand and a horizontal blade in my left. The second blade thrust upward straight to his heart. Puffed, the blade pierced through his back, and the body collapsed heavily beside Lin Qiua. She trembled, covering her face. "Please spare me. Take all the money." I shook the blood off my blades and smiled. "Boss Lin, a few days apart, and you don't recognize me?" She was stunned for a moment, then lowered her hand. "Lin Feng? Am I dreaming?" From behind, I took down a bundle and tossed it to her. "Change your clothes quickly. We can't stay in Sanji Town anymore." Only then did she realize her exposed state and blushed, hurriedly turning away to dress. "Where are we going?" "River Valley Village." "Shouldn't we go to the county seat? It's safer there. My 3 wives and the whole village are still there. You want me to run away? Go yourself." She was upset by my sharp words, but thinking of the bandit leader's vicious face and how dangerous it'd be for a woman alone, she relented. "Fine, I'll go with you." We slipped through a narrow alley out of town, found the hidden carriage, and headed straight for River Valley Village. Looking back, Sanji Town was engulfed in flames, screams and cries filling the air. After this calamity, who knows how many would be left alive? River Valley Village, dusk. In Ding Chi's courtyard, the village chief and all the able-bodied men gathered. The old chief frowned deeply, smoking his pipe repeatedly. "Chief, we have to do something." In River Valley Village, Hua Yun and Zhu Sheng were debating whether to resist the bandits. Ding Yan advocated for paying to avoid disaster, but Hua Yun and Zhu Sheng firmly opposed. In the middle of their quarrel, Lu Xian ran in shouting, "Chief, the bandits have reached Xinglong Village. They kill on sight, looting people, money, and women." Before he finished, hooves and shouts sounded from the west side of the village. "Seize the grain. Take the money. Grab the women." The bandits had already stormed in. Zhu Sheng grabbed his hunting bow and shouted, "Young and old, men, follow me," leading the able-bodied men to fight. But although the hunters were strong, none had killed before and hesitated to strike hard. Over 30 ruthless bandits cut down several villagers quickly, forcing them to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, I was hurrying Lin Qiua home. Inside the Lu household, Yin Wan, Yin Ning, Qianqian, and Dong Xian are hid, with Aunt Lu also present. Bang! The courtyard gate was kicked open, and 2 bandits charged in. Dong Xianer bravely crept to the door, ready to strike the moment it opened. Sadly, the bandit in front dodged easily, disarmed her, and pushed her to the ground. Damn, did the men in this village step in dog poop? Every wife is prettier than the last. The bandit called Stone's eyes gleamed. Another bandit named Old Nine unbuckled his belt as he came in. Yin Wan drew a hidden dagger and stood in front. "Take one more step, and I'll kill you." Old Nine sneered, slapping away the dagger and grabbing Yin Wan. I'll kill you all." Lu Xian rushed in like a young bull, but rammed into Old Nine's ribs, knocking him away. Old Nine stood and slapped Lu Xian in the face 3 times, blood covering him, then threw him into the courtyard and stomped on him. "You little bastard. You dare to sneak attack me? You're asking for death." Aunt Lu cried for mercy. Lu Xian refused to back down, shouting, "Wait for Brother Lin to come and kill you all." Old Nine drew his blade, ready to strike. Just then, I arrived outside the courtyard and shot an arrow. Clang! The arrow deflected the blade and struck next to Lu Xian's ear. Old Nine looked up. I stared coldly. "Let him go, and I'll spare your miserable lives." Lu Xian's eyes lit up. "Brother Lin." Old Nine grinned and raised his knife again. "I'll kill him first, then chop you up." I said no more, firing 3 consecutive arrows. Old Nine barely blocked the first 2, but the third pierced his chest, and he collapsed with a thud. Stone sensed danger and charged with his blade. As we crossed paths, I slashed his throat with one stroke. In the pool of blood, Yin Wan cried into my arms, followed closely by Yin Ning and Qian Qian, burying their faces and weeping. Dong Xin'er bandaged her scraped arm, sniffling but managing a smile. Brother Lin, I knew you would come back. I walked over and patted Lu Xian's shoulder. Well done. You're a true man now. Were you scared just now? A little. I shoved the dagger at his waist into his hand. If you encounter the enemy, stab them through the chest with one strike and kill them. Then there's nothing to fear. That guy isn't dead yet. Go avenge the villagers. Aunt Lu shouted anxiously, but Lu Xian turned back and smiled. Mother, Brother Lin is a good man. He wouldn't lie to me. I will protect you all. Lu Xian gripped the knife tightly, stabbed it through old Jio's chest with one thrust, then ran to the wall and vomited violently. I called Lin Shuyue inside and told Dong Xin'er and the others to hide at Uncle Li's house first. Lu Xian, protect your mother and the others. Don't worry, Brother Lin. The village was thrown into chaos. The bandits scattered in small groups to loot, giving me the chance to defeat them one by one. I took down 2 groups in succession, rescuing Hua Yun, Zhu Sheng, and 2 others. With them, we fought again and killed 7 more. The remaining bandits finally realized what was happening and gathered to counterattack. But they didn't know that I had already taken out 7 or 8 of Liang Wei's men alone in the mountains. After a fierce battle, 3 escaped, and the rest were all slaughtered by us. As night fell, the survivors gathered around the bonfire to discuss. Zhu Sheng had bloodstained cloth wrapped around his arms and legs. 3 escaped. They'll definitely come back with reinforcements sooner or later. You want me, Zhu Sheng, to back down? Only if I'm dead. Ding Yin frowned bitterly. We lost 12 strong men and dozens more injured. The bandits have 3,000. How do we fight them? Let's run into the mountains to take refuge. Hua Yin scoffed coldly. Last time you said losing money would bring peace. How did that turn out? The village chief tapped his tobacco pipe. Lin Feng, what do you think we should do? I crossed my arms and said, running into the mountains is the worst option. The bandit troubles have already reached Hanzhou Prefecture. The Hanzhou troops will arrive in Jinyuan County in 2 or 3 days. If we can hold on just 1 or 2 more days. Besides, if we flee, there will be nothing left of the village. Just ruins. Do you have the money to rebuild? Ding Yin protested. What if the bandits storm the village? They won't get in. I said firmly. If you want to live, listen to me. Those who don't trust me can go with Ding Yan. I won't stop them. In the end, 80% stayed, while 20% followed Ding Yan into the mountains. I divided the people into 3 groups. Hua Yun led the hunters to set traps on the passes we had to defend. The able-bodied built fortifications and sealed several choke points. Women and children tended fires for cooking, sewed leather armor, and cared for the wounded. Lu Xian took half the older kids to transport timber and bricks. The whole River Valley village began to operate like a machine. Around midnight, the village was pitch black and silent, like a crouching giant. Woo, woo, woo. 3 low moans sounded from outside the village. After a tease time, over 100 men on horseback arrived outside. The leader was a young man riding a tall horse, holding a heavy iron rod. Handsome, but with a sinister aura. The 3 bandits who escaped pointed at the village. Young chief, this is the place. There's a fierce archer here. The young chief spat. Useless. You 3 lead the charge, go. The 3 bandits nervously crept toward the village entrance, knives in hand. Shoo. A whistle sounded and a volley of arrows flew out. 1 died on the spot, 2 were hit and fell screaming. Wan Liang, the young chief, laughed coldly. Small village, big gusts of evil wind. Light the torches, charge. The bandits split into 2 groups, advancing frontally and flanking simultaneously. They moved in an S pattern to dodge the arrows and soon broke into the village. Boom. The ground in the village collapsed, and 9 bandits fell into pits filled with sharpened wooden spikes, turning them into porcupines. From the flank, a crippled ally ran back. Young chief, the flanks are covered with caltrops and crossbows. 6 more down. Wan Liang's temple throbbed. He struck the allies back with his rod. Trash. Follow me. Charge from the front. Wan Liang was a formidable fighter, swinging his heavy iron rod like a fierce storm, dodging and knocking down arrows. He chased the hunters across the rooftops, shooting one in the back, but no blood flowed. The hunter wore leather armor sewn overnight by Yin Wan and the others. At that moment, A flurry of whistles sounded ahead. 6 hunters rushed out from 2 narrow alleys, pushing carts piled with straw and branches. Meanwhile, the pillars on either side of the village entrance, smeared with pine oil, crashed down with a roar. I shouted sharply, "Fire bottle team, throw!" The hunters hurled modified burning jars fashioned from wine jars. Bang! 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 Balls of flame exploded among the bandits. Wan Liang's startled steed threw him down. 2 pillars caught fire, flames encircled on all sides. "We've been trapped. Young chief, what now?" The bandits fell into chaos. Wan Liang got up and roared, "Shut up! Charge! Kill them all!" I drew the goose feather saber given by County Captain Xia Yan, my gaze sharp. "Brothers, whether River Valley Village holds or falls depends on this battle. Charge with me. This fight was for our home, for our loved ones. Lose, and we lose everything." I rode at the forefront, my goose feather saber flashing. A bandit's head fell to the ground. The 30 or so men following me had their chests and abdomens bulging, inside filled with leather armor made from animal skin and cotton fabric. One bandit slashed at Hua Yun's stomach, but the leather armor blocked the killing blow. Hua Yun countered with a strike to his neck, then pushed the body to knock down several others. My target was clear, Wan Liang. Wan Liang wielded a forged iron staff and struck down 3 strong men in succession, completely unaware that I had closed in to within 5 steps. I suddenly waved my hand. "Attack!" 2 men on the rooftops of the wings shot arrows simultaneously. Wan Liang's eyes scanned all directions. He leapt to the side to dodge the first arrow and swung his staff to knock down the second. What kind of hero uses hidden arrows to wound others? Before he could finish, new arrows flew in. As he dodged, Zhu Sheng, accompanied by a strong youth, charged from behind. One grabbed his waist, the other locked his arm. "Seize him!" Wan Liang was shocked, swinging his forged iron staff to strike the youth on his left. "Young chief." The bandits in the distance, seeing Wan Liang ensnared, erupted into chaos and swarmed forward to rescue him. This was the moment. I burst from the crowd, my wild goose feather blade stabbing straight at Wan Liang's abdomen. The blade pierced through his clothing, cutting through his leather armor, clang, but was unexpectedly blocked. This guy was armored underneath. I roared fiercely, plunging forward with all my strength, simultaneously slashing diagonally with the long blade. SHSS. Wan Liang's clothing and leather armor were torn apart, revealing a finely crafted cotton ring armor beneath. A bandit leader actually wore such a thing. This was far beyond my expectations. I slashed upward along his face with the wild goose feather blade, the blade grazing his cheekbone. "Ah!" Wan Liang screamed miserably as the blade sliced from his chin up to his forehead, completely destroying his left eye. Blood gushed out, and the fluid from the eyeball spilled forth. "Young chief." The bandits went mad and swarmed upon me. In intense pain, Wan Liang unleashed astonishing strength, shaking off the youth who controlled his left arm, swinging the forged iron staff in a sweeping arc. I had to fall back. Taking advantage of the chaos, the bandits dragged Wan Liang away. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Wan Liang, nearly fainting from pain, had only this one thought left. The commander gave the order. The bandits carried him and sprinted away. Though 2 pillars still burned at the village entrance, they broke through regardless. Could I let them go? Leading the able-bodied villagers, I pursued and pressed the attack. War relies heavily on momentum. Earlier, the villagers were chased by over 30 bandits. Now, with me leading, we pushed back more than 100 bandits until they broke and fled. We stopped after half a mile, picking up scattered weapons and armor along the way. Wan Liang's forces suffered heavy losses. Over 100 came in, but fewer than 45 left alive. This battle lifted the spirits of Higu village high. As I led the youths back to the village, villagers came out from their homes. Village chief Ding Chi shed tears. "Erlang, you saved our Higu village." "Erlang is the savior of our Higu village." I steadied Ding Chi. "Chief, you flatter me. Higu village is also my home." Then I shifted the subject. "We can't relax now. We must quickly seal the village entrance and strengthen our defenses." Earlier, I had deliberately left a gap to lure the enemy in. Now the trap was revealed and had to be sealed. Ding Chi nodded, personally overseeing the work. In the village center, Hua Yun led others in scavenging the bandit corpses. Silver coins, copper coins, leather armor, and weapons piled up. Brother Lin. Hua Yin excitedly held up a horizontal knife. I reminded him, all loot must be registered, especially silver. After the battle, it will be distributed to everyone, especially to the families of those who fell. Hua Yin nodded seriously. Brother Lin, rest assured, no one will dare hoard anything secretly. 58 bandits had died, each carrying silver coins. But I cared more about the weapons and armor, for with these, the youths of Higu village had their first batch of military gear. Armed, we could confidently repel another 100 attackers. No more bandits came by until dawn. I lay with my eyes closed on Li Yanwan's lap, resting. In the room, Li Yaning and Chun Qianqian lay asleep, nestled together. Dong Xiner and Lin Shuyue were restless. Li Yanwan tenderly massaged my temples. Husband, sleep a while. I held her hand with my eyes closed. I'm fine. Back then during drills, I often went days and nights without sleep. Drills. I accidentally let the truth slip in a moment of laxity, quickly covering. Just practicing hunting drills with the brothers in the mountains. Li Yanwan sighed. You work too hard, husband. I smiled silently. Holding the cinnabar, I wasn't short on money, but hunting helped divert attention and had become addictive. We chatted intermittently. I drifted into a hazy sleep. After rush traveling from Sangji town to Zhanyuan city, then to Higu village, I hadn't had a proper rest. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next afternoon. My stomach growled. The three women weren't in the room. When I stepped out, I saw a woman busy by the stove. Her figure and clothing resembled Li Yanwan. Rabbit meat simmered in the pot, emitting a delicious aroma. I crept up quietly and slipped my arms around her, my large hand searching along her waist. Yanwan, why didn't you wake me? I kissed her ear. She stiffened, breathing growing rapid. Playing hard to get with your husband? My hands rose, just touching the edges of her ample curves. She squirmed away like scratched by a cat. Lin Feng, you've got the wrong person. I froze, looking up. This wasn't Li Yanwan. It was Lin Shuyue. Boss Lin, why are you wearing Yanwan's clothes? Lin Shuyue blushed deeply, arms crossed, both embarrassed and angry. Yanwan and the others went to help the village women cook and take care of the wounded. My clothes were torn, so Yanwan lent me hers. Who would have thought you would hug someone so casually? I blushed, scratching my head. Sorry, you two have similar builds, and your hair is styled the same way. I mistook you. But inwardly, I found it amusing. When I first met Lin Shuyue, she was the one teasing me. Why was she shy now? Forget it. Ignorance is no crime. Lin Shuyue rolled her eyes at me. Next time, look carefully before hugging someone. Let's eat. She lifted the pot lid, and the rabbit stew was perfectly cooked. While eating, I asked about the village situation. Since we drove Wan Liang away last night, no bandits had come. The village's defenses were already built, solidly made from earth, stones, and wood. The wounded were properly taken care of, and as I ordered, the bandit corpses were all thrown outside the village to deter thieves. I felt slightly relieved and wiped my mouth. I didn't realize Boss Lin was quite a good cook, not worse than your tailoring skills. She scoffed lightly. Don't keep calling me Boss Lin. It sounds distant. What should I call you then? She twisted her waist and went to wash the dishes. Just call me like Shinner does. I was stunned for a moment, then laughed. All right, I'll call you Lady Yu from now on. After living and dying together through Sangji town and Higu village, Lin Shuyue and I grew closer, both understanding the feeling without saying it aloud. After eating, I began inspecting the village defenses. In the middle of the village, Lu Xin came running quickly. Brother Lin, there's a situation at the village entrance. A large force is approaching. Brother Hua is asking you to come quickly. I silently cursed. Wan Liang really had brought reinforcements. At the village entrance, the able-bodied men hid behind the fortifications, peering through the wooden gaps at what was outside. At sunset, the light was dim, but they could faintly see a troop advancing. I took off my hunting bow and whispered, "Stay calm. Only shoot when I give the order." The approaching force grew larger, at least 500 or 600 men. My heart sank. I thought Wan Chun had just over 1,000 troops. Why send half to attack this tiny village? I pulled back an arrow, my palms sweating. If the village fell, I could only take Yin Wan and the other 2 women into the mountains to hide. Wait. I suddenly widened my eyes. These aren't bandits. They wore deep red military uniforms with matching red leather armor, carrying blazing red banners. The Great Qin dynasty was fire-themed, so their army wore red. Huayan rubbed her eyes. Brother Lin, is that the Hanzhou army? I took a deep breath and shouted outside. Are you the Hanzhou reinforcements? After a brief silence, a familiar and joyful voice came back. Lin Feng? You're still alive? It's me, Chief Inspector Xing's son. Chief Inspector Xing. I couldn't hold back my excitement. The young men breathed a sigh of relief. The reinforcements had finally arrived. I led the able-bodied men forward. Beside Xing's son stood a heroic young officer, tall, square-faced, with thick eyebrows extending into his temples. Lin Feng, this is Captain Li Yi of the Hanzhou army. Xing's son introduced. Captain Li has been clearing out bandits along the way. I clasped my fists in salute. Humble Lin Feng pays respects to Captain Li. Li Yi frowned at the scattered bandit corpses. Lin Feng, what happened here? Why haven't you gathered the villagers dead? I quickly explained. Sir, these are bandit bodies, not villagers. The villagers' casualties have all been properly handled. Xing's son was shocked. We've seen many villages devastated, with heavy civilian casualties, but very few bandit corpses. How many have you killed? I told the truth. 2 battles in total. We killed over 80 bandits. 39 of our villagers, including young men, women, and children, were lost. Were you a soldier? Li Yi asked in surprise, glancing at the village defenses, simple but well arranged. I smiled sheepishly. Sir, I was just a hunter. I learned some fighting skills from my brother since childhood. When bandits attacked, I fought them like hunting wild beasts, and luckily won 2 battles. Li Yi's eyes flashed with approval. Killing so many bandits without being a soldier is impressive. Chief Inspector Xing, let's stay tonight in Higu village. After entering the village and seeing the situation, Li Yi took me more seriously. That evening he offered me an olive branch and asked if I wanted to join the military. I frankly said I wanted to stay and protect my hometown, and asked if he could help me set up a local militia. Li Yi was only a captain and didn't have that authority, but he had a prestigious background. He was the adopted son of General Li Chongliang, commander of Hanzhou. Because banditry was rampant recently, Hanzhou's government was considering loosening controls on local militias. Li Yi promised to report my achievements and try to secure a minor militia officer position for me. Jinyuan County, Pingning Town. Pingning Town was in chaos, with burned homes and corpses scattered everywhere. The most luxurious house in town served as the bandits' den. In the council hall, the head bandit Wan Qin sat in the main seat, flanked by second-in-command Feng Yuan and third-in-command Feng Qing. Wan Liang's face was wrapped in white cloth, with only his right eye exposed. He knelt and begged, Godfather, please send troops. Destroy Higu village and avenge my child. Feng Yuan's dark face showed a hint of disdain. Young deputy chief, just one broken village has cost you over 50 brothers. If we stir up more trouble, and the other mountain lords of Menghu Mountain find out, they'll laugh at our Menghu fort's incompetence. Wan Liang's face turned red with frustration. The hunters of Higu village are formidable. How formidable can they be? Incompetence is incompetence. Don't make excuses. Who are you calling incompetent? Wan Liang clenched his fists and shouted fiercely. Wan Qin finally spoke. Enough. The Hanzhou army has arrived at Jinyuan County. The troops who have come are elite. We've gotten enough gains. It's time to return to Menghu Mountain. Feng Yuan licked his lips. Boss, how about pillaging another village or town? Wan Qin shook his head, tone firm. Li Chongliang is not someone to provoke. Safety first. Rest for 1 day, then head back to Heihu Mountain. Wan Liang wasn't willing to give up, desperate to make achievements. He knelt and begged for soldiers. Godfather, grant me more troops. I will slaughter Higu village. Wan Qin narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flickered in his hawk-like gaze. Feng Qing, who had remained silent all along, stood up, grabbing Wan Liang by the ear and pulling him out. A real man knows when he's lost. There will be plenty of chances to take revenge later. The Hanzhou army has already attacked. Aren't you afraid of dragging your brothers down? Only about 25 or 26 years old, Feng Qing wore a pheasant-feathered helmet and a fitted fish-scale armor, looking spirited and clean-cut. She dragged him far from the council hall before letting go, then slapped Wan Liang's arm hard. You idiot! Acting foolish again. Whatever the great leader decides must not be opposed. Having followed Wan Chun for 5 years, she knew that whenever Wan Chun squinted with that expression, he had murderous intent. Wan Liang pointed at his eye. Sister Qing, the hunter from Higu village ruined my eye. Now I have even less chance to become the chief. Feng Qing was both angry and amused. You're an adopted son. Wan Kuan is the great leader's biological son. How can you compete with him? Better give up early. Your revenge. I'll help you avenge it when we return to Menghu Mountain. No acting recklessly by yourself. With a red tassel spear in one hand and flying stones in the other, her skills were formidable. No one in Menghu Fort dared to underestimate her because of her beauty. Wan Liang had no choice but to yield. All right, but that hunter must be the one I dismember with my own hands. Feng Qing smiled and took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket. Take 1 pill daily. It's excellent for recovery and reinforcement. You're badly injured, don't mess around. Wan Liang's heart warmed, his eyes reddened. Sister Qing, you're still so kind to me. Wan Chun had grown increasingly dismissive of him. Now that one eye was damaged, inheriting the chiefdom became even more unlikely. He pinned all his hatred on me, secretly vowing to flay me alive. In April, the Hanzhou army arrived at Jinyuan County. Several bands of marauders fled back to Menghu Mountain in disarray. The people gradually resumed their lives. Higu village lost 39 people, all wrapped in white mourning cloth. The funerals lasted 3 days with wails merging into one continuous sound. According to Zhang Zheng and Lin Xiuyue, nearly half the households in Sengji town displayed white mourning decorations. By mid-April, order was fully restored. One spring night, Zhang Zheng and I drank in the unfinished courtyard of my home. Brother Lin, don't worry. Tomorrow the craftsmen will all arrive and start repairing your house, Zhang Zheng said. Because the craftsmen had to work in Higu village, under my supervision, only 3 had died in battle. I said, I heard some craftsmen had family victims and just finished mourning. Let them rest a bit. Zhang Zheng gulped some rough wine. No need. Having work to do is better. After tiring yourself out and falling asleep, it's easier. If idle, thoughts of lost loved ones become more painful. He stared at me, voice serious. Brother Lin, I heard you want to organize a militia. When will it be implemented? Many strong young craftsmen in town want to join you. I forced a bitter smile. How do you know? It's just an idea for now. I don't even know if the Hanzhou prefecture officials will approve. Zhang Zheng sighed. Your deeds have spread through several villages in Sengji town. The officials in Jinyuan city don't care if we die. You have great ability. Count me in for your militia when you form it. The bloodied, suffering people all saw me as a great hero, relying on me for protection. After finishing 2 jars of rough wine, I staggered home. Creak. I pushed the door open and called inside. Wife? I'm home. Late at night, Li Yaning and Chun Qianqian were asleep. Only Li Yanwan was still awake. I pulled back the quilt and slipped in without taking off my clothes. It's chilly. Come warm you up. Li Yanwan knew my intent well and lightly pushed my chest, sweetly saying, Husband, taking off your clothes before sleeping isn't too late. I laughed heartily. A few clothes, what's that? Your husband will take care of both you in them. In less than half the time of a teacup, both of us were completely naked, entangled together, the bed creaking nonstop. Li Yanwan's moans lingered in the small room, filled with vibrant spring energy. We were joyful, but Li Yaning and Chun Qianqian were not. They had already fallen asleep, but were disturbed. Chun Qianqian blushed and stared wide-eyed, not daring to breathe, while Li Yaning felt hot all over, but kept silent. After about 20 minutes of activity, drenched in fragrant sweat, Li Yanwan fell asleep from exhaustion. Li Yaning lay with her back to us, just about to rest, when I heard the rustling sound. I hugged her from behind. Husband, she whispered in surprise. I know you're not asleep. Tonight, husband will take good care of you all, sharing his love equally. Li Yaning shyly said, Husband, aren't you tired? I grabbed her big, white bunny tightly. You think husband can't handle it? Wait and see how good it gets. Then I pinched Chun Qianqian's cheek, who was pretending to sleep. Little fox, you can't escape either. Chun Qianqian boldly challenged. I'm waiting. I'm only afraid husband won't have the strength. I smirked wickedly. Little fox, wait and see how formidable husband can be. That night, All three women were exhausted from my antics. The next morning, aside from my waist feeling a bit sore, I was refreshed and chopping wood in the yard. Brother Lin, the village chief wants to see you. Hua Yin called to me from outside the fence. I put down the axe and wiped my sweat. What's the matter? It's still about Ding Yin. He's been leading over 20 people into the Black Mountain for 6 days now. A couple of days ago, the village chief sent someone to look, but no one was found. The chief got so worried he fell ill. With no other options, he begged for your help. I thought about it. It really was serious. With so many people, Ding Yin couldn't have vanished without a trace. Let's go check on the village chief's house. At Ding Chi's home, the old village chief looked several years older overnight, lying weakly on the bed. Zhu Sheng was already there. Erlang, I really don't know what to do. Ding Chi's eyes reddened. That brat Ding Yin is arrogant. If over 20 lives really perish in the mountain, I won't have the face to meet the ancestors of Higu village even in death. Don't worry, village chief. Where exactly did Ding Yin and the others go? Yiren Valley. He's afraid bandits will come and seize people, so he specifically chose the deep part of Black Mountain. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. How much money could over 20 poor people have on them? Would bandits really pursue them into the mountains? This group was clearly scared out of their wits and heading towards disaster. But I couldn't say it out loud. After pondering for a moment, I said, all right, I'll take Hua Yun, Zhu Sheng, plus Lu Xian and 2 hunting dogs to search the mountain. But the mountain's huge. More than 20 people entering is like ants into a rice jar. We can't guarantee we'll find them. I appreciate you all so much. I mentally listed the things we'd need, then instructed Hua Yun and Zhu Sheng to prepare for the early departure the next day. After leaving the village chief's home, I still had to rush to Sanji Town. I had an appointment with Lu, the shopkeeper at Fuyuan Leather Goods, to supply cinnabar on time. We didn't know how long we'd be in the mountains, so I decided to dig out 20 gene of Arrowhead cinnabar and send it over. According to the pricing set by Sanxing Temple, 25 taels per gene, all paid with silver notes. The house was under renovation, so there was no place to keep the silver. I stopped by the clothing shop to check on Xiaoyu, then hurried back to the village to prepare supplies, working late into the night. The next day, I, Zhu Sheng, Hua Yun, and Lu Xian, accompanied by Xiao He and Zhu Sheng's big yellow dog, entered the mountains. It was Lu Xian's first time going into such deep mountains. He was as excited as a curious child, leading the 2 dogs ahead, happily scouting. Zhu Sheng looked serious. Erlang, Yiren Valley is very ominous. My father said there are large, fierce beasts there. What if Ding Yin and the others were eaten by tigers or bears? I shook my head. Tigers and bears are solitary. Even if they encounter people, there's no way they'd eat 20+ people in one go. Most likely, they met some kind of accident and got trapped. Hua Yin grinned. Could it be spirit maze? Zhu Sheng rolled his eyes. Not this again. There's no ghosts or spirits. If there were, I'd just slash them with my sword. After a day and a half, we reached the entrance of Yiren Valley around noon. The valley was low-lying, dimly lit, and densely vegetated. Zhu Sheng and I led with the 2 dogs up front, Lu Xian in the middle, Hua Yun at the rear. Stay alert. After almost half an hour, I suddenly stopped and pointed at a vine. The cut is clean, hunting knife. Not more than half a month old. Hua Yun came over and walked forward a few steps. Brother Lin, there's another one here. Ding Yin and company really came here and even cut vines to make ropes. Following the trail, we found a sunny cave. I drew my horizontal blade and entered first. Inside were burnt charcoal and bedding spread on the rocks. I bent down and picked up a half-dried fruit, then kicked an arrow quiver on the ground. They didn't take their bedding, didn't finish the fruit, and left arrows behind. They left in a hurry, as if scared away by something suddenly. A chill ran down Hua Yun's spine. What do we do? Report to the officials. Jinyuan County is devastated by bandits. No official has the manpower to manage us. I pointed at the 2 dogs. Let the dogs sniff around. Maybe they'll find a clue. The big yellow dog was an experienced hunting dog. Xiao He was untrained but smart. After sniffing, the dog started to search the mountain. Dusk approached. The mountain light grew dim. Woof, woof, woof. We hurried toward the barking. The big yellow dog came wagging its tail, carrying something, a piece of blood-stained hemp cloth. The blood was dry and emitted a foul smell. Brother Lin, look. Liu Xian handed it to me. Judging by the bloodstains, it had to be from 4 or 5 days ago. Liu Xian, fall back. I held my knife in front, cautiously feeling our way. Seeing blood, the vicious beast that caused this could be nearby. As I pushed aside the grass, a stench hit me full force. 2 mutilated corpses lay scattered in the clearing. Heads, arms, and calves strewn everywhere, flies buzzing wildly, some parts crawling with maggots. Liu Xian covered his mouth, almost vomiting. Idiot. Wang family's brothers. Huayan struggled to suppress his nausea. What did this? Leopard? Tiger? I covered my nose and leaned in. It should be a man-bear. Ancient texts say bears that eat humans specifically target the abdomen and thighs where the meat is thick, usually discarding the head and calves. These remains fit perfectly. What worries me most is, the man-bear becomes addicted after eating human flesh and continues hunting. Man-bears look dumb, but are actually sly and ferocious. We dug a pit and buried the remains, marking the spot carefully. Suddenly, Zhu Sheng spoke up. Lin Feng, I think I know why the others didn't make it out. Lungzi and the Wang brothers were the most experienced hunters among them, and they were taken out first. The others, panicking, fled deeper into the wild and maybe got lost. My heart stirred. I had thought they wouldn't get lost, but if the most experienced died first and the others were overwhelmed by fear, it was entirely possible they got trapped in the mountains. Plus, with that beast that's tasted human flesh hunting from behind, I swallowed hard. Night had fallen completely. We had no choice but to head back to the cave for shelter. That night, deep inside Wildman Valley, Ding Yin clung desperately to a thick branch, lips cracked and dry, consciousness fading. Ding Yin, has that thing left? I'm starving and parched. I can't hold on much longer. The young man Gaishinzi on a neighboring tree begged. No, it's waiting nearby for us. The village will come to rescue us. My stomach hurts so bad. If I don't eat soon, I'll die tonight. Gaishinzi said, inching down the tree. Gaishinzi, you're throwing your life away. Ignoring the warning, Gaishinzi staggered down and headed east toward some wild fruit. He dreamed of those wild fruits. The others watched him closely. When he reached the fruit and nothing happened, hope flared. The beast really left. Let's get down. In a moment, the others also climbed down. Gaishinzi, ravenous, stuffed a wild fruit into his mouth. Sour and astringent but juicy, he ate like a squirrel. Suddenly, a stench drifted from the right. Instinctively, he looked. 2 ghostly eyes glowed coldly in the dark, staring at him. Plop! The wild fruit dropped. Don't kill me. Roar! A massive figure instantly pounced on Gaishinzi, dragging him into the darkness. Ding Yin, save me. Don't eat me. The screams lasted nearly 15 minutes before stopping. Villagers who had just started to descend quickly scrambled back up, covering their ears. Several broke down completely, cursing Ding Yin for getting them into this mess. Everyone shut up. Ding Yin was on the brink too. Staying in the village means waiting to be slaughtered by bandits. Both ways lead to death, so what's there to fear? If you want to live, charge with me. Whoever survives has skill. His furious roar echoed through the forest, answered only by the sounds of a fierce beast chewing on flesh and bones. In the darkness, that shadow roamed like a ghost, waiting for the next weakened soul. At dawn the next day, I stood at the cave's mouth, gazing far out. Brother Lin, what now? Liu Xian approached. We push further into Wildman Valley. We do our best. If after 2 more days the trail's still dead, we turn back. The 4 of us set out, searching all along. By noon, under an ancient tree, I found a large pile of dung, its surface mottled black, brown, gray, and white, signs of oxidation. I squeezed and sniffed it hard. Man-bear dung from 3 or 4 days ago, mixed with hair and bone fragments. That must be from the one that ate the Wang brothers. Following this trail, as the sun set, we found another site of carnage. 2 corpses savagely gnawed on abdomen and thighs. We buried the bodies again, set up camp, hung warning copper bells, and began studying how to deal with the man-bear. A man-bear is a brown bear, cunning, fierce, and incredibly strong. The last bear hunt in Jinyuan County was 15 years ago. The government organized over 30 hunters and 20 hunting dogs just to take down one. By the campfire, I sharpened a newly forged thick-backed hunting knife. This knife was heavy and tough enough to take down over half a brown bear's life, if used up close. But no one was crazy enough to fight a bear hand-to-hand. What are your thoughts? I asked. Zhu Sheng raised his bear hunting fork. From afar, use arrows. Up close, use the fork. The bear hunting fork wasn't an ordinary pitchfork. It had a crossbar at the back to prevent the bear from crawling up the shaft after being stabbed. Lin Feng, don't you have tranquilizer arrows? A man bear weighs several hundred pounds. Tranquilizer arrows have limited effect. Tranquilizer arrows, the bear hunting fork, and torches only scare it off. They won't kill it. I beckon Lu Xian. Bring the quiver. I loosen the straps, revealing jet black arrows. These are special triangular arrowheads specially made by Miss Xianer. The tips are slender with 3 edges, easily piercing beast fur and skin, causing unstoppable bleeding. Originally meant for killing bandits, but this time we'll use them on the man-bear. Good stuff, Zhu Sheng praised. I pondered. To deal with the man-bear, first we must lock down its location without alarming it. Second, we need to set traps in advance. There's no way the 4 of us can take it head-on without casualties. Third, it's best to bypass and contact Ding Yin and the others, and use their strength to hunt together. 2 sets of mechanical trap plans against the man-bear were already forming in my mind. At noon the next day, over at Ding Yan's group, the villagers had reached their limit, staggered and nearly fainting from exhaustion. Ding Yan, let's rush it. If we delay any longer, even if we don't get eaten, we'll starve to death, a man shouted hoarsely. Ding Yan half opened his eyes. Rush? Who goes first? You or me? Less than 20 remained, all face pale and emaciated. How could they outrun the man-bear? No one wanted to be the sacrifice. Everyone wished someone else would die first. Ding Yan, you're the one who led us into the mountain. You go first, a woman shouted. You ungrateful bastard. Ding Yan's eyes reddened. Swish, thud. An arrow suddenly shot into a tree trunk, its fletching fluttering. Everyone froze. Ding Yan turned and saw. Ecstatic, someone had come to rescue them. He carefully crawled over and unbound a white cloth tied to the arrow shaft, on which rough charcoal letters were scrawled. Our savior is here. We're saved. Hope reignited, but after so many days starving, they barely had the strength to help hunt the bear. The only thing they could do was be bait, to stall the man-bear and buy us time. The next morning, sunlight warmly bathed Ding Yan's body. Woo, woo, woo. 3 bird calls rang out in the forest. That was my signal to him. Ding Yan took a deep breath. Stuck in the tree trunk were 3 arrows shot by me the previous night. We used arrows to communicate and finalize the hunting plan. Taking the bird calls as the cue, Ding Yan and another sturdy villager climbed down to act as bait to lure the man-bear out. Without our ambush, they wouldn't dare risk their lives. With backup, there was a slim chance. Chui Wu, let's go. Chui Wu was closest to Ding Yan, the only one willing to take the risk with him. The 2 climbed down, panting from hunger. Those still in the trees anxiously scanned the surroundings. They headed toward the wild berries, both to lure the bear and because they were starved. Crunching dry leaves underfoot. Ding Yan, why hasn't that beast come out yet? Let's go. Chui Wu lowered his voice. If it doesn't appear, we run. Ding Yan licked his cracked lips. Fine. Run if we can. They stuffed wild berries into their mouths, chomping hard. The sour juice was like a heavenly nectar. Chui Wu ate too and exhaled deeply. Suddenly, Ding Yan grabbed his arm trembling. Chui Wu, run. Chui Wu stopped chewing and glanced aside. A massive, pitch-black figure was barely visible in the dense woods, 2 blood-red eyes locked onto them tightly. The man-bear is here. The wild berry fell from Chui Wu's hand as he stepped back. Ding Yan whispered, don't panic. Do as Lin Feng said. He won't let us die. Actually, Ding Yan wasn't confident either, but I was their only hope. 3, 2, 1, run. Ding Yan grabbed Chui Wu and took off running. The man-bear burst from the trees and charged straight at them. This several hundred-pound beast rushed forward like a bulldozer, smashing everything in its path. Chui Wu glanced back as he ran and saw the man-bear's gaping, bloody maw. His foot twisted in fright, and he tumbled hard onto the ground. It was over. He wailed inwardly. The man-bear stood upright, mouth open to bite. At that moment, I loosed an arrow. Uft! The dark, 3-pronged arrow struck right into the bear's shoulder. Roar! The man-bear flinched in pain, freezing for a moment. Ding Yan seized the chance to pull Chui Wu up, and they scrambled back to the big tree. The arrow remained lodged in the bear's shoulder. It still chased relentlessly. Just as they climbed the tree, a bear claw slammed down close to Chui Wu's foot, shaking the thick trunk hard. I fired 2 more arrows, hitting the bear's back and under its ribs. This thoroughly enraged it. Its blood-red eyes turned sharply and locked onto me. Lin Feng, run! The villagers in the tree shouted in unison. Calm and steady, I shot another arrow and turned to run, choosing the smoothest, debris-free path. Tripping was forbidden in the forest. The heavy breathing behind me grew louder. I leapt forward suddenly, rolled on the ground, scrambled up, and kept running. I reached the ambush point. The man-bear stepped onto the thick fallen leaves. A bullhide rope snapped tight with a whish. The couple 100-pound beast's right leg was hoisted off the ground. Brother Lin, it worked. Liu Xian and Hua Yun rushed out of the flank woods. Liu Xian lit a Molotov and hurled it. Hua Yun drew her bow and shot fiercely. I joined the volley. Flames licked the man-bear's belly. It struggled and howled. But this beast's hide was thick and tough. Even after dozens of arrows, it still held on. Crack, crack. Bad. Its thick branch had been broken by the struggle. Hua Yun, Liu Xian, run. The man-bear crashed down with a boom. Killing fury unleashed as it charged after them. Liu Xian shouted while running. Brother Hua, why didn't the lasso hold? Hua Yun scoffed. Asking that now? This way, go. The terrain ahead narrowed, with gentle slopes on both sides. The two of us risked everything to dash through the narrow path, collapsing onto the ground. The human bear's bear-like face revealed a strange smile, as if it was looking at a meal on a plate. At that moment, an angry roar came from the slope. Get down. Rumble. A heavy boulder weighing over 200 pounds, accompanied by a heavy log, rolled down, crashing onto the human bear. Bones were shattered and tendons snapped from the impact, yet it still struggled, the heavy object slowly sliding away. Zhu Xing charged down, thrusting his hunting fork straight into the human bear's chest. The human bear shattered the horizontal bar with one claw, then swept Zhu Xing away with a palm strike, sending him flying along with the fork. The moment had come. I leapt down from the slope, using the momentum of my fall to swing my thick-backed hunting knife. Swish! With one stroke, I sliced through the human bear's neck. Howl! The human bear screamed mournfully and collapsed. I landed on my knees, gripping the knife and gasping for breath. Finally, damn it, it's dead. This was the toughest opponent I'd ever hunted. Without proper preparation, I would have become bear dung long ago. Zhu Xing stumbled over, clutching his chest and cursing. This beast is damn strong. Liu Xin helped me up. Brother Lin, how much can this bear sell for? I wiped the sweat off my face and smiled. At least 50 or 60 taels. The 4 of us worked together to drag the human bear to an open area. I sent Liu Xin and the dogs to inform Ding Yin and the others. An hour later, Hua Yun, Zhu Sheng, and I were busy dismembering the human bear. This beast was a treasure trove. The most valuable part was the bear's gallbladder. Hua Yun held the freshly extracted bear gallbladder in his hands, marveling. Brother Lin, look at this color. The amber-colored gallbladder gleamed like a jewel in the sunlight. I chuckled. This is called the golden gallbladder, the most valuable type. It can sell for more than 40 taels. Hua Yun clicked his tongue. So expensive? We're going to get rich. With our share, we can renovate my family's courtyard. Just as we were celebrating, Ding Yin and Chui Wu led the villagers over. Ding Yin held a bulging bundle. Lin Feng, this is a little token from us. Chui Wu looked grateful. If you hadn't saved us, we would have been eaten by the bear long ago. This money and jewelry are our thanks for saving our lives. I waved them off. We're all neighbors here. No need for formalities over money. Zhu Xing's loud voice chimed in. Yeah, just look at it. Those jerks don't matter. After several refusals, Ding Yin finally gave up. This time, he was completely convinced by me. That night, we skinned the bear, took out the gallbladder, and removed the bear paws, then grilled some bear meat to share with the starving villagers. After resting that night, we set off back. 3 days later, at the entrance to Valley Village, Hua Yun and Zhu Xing dragged the bear skin ahead, their faces proud. I followed behind, carrying the bear gallbladder pouch. Liu Xin ran at the front with 2 dogs, shouting as he went. We're back. Brother Lin killed the human bear. Villagers poured out of their homes to surround us. The bolder ones directly touched the bear's skin. Zhu Xing loudly embellished the details of the hunt. Yenner, Yenner, village chief Ding Qi, leaning on a cane, squeezed through the crowd. Ding Yan's eyes reddened, and he dashed over. Father, your son has been unfilial. Ding Qi patted his son's shoulder and glanced back. Why are so many people missing? Ding Yan was speechless. I stepped forward to explain. Village chief, they encountered the human bear in the mountains. 7 people died in the bear's jaws. Their remains have all been brought back. Smack! Ding Qi slapped Ding Yan hard across the face, spinning him around half a turn. Father, what are you doing? You foolishly led people into the mountain, causing so many deaths. Kneel down and admit your guilt. Ding Yan was deeply wronged. Who could have expected to encounter a human bear? But with his father's sternness, he could only kneel down and kowtow to the remains, pounding his forehead red until he finally stopped. Ding Qi dropped his cane and turned to perform a grand bow to me. I was startled and quickly steadied him. Village chief, you must not. Tears streamed down Ding Qi's face. I want to thank you all for saving more than a dozen lives in our village. I will pay for the funerals of the 7. Ding Yan panicked. Father, that's a lot of money. I understood in my heart. This was Ding Qi atoning for his son and giving the families of the dead some closure. Otherwise, the father and son wouldn't be able to stand in the village anymore. Ding Qi grabbed my hand and raised it. I am old and weak and can no longer be village chief. The documents have been submitted to the county office. From now on, Lin Feng will be village chief of Valley Village. I hurriedly declined. I am young and inexperienced. Ding Qi was firm. The world is unstable. Bandits roam the county, and the northern barbarians could attack at any time. I am old. You are young and can protect our Valley Village. Looking into the hopeful eyes of the entire village, I nodded. All right. I will definitely lead the villagers to guard Valley Village. Li Yanwan and my 2 other wives rushed over upon hearing the news and were happy for me. The next day, the Ding family paid for the funerals of the 7 deceased, calming the anger of the people. I rested at home for 2 days, while my 3 wives busied themselves preparing nourishing food for me. On the 3rd day, I borrowed a cattle cart from Cui Wu's family, loaded it with the treasures stripped from the bear's body, and headed for the county seat to sell the goods and to sign documents at the government office. Jinyuan City, Fuyuan Leather Goods Shop. Shopkeeper Lu clattered away at his abacus. Golden gallbladder, 40 taels, bear's paw, 10 taels, bear meat, 5 taels, bear grease and bear bones, 1 tael each. Bear nose and bear tendon add another tael, total 57 taels. I smiled and reminded him. Boss Lu, what about that bear skin? Luda gave a mysterious smile. Brother Lin, keep that bear skin for yourself. Might come in handy. Oh, my interest was piqued. The venerable patriarch of the richest family in Jinyuan, Old Man Pu, isn't in good health and has a birthday coming up. Bear skin is full of yang energy, perfect for making clothes for the elderly. I immediately understood. I had some goodwill with the Pu family. The bear skin as a longevity gift was just right. Thank you for the tip, Boss Lu. After selling the goods, I drove to the county office and handed over the documents Ding Qi had written. I was escorted to the study of the clerk, Su Kun. Commoner Lin Feng pays respects to Clerk Su. No need for formalities. Su Kun's face was as poker-like as ever. Before leaving, Lord Duan already gave approval. Just sign and seal. After signing, I casually asked, where did Lord Duan go? He went with the Summer County captain to Hanzhou Prefecture. The prefect has urgent matters. Su Kun abruptly stopped and coldly urged, sign quickly. Don't ask too many questions. In my heart, I guessed it was probably about eradicating bandits on Fierce Tiger Mountain. Those bandits had troubled Jinyuan County, and Hanzhou Prefecture wouldn't let it go easily. If it really was a bandit crackdown, my triangular arrows were incredibly damaging. Supplying the military could earn me a good profit. After signing and leaving the county office, just as I boarded the ox cart, I heard a clear call, Dr. Lin. Looking up, it was Tsui, the top maid beside Madame Duan. Miss Tsui? What a coincidence. Tsui's face was full of grievance. Coincidence? We've been waiting for you for days. Waiting for what? Did you forget? You said you'd teach Madame the boxing method. Madame has gotten better day by day after taking your medicine. A few days ago, we heard you were coming to the office, so we took turns watching out. If you didn't come, my legs would have broken by now. I slapped my forehead. Sorry, family matters kept me busy. Has Madam been itchy or broken out in rashes recently? No, just a bit weak and fatigued. Come with me quickly. Handing the ox cart to the door attendant, Sue led me winding through to the backyard. Madame Duan's courtyard was tranquil and elegant, with wafts of tea fragrance drifting in the air. Madam, Dr. Lin has arrived. Under the eaves, Madame Duan was brewing tea in a light veil. Hearing that, her hand holding the tea whisk trembled slightly. Dr. Lin is here? Where? She lifted her head, eyes sparkling as if eager. Sue pointed outside the courtyard. Madame Duan intended to have me come in, but hesitated. Please wait a moment, Dr. Lin. I'll prepare tea and snacks. I'll change clothes. Once inside, her heartbeat quickened. Recalling the previous times I had massaged her, her cheeks flushed. After much deliberation, she chose a goose-yellow chest-high ruchuan, a vivid and captivating dress. I ate cakes and drank 2 cups of tea in the courtyard before Madame Duan appeared. If I had known Dr. Lin was coming, I would have prepared wine and food to entertain you properly. Looking up, bathed in bright sunlight, Madame Duan strolled over gracefully. Her brows and eyes were enchanting, phoenix-shaped and shimmering with waves. Paired with the bright yellow ruchuan, she was breathtaking. I was stunned for a moment before recovering. Madam, you flatter me. I am but a humble commoner. Though polite by words, my eyes kept drifting over her. If another man did so, Madame Duan would have long been annoyed, but she welcomed my gaze, discreetly arching her chest with a subtle pride. I heard Dr. Lin has been entering the mountains these days. Has it gone well? Thanks to Madam, I hunted a man-bear and just sold the goods. Madame Duan covered her mouth in surprise. Dr. Lin knows how to hunt bears? Come inside and tell me all about it. Madame Duan was pampered since childhood and had never entered the mountains. This topic was especially fresh to her. So, I vividly recounted my bear hunting experience for over half an hour. Seeing the sky darkening, I steered the conversation back to business. Madam, the boxing method I want to teach you is called the 5 animals play, passed down by a wandering Taoist. Madame Duan laughed sweetly. Boxing? I've never practiced before. What if I can't learn? I patted my chest. Don't worry, madam. With my hands-on teaching, I guarantee you'll learn it in a month. Upon hearing hands-on teaching, her cheeks blushed softly, and she asked expectantly, Can you start teaching today? I checked the time. Still half an hour left. Where would madam prefer to learn? The small garden in the backyard. No wind and nice shade. In the backyard garden, spring light was just right. Madame Duan wore a goose-yellow outfit, more delicate than spring flowers. I spoke softly. The 5 animals play isn't just boxing. It's a guide to balance the organs and promote smooth circulation by imitating 5 creatures: tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird. The tiger play targets the liver and tendons, the bear play, the spleen and bones, the deer play, the kidneys and muscles. Regular practice can make one vigorous and strong. I slapped my waist, chuckling. Madame Duan's eyes glanced involuntarily downward at my waist, her jade-like face flushing. Dr. Lin, how long have you practiced? Does it really work? I puffed out my chest. I have 3 wives at home. If it didn't work, could I have handled them all? The moment the words left my mouth, Madame Duan's face flushed even deeper. I felt the awkwardness myself and quickly cleared my throat. I've gone off on a tangent. The ape exercise is focused on training the mind. The bird exercise emphasizes the lungs and energy. Today, I'll first teach Madam the initial tiger exercise moves. I demonstrated once, then had her follow along. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. Seeing her too tense, I reached out and placed my hand on her shoulder. Relax, more relaxed. At my touch, Madame Duan recalled the acupoint massage I had given her earlier. A strange warmth spread through her body, and she hurriedly lowered her head. The first move is called tiger peering. Your gaze should be calm and focused. Both hands cup the pure energy and lift it to the chest. After demonstrating, I let her practice. Her eyes fluttered, still lowered. I gently raised her chin to meet her gaze. Your eyes need to be gentle. Look at me. Don't raise your hands too high. I pressed her arms down slowly. We were so close she could clearly see my eyelashes and smell the pine fragrance around me. Her heart pounded like a drum, her ears burning red. Next, I taught the tiger stretch. I tapped her slender fingers. Exhale as you turn your palms inward, bend the knees more, and imagine your spine like a drawn bow. Noticing her movement was off, my hand slid along her spine down to her waist. Madame Duan suddenly felt a tingling numbness in her lower body and helplessness all over. Her knees softened, and she toppled backward. Madam, I caught her in a single embrace, feeling how frail and boneless her body was. It's nothing, just weak legs, she said, staring blankly at my jaw. I couldn't help but exclaim, your body is really soft, madam. Her cheeks flushed, and she coquettishly replied, what good is softness? I'd fall the moment I bent down. She wasn't in a hurry to get up, and I was more than happy to hold her. I tightened my arms, pressing us closer. It's already great for the first day. Rest up, and then we can continue. She let out a soft then slowly rose from my arms. Your 5 animal exercises are difficult. We'll need many sessions. I took her hand. Don't worry, madam. I'll come often and teach until you've mastered it. For the rest of the lesson, she relaxed more, intentionally or unintentionally, making more physical contact with me. About half an hour later, Sue rushed in, breathless. Madam, the Lord has returned from Hanzhou Prefecture and has ordered Dr. Lin to visit the county office. I immediately excused myself. Madame Duan regained her composed mien and gave a slight nod. Travel safely. Her concern was evident to everyone. Sue looked puzzled beside me. Why had Madame begun to care so much about Dr. Lin today? At the meeting hall of Jinyuan County Office, Magistrate Duan Cheng, County Captain Xia Yin, and Deputy Qian Sun sat at 3 sides of the table. I saluted. Commoner Lin Feng pays his respects to the 3 lords. Duan Cheng sipped his tea, smiling. Dr. Lin, you've become quite a celebrity in Hanzhou. I was baffled and clasped my hands. Your Honor, this commoner does not understand. Xia Yin passed over a document. You led the village militia in the Higu village to kill 70 or 80 bandits. Captain Li has already reported to Hanzhou Prefecture. Here is the commendation order signed by the governor. Looking it over, the crimson-red proclamation paper bore the official seal, full of authority. Yet, I murmured internally, isn't Hanzhou Prefecture a bit stingy with just a piece of paper? Commoner thanks the honorable governor. I bowed and stored it carefully. Duan Cheng continued. There's another matter to prepare you for. Hanzhou Prefecture has decided to organize militia training in the 3 counties here. What? My heart leaped. Back then, Li Yi had promised to speak to General Li Chengliang for me about this, and now it was really happening. I regained my composure and asked, how many teams per county? What is the size of each? Xia Yin explained in detail. The militia is a semi-official civilian force led by the government, funded by local gentry collections. Whoever recruits the team becomes the militia commander. Because of my meritorious service in suppressing bandits, I was chosen first. The prefecture will appoint me commander of Jinyuan County's militia. I forced a bitter smile. Does the prefecture have no funds? Xia Yin spoke earnestly. Hanzhou is in a difficult place. I've asked the governor, and each militia commander will receive provisions and equipment for 100 men. 100? My lips twitched. I had imagined a force of at least 1,000. I took a deep breath. Is Hanzhou Prefecture planning some major action? Xia Yin clenched his fist. The prefecture is preparing arms and supplies. General Li will personally lead an operation into Menghu Mountain. There's also the northern barbarian General Huri Gu leading the Tiger Guard to attack Jinyuan Pass. So all the silver goes there. You'll have to work hard. Only then did I understand. Hanzhou Prefecture is truly broke. Oh well, better 100 men's provisions than none. I took my leave and left. After I was gone, Qiansen spoke up. Why didn't you tell him about the other militia commander, Song Imo? He could just work under Song Imo. Xia Yin shook his head. Song Imo is wealthy and fond of arms and martial arts. If Lin Feng also worked under him, the competition would stifle militia development. Duan Cheng laughed. What kind of force could a small hunter gather? Let him just stir things up lightly to pressure the young master Song. Xia Yin was silent, but inside, he held a glimmer of hope for me. Maybe this kid could truly create a miracle. Leaving the county office, I hurriedly took the ox cart home. On the way, I planned. The new house was almost built. Then comes spring plowing. I'd need to buy draft oxen and mend the plow. At the same time, I had to contact people interested in the militia. The able-bodied men of He Valley Village were the first choice, followed by the neighboring Xinglong Village, which had suffered the worst at the hands of bandits and harbored the deepest hatred. Adding in 2 other villages in Sanji Town, there should be no problem mustering 500 or 600 men. The question was, where would the money come from? The Cinnabar Mine's revenue couldn't support a whole unit. It seemed necessary to find a reliable gentry or merchant to fund it, or maybe actually reach out to the Pooh family. I stroked the bear's skin, unable to make up my mind for the moment. Passing through Sanji Town, I bought some food and returned home. "My lady, I'm back." Chun Tianqian fluttered into my arms like a little swallow. "Husband's home. You must be exhausted." The sisters Li Yanwan and Li Yaning took the things from my hands. I smiled and said, "Yanwan, have you prepared all the ingredients? Wash the greens. Yaning, chop the spring onions and garlic, and get the river delicacies ready. Tianqian, come help me in the kitchen today. Husband is going to show off his skills and carve some lamb." Chun Tianqian's eyes lit up. "Husband bought lamb? That's precious at this time of year." "Precious it may be, but hot pot just isn't right without lamb." "What's hot pot?" "You'll know once you taste it." "I also bought some sesame paste. You mix the dipping sauce." I sharpened my knife and began slicing the lamb. My knife skills were excellent, cutting the meat as thin as cicada wings. Chun Tianqian clicked her tongue in amazement. "Husband can cook too?" I said proudly. "What's difficult about cooking? Let me tell you, your husband knows a lot more." "Oh no, too much sesame paste." After 2/4 of an hour, all the ingredients were ready. Lamb, wild mushrooms, greens, and clams, small fish, and shrimp caught from the river. Watch closely. I dipped a piece of lamb into the boiling water briefly. It turned white instantly. Dipped in the sauce and tasted, the fragrance lingered on my lips. The 3 women eagerly copied me. Li Yaning praised, "So tender." "Husband, how did you come up with this way to eat it? Tastes even better in winter." Li Yanwan echoed with approving words, while Chun Tianqian devoured the meal with her head down. The 4 of us ate until our stomachs were full. That night, burning with desire, I thoroughly vented on Li Yanwan. Afterward, drenched in fragrant sweat, she lay in my arms, sighing. "Husband, my 2 younger sisters and I are now skilled at weaving cloth. We want to sell it in Jinyuan City. What do you think?" "Half asleep?" I asked. "Does my lady have connections?" "Yuelyang has come by twice. She runs a clothing shop and knows the bosses who buy bolts of cloth in Jinyuan City. She's willing to introduce us. The 3 of us weave in shifts and can finish 1 bolt every 4 or 5 days. 1 bolt sells for 800 won to 1 tael of silver. We can earn 6 taels a month, easing your burden a bit." I hadn't told them about my cinnabar mine, but hearing this made me both touched and worried. "Don't tire yourselves too much. With me here, the family won't lack money." Holding them close, I quickly fell asleep. Early the next morning, I called Hua Yun, Zhu Sheng, and Lu Xin to divide silver. Since I'd kept the bear's skin, my share was a bit less. The 3 happily planned to treat me to a drink. Under the old tree at the village entrance, I grinned. "No rush for drinks. I have important business for you." Lu Xin exclaimed excitedly. "Going hunting in the mountains again?" "No. I want you to bring Wang Ping and go to He Valley Village, Xinglong Village, Xingbei Village, and Taohua Village to spread the word and recruit militia." These 4 villages were in the same area, not far from Sanji Town. In the future, if any village was in trouble, I could provide the quickest assistance. Hua Yun's eyes brightened. "The militia plan is going through?" I briefly recounted my talks with Xia Yin and Duan Cheng. Zhu Sheng muttered, "Hanzhou Prefecture is too stingy. Only 100 soldiers worth of provisions? Brother Lin, you're a hero now. Even those loyal to you would muster 800 or 900. I chuckled wryly. "Hanzhou Prefecture isn't wealthy. Official recruiting will start after spring plowing. I'll handle the provisions then. For now, just spread the news." Hua Yin nodded. "Leave it to us." After giving instructions, I took the silver to Sanji Town's livestock market to buy a cow. After half an hour of browsing, I spent 12 taels on a draft ox, a castrated bull, strong and gentle, perfect for plowing. Because of the recent bandit raids on Sanji Town, the market suffered heavy losses and livestock prices had risen significantly. Sanji Town, Yuelyang's clothing shop. Moo. Just after Yuelyang sent off a customer, She heard the cow's call. I led the cow in and waved at her. Yuelyang, look at my new plow ox. She put one hand on her hip, pretending to scold. Shoo, don't let it poop in front of my shop. I tied the rope to the stone lantern and walked inside. You're so petty. Pour me some water. It's so hot. She pinched me. Lin Feng, you saved me. Not to make me a servant. I sat in a chair. Yuelyang, I'm bringing you a big business opportunity. Interested? She brought over a teapot and cups, teasing me. Speaking boldly. Your lady's making clothes again? 3 pieces? That's a big business. I crossed my legs with pride. Not 3 pieces, at least 500. What? Her lips parted in shock, staring at me. 500 pieces? When would your whole family wear that many? Monkey year horse month. I lifted my chin. News from Hanzhou Prefecture arrived. I am now the militia commissioner of Jinyuan County. After spring plowing, I'll recruit soldiers. They need uniforms, and I've decided to have them custom-made right here at your Yuelyang clothing shop. Lin Qiuyue blinked and took a while to react. Lin Feng, are you really going to be the militia captain? Then you'll have to fight the bandits to the death. It's so dangerous. I patted my chest. What's there to be afraid of? If I can drive them away once, I can do it a second time. From now on, as long as I'm around, Sangji Town will never suffer like last time. Yunyang, I'll protect you. She looked at me, a blush rising on her cheeks as the memory of the day I saved her surfaced in her mind. Putting on a feisty act, she snapped. Who? Who asked you to protect me? Don't talk big. Wait until you've gathered 500 men, then we'll talk. I laughed heartily. It's a deal then. Once we reach 500 men, I'll come to get your clothes made. I pointed at the teapot. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and pour tea for the big customer. She was both annoyed and amused. Big customer with not a single stroke written, huh? Fine, fine, little lady will pour tea for the big customer. Watch your tongue so you don't burn it. News of my militia plan spread through Sangji Town and the 4 nearby villages within days. Fighting black bears, hunting leopards, leading villagers to fend off bandits. The name Lin Feng had already earned a solid reputation nearby. Following a hero to defend the homeland stirred many young and passionate villagers' blood. Quite a few were willing to join me. After buying an ox for plowing, I was busy with spring farming every day, taking the ox into the fields and returning only at dusk. After 7 days of hard work, my new house was finally completed. Early that morning, I led my 3 wives to the courtyard. The new main gate was decorated with door gods and 2 big lanterns, each bearing the character Lin. Zhang Jing clasped his hands and said, Brother Lin, as per tradition, you must inspect it yourself. I pushed open the gate and took it all in at a glance. The yard was spacious. On the left stood a newly planted peach tree, and on the right a freshly dug well. We no longer had to fetch water from the communal well. Facing the main gate was the main house, divided into inner and outer rooms. The main hall hung a plaque bestowed by the county magistrate. The bedroom's bed was large enough that 5 or 6 people could sleep comfortably without crowding. To the right of the main house were the side rooms and kitchen. To the left was the warehouse, dedicated to storing my hunt and weapons. The shed could fit a loom where Li Yanwan and the others could weave cloth on hot days. At the backyard were the cattle shed, chicken coop, and stable. Though for now, I didn't own a horse yet. After walking through inside and out, I was very satisfied. With a broad wave of my hand, I declared, Today, I invite all the craftsman brothers and the village elders to drink with me. The craftsmen cheered upon hearing this, getting paid and partying with wine and meat. Who wouldn't be happy? At the housewarming banquet, besides the whole village, I also invited Wang Ping, Lin Qiuyue, and Dong Xiner. Toward the end of the feast, I pulled Dong Xiner for a stroll around the village. What? You want to mass-produce weapons at our blacksmith shop? Dong Xiner's drunkenness had slightly worn off. How many? Our prices aren't low. Do you have the money? I had been planning the militia these past days. The Cold Prefecture promised weapons and armor, but those were likely just outdated gear. To form combat strength, we needed reliable military pay and rations, quality weapons, and strict training. For the weapons, the government couldn't be relied upon. The silver I have can support no more than 300 men, I shrugged. But I plan to raise money from the county rich households. I have connections with Lu, the manager at Fuyuan Leather Shop. He once gave me an iron token. With that relationship, can your master give me a discount? Dong Shinner grinned and shook her head. My master's a stingy old rooster. Don't get your hopes up. Ask him for me first. When will your master be back? Soon. The weapons production in Hangzhou City is nearly done. A thought struck me. So, the anti-bandit campaign is about to start. Dong Shinner nodded. They'll definitely dispatch troops within half a month to a month. So soon? I felt a twinge of regret. If the militia had already been formed, maybe I could have earned some military merits. After the move, once spring plowing was done, I frequently ventured into the mountains to hunt. I wanted to catch something good for old Master Poo's birthday. The Black Mountains were lush in spring. A robust male deer strolled leisurely through the forest. Its antlers were covered with soft velvet which glowed golden and furry under the sunlight. That was deer velvet, a precious medicinal ingredient in Chinese medicine. I half-kneeling 70 steps away in the grass, camouflaged with foliage. This buck was extremely alert. I had waited 4 full days to get to this spot. The wind was strong, and I was downwind. I couldn't rush. Slowly, I drew the hunting bow, aiming the triangular arrowhead at the buck. When my arm reached full extension and the wind eased, I suddenly released. Swoosh! The arrow cut through the air. The buck was about to leap away, but it was too late. The triangular arrow pierced its belly, and it bolted in a frantic sprint despite the injury. I stood up, ignoring numb legs, and followed the blood trail in hot pursuit. After almost half an hour, I found the bleeding and barely alive Sika deer. Brother deer, don't blame me for being cruel. One bear hide won't get me into the Pooh family, but your velvet antlers will. No matter how proud Pooh Baoyu is, he'll have to meet me. I ended its life with a single cut, hung it upside down to bleed, then harvested the velvet, skinned it, and cut the meat. After 2 hours of work, I set off on my way back. 3 days later, Jinyuan City, Pooh residence. The Park family's manor was located in the eastern part of the city, exceptionally grand. When I arrived with my gifts, a long line was already forming in front of the gate. I asked a footman standing in line ahead of me, "Why are so many people lining up?" "To deliver gifts, of course. Old Master Park is celebrating a big birthday," the footman said. "There are basically 3 types of people coming. Those on friendly terms bringing birthday congratulations, those hoping to curry favor for business, and those seeking to marry into the Park family." A Mississippi Park? I searched my memory and vaguely recalled that Old Master Park had a youngest daughter named Park Shuang, who was not yet 20 this year. After waiting for about half an hour, I finally entered through the side gate. It was Park Fu who was recording the gifts. Bang! I placed the heavy bundle on the table. Park Fu looked up, surprised. "Lin the Hunter? What brings you here?" I cupped my hands together respectfully. "Manager Park, I've come to present a birthday gift to Old Master Park." When I unwrapped the bundle, the footman gasped. "Bear skin. Such a huge one." Park Fu examined it carefully and nodded. "Good stuff. Whose gift is this?" "It's my own," I said, patting the bear skin. "For Old Master Park. He's old and suffers from rheumatism. The bear skin's yang energy is perfect for him." Park Fu smiled. Lin the Hunter, how thoughtful. He was about to write down the next visitor's name when I took out a wooden box. "Manager Park, I have one more gift." The box opened to reveal a furry set of deer antlers gleaming golden in the sunlight. Park Fu, being a connoisseur, immediately recognized them as top-grade deer antlers. "Young brother Lin, these antlers are highly sought after in the capital and aren't cheap. I brought them all, so no way I'm taking them back. This is my heartfelt gift to Old Master Park." Park Fu hesitated for a moment and then asked the footman to send the people waiting behind out first. Once the room cleared, he quietly inquired, "Young brother Lin, these gifts are too valuable. Do you have some business to discuss with Old Master Park?" I nodded and explained my purpose. "I want to meet the Park family head to discuss forming a militia. The Han Prefecture gave me the qualification, but no funding. Regardless of the outcome, I want to present these gifts to the Parks." Park Fu nodded. "If that's the case, I, Park Fu, am willing to recommend you." Before he could finish, a sharp voice interrupted from behind. "Manager Park, does my big brother really meet with anyone and everyone like some street mutt?" Park Fu's face changed. I turned to see a girl about 17 or 18 years old approaching. She wore pink clothes and ribbons, her delicate features like those of a porcelain doll. "Fourth miss," Park Fu said bitterly. "Where do you think I can't go in the Park family?" The girl sneered. "My big brother's time is precious. Some poor hunter wants to meet him? Dream on. What did I ever do to you? This girl was targeting me for no reason right from the start. I cupped my hands. Mississippi Park. I am Lin Feng from Higu Village, and I have urgent business. I don't care what business you have. Park Shuang cut me off. Don't think you just because you accidentally killed 2 golden leopards can you enter my family's home. Manager Park, return all his gifts at once. Park Fu shook his head at me, signaling there was nothing he could do. Young brother Lin, sorry. A vein bulged on my forehead as I nearly lost my temper. I met Park Shuang's challenging gaze as she defiantly placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her chest. Humph. I'll make you pay for this one day. I gritted my teeth and reached for the wooden box. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded. Shuang, what are you doing here? Park Shuang's expression instantly changed, and she turned obediently. Sister-in-law, I was bored with embroidery and came to look at the birthday gifts. A woman in her early 20s slowly approached. I took a sharp breath. Incredibly beautiful. My household already had 3 lovely wives, plus Lin Xiuyue, Dong Xiner, and Madame Duan, each with her own beauty. But Madame Park surpassed them all. Her skin was as white as mutton fat jade, her features as stunning as a peony, yet she wore plain white clothes adorned only with a single green jade hairpin. Holding a rolled scroll of poetry, she looked like a living painting standing in the corridor. Park Fu hurried to report, ending quietly. The 4th miss says young brother Lin should take his gifts back. The young woman tapped Park Shuang's nose. You're being ridiculous again. It's a birthday gift. How could you make the person take it back? She came before me, bringing a scent of osmanthus blossoms. Lin the hunter, you want to form a militia. Is there an imperial edict for this? I brightened. Captain Xia already informed me. The Han Prefecture's official documents are on their way. Although establishing the militia will be tough, I want to protect my fellow villagers no matter the hardship. The woman nodded slightly. It's rare to have such a heart. Can you write? Write a letter for me to deliver to my husband. Since you mean well, I'll plead with him to meet you. Overjoyed, I nodded repeatedly. I can. Thank you, madam. Park Shuang stomped off in a huff. I did my best to write clearly and handed the letter to the woman. Taking it, her eyes momentarily darkened, but she quietly replied, When close, I caught the fragrance of osmanthus on her and saw the book in her hands was a poetry collection by mountain hermit Lingjia. She liked poetry? I secretly made a mental note. Leaving the gifts behind, I departed from the park residence. With these 2 presents, I was 80% confident that Park Baoyu would see me. That night, at the park residence, Madame Park knocked on the study door. Come in. A steady voice came from inside. Park Baoyu, head of the Park family, sat behind his desk going over accounts. He was 28 years old, tall and well-built, but his appearance was rather ordinary, with a pair of narrow, small eyes. Seeing Lady Li enter, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Why are you here? Lady Li put down the food box. The old home in Liaozhou sent wild ginseng. I cooked mother hen soup for my husband. Park Baoyu replied coldly. Your Li family's ginseng business is large. No need to show off to me. Lady Li's natal family was the richest in Liaozhou, monopolizing 90% of the wild ginseng trade. Park Baoyu had long wanted a share, but failed, harboring resentment. Lady Li's hand paused as she held the soup, but still set it down. Today, there was a hunter named Lin Feng who brought bear skin and a pair of deer antlers as a birthday gift for father-in-law. Park Baoyu was stunned. Deer antlers? Bear skin? A hunter could send such rare gifts. Lady Li took out a letter. He was assigned by the Hanzhou Prefecture to organize a militia in Jinyuan County and hopes to meet my husband. Park Baoyu didn't take the letter, staring at Lady Li's beautiful face under the candlelight. Do you have some relationship with him? He knew his wife's temper well, aloof and rarely meddling. Why would she personally deliver a letter today? Lady Li shook her head. I have no connection with him. I just feel it's not easy for him to protect the people with intention. Park Baoyu sneered coldly. You have a kind heart, willing to help a stranger hunter. Why not help me, your husband? Your Li family's businesses, fireworks, ginseng, paper, none have you shared with the Park family. Lady Li's red lips moved, but said nothing. The businesses were controlled by her father. She, as an outsider daughter-in-law, had no say. Seeing her pitiful expression, Park Baoyu grew weary. Take the letter away. Whatever militia, I'm not interested. Lady Li sighed softly and turned to leave. Drink the chicken soup while it's hot. Tonight, will my husband come to rest with me? Like always, I'm going to Chun Yang's place. Don't wait for me. Lady Li's eyes darkened further as she stepped out of the study. Watching her forlorn figure, Park Baoyu's lips curled slightly. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait. Lady Li stopped by the door. Does my husband need something? Park Baoyu pointed to the letter. Give me the letter. That militia thing is somewhat interesting. I changed my mind. I'll meet Lin Feng. After all, he avenged my third younger brother. Lady Li's eyes finally regained some brightness as she hurried to hand him the letter. Meanwhile, at Higu village, I was surrounded on both sides, holding Li Yanwan, Li Yaning, and Chun Qianqian in my arms. Husband, thanks to Madame Park's help, you got the chance to meet the head of the Park family, Li Yanwan said. That Madame Park is a good person. Next time, we should prepare a gift to thank her. I nodded, a warm feeling rising in my heart as Madame Park's graceful figure flashed before my eyes. My lady is right. Li Yaning drew circles on my chest with her small hand. Is the Park family really willing to spend money to build a militia? The militia won't exceed 1,000 people, costing about 20 or 30,000 taels a year. For the Park family, that's just a drop in the bucket. They make over 100,000 taels a year selling salt alone. Besides, your husband also has steady income, bringing in at least 2 or 3,000 taels a month. Chun Qianqian covered her belly laughing. Husband's boasting again. How can hunting bring in 2 or 3,000 taels every month? I pinched her cheek with a big hand. Don't trust your husband? Soon, I'll have to give you a good lesson. Chun Qianqian quickly begged for mercy, still recovering from being roughed up by me last night. Li Yanwan, however, looked serious. Husband, where does all this money come from? You haven't taken up some dangerous venture, have you? I caught the concern in her tone and told the 3 women about discovering the Cinnabar mine in Centipede Ridge. Li Yaning gasped, mouth wide open. There's actually a Cinnabar mine in the Black Mountain? Our family won't lack money from now on. Chun Qianqian beamed with delight. Husband must have the protection of the star of literary talent, turning misfortune into fortune and finding treasure. Li Yanwan asked, Husband, how do you plan to use this money? I had already planned. Part would be invested in the militia's military expenses to build a strong force. Part kept for family use, with plans for the 3 wives to start small businesses. The rest used to build a mountain stronghold. Build a mountain stronghold. Li Yanwan was puzzled. We're not going to live in the mountains. I smiled. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows. The militia can hold off the bandits from fierce Tiger Mountain. But if the border breaks and northern barbarian Tatars come in, will the militia be enough? Chun Qianqian nervously grabbed my hand. Husband, can the Tatars really reach the county? I'm scared. I shook my head. The northern barbarian Tatars are fiercer than tigers and wolves compared to those Mo tribes in Liaozhou. Relying on others means ultimate ruin. Only relying on ourselves is safest. I plan to have Zhang Zheng bring craftsmen to join the militia, then secretly enter the mountains to build the stronghold, choosing a place easy to defend and hard to attack, preferably near the Cinnabar mine. If chaos breaks out, we'll retreat to the mountains for refuge. I had originally planned to personally go up the mountain a few days later to choose the site, but the next day the Park family sent someone with a letter. Park Baoyu agreed to meet me at the Nwanxiang Pavilion in Jinyuan City 2 days later. I had heard of Nwanxiang Pavilion. It was one of the top dens of extravagance in the city, with each girl both stunning and talented, and the prices exorbitant. To meet Park Baoyu, I had to first figure out his tastes. The next day, I delivered the Cinnabar or to Fuyuan leather goods shop and seized the chance during the transaction to ask Lu Da about the Park family. Old Master Park had 4 children. The eldest son Park Baoyu inherited the family business. The second son Park Baojin was a perennial traveler. The third son Park Baolong was the unlucky one who was bitten to death by a golden leopard. And the fourth child, Park Shuang, a 17-year-old girl with a spoiled and willful disposition. Among them, Park Baolong was born by a concubine and had a relationship with Park Shuang so hostile, it was like fire and water. My heart sank. So that was why Park Shuang was intentionally making things difficult for me. Because I had killed the golden leopard to avenge Park Baolong? Damn it. I'm getting shot even while lying down. Lu Da then recounted Park Baoyu's preferences, which boiled down to dressing richly and being respectful in attitude. I took notes on everything, and on a whim asked, How much do you know about the Park family head's wife? Luda thought for a moment. Mrs. Li comes from the Li clan of Liaodong, lives a secluded life, and there's no messy gossip about her. If you want to hear the love affairs of those noble ladies, I've got a ton. No need. I declined his kind offer to share gossip, took the money, and left. Then I went to Yuanyang tailor shop to buy new clothes, and also purchased brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. To impress Park Baoyu, words alone wouldn't be enough. I had to write out the entire military training plan. The next day, in Jinyuan City, inside an inconspicuous tea house, I wore a deep teal fine cotton long gown with narrow sleeves cinched at the waist. My whole spirit lifted a notch. Clothes make the man, and horses rely on saddles. That saying is true. While sipping tea, I flipped through the collected poems of Lengxia Shanren. Finishing it, I thought, these poems were far inferior to the ones I studied at school. Should I write a few poems myself, gifting them to Mrs. Park as a token of thanks? Just as I was thinking this, outside the theater alley half a street away, a handsome young man with skin white as jade poked his head out, staring at the second floor of the tea house, whispering, "Is that the hunter Lin Feng?" A broad-shouldered, stocky man behind him nodded. "Third boss, no doubt. He's on our path." This young man had red lips and white teeth, so beautiful he looked like a woman, because he was one, Feng Qing, the third boss of Fierce Tiger Mountain. Since Wanliang's eyes were blinded by me, he had been depressed and gloomy. Feng Qing had promised to avenge him and led a dozen followers down the mountain, infiltrating Jinyuan County. "Keep watching. Wait until nightfall to act," Feng Qing said calmly. Nearby, a group of skinny youths scratched their heads. "Third boss, why don't we tie up his wife first?" Feng Qing glared at him. "Shut up. Justice must be done properly. Anyone who follows me isn't allowed to touch women or children." "Third boss, that guy's coming out," the broad-shouldered man called, pointing at the tea house. I hugged a small wooden box and walked out of the tea house, strolling leisurely along the street, admiring Jinyuan City as the lanterns began to glow. "Follow him." Feng Qing slipped into the crowd, tailing me. In front of Nuanxiang Pavilion, the scene was especially extravagant. Several scantily clad girls were soliciting business from passers-by. As soon as I peeked inside, I was immediately spotted. A girl in a peach-red blouse and skirt approached, hooking my arm and pulling me inside, her ample bosom rubbing persistently against my arm. "Miss, I have an appointment here to meet someone." Before I could finish, another heavily made-up girl grabbed my other arm. Yeah, every customer says that." A group of girls forcibly pushed me into the pavilion. Inside the hall, dancers twirled gracefully, music floated continuously, and a huge koi lantern shimmered with myriad colors. The madam fanned herself as she approached, about 37 or 38, still charming. "Young sir, you're unfamiliar here. Your surname?" "No need for formalities. My surname is Lin. I'm here to find someone." The madam smiled coquettishly. "Mr. Lin, who are you looking for? A dancer, a singer, a musician, or a lovely lady to warm your bed?" At Nuanxiang Pavilion, we have it all. Just today a batch of northern barbarian girls arrived, though they're a bit pricier. "Yin Yang, I really did make an appointment with a friend, Park Baoyu." Hearing this, Yin Yang's smile deepened, and she grabbed my hand. "Oh, Mr. Lin, why didn't you say earlier you were a friend of Master Park? Quickly, follow me to the private chamber on the top floor. Master Park, Master Zheng, and Master who are already there." Outside Nuanxiang Pavilion, Feng Qing's lungs seemed ready to explode with fury. What hero of the bear hunt? What protector of the village? Showing up in this damned place. Puffed. Two trusted men stared greedily at the girls at the door, their eyeballs nearly popping out. Ho Chang cursed. "Damn Lin Feng. Third boss, it's crowded and messy. Might be hard to kidnap him here, right?" Wang Zhuang agreed. "Maybe that bastard wants to stay the night. Should we strike another day?" "No." Feng Qing's large eyes shot murderous intent. "We won't kidnap him. Better to let him die in Wanxiang Pavilion than to bring him back for Wanliang to vent his anger." She originally thought I was a brave and strong hero, but who would have guessed I was just like other contemptible men? 3 wives at home still not enough, and yet I still went to brothels to mess around. If they could let me die here, the hero in the hearts of the people of Jinyuan County would become nothing but a lecher and a laughingstock. Notify the others. Tonight we're going to the Warming Fragrance Pavilion to kill Lin Feng. Private room on the top floor. Park Bao-yu held a northern barbarian woman in his arms, his large hand wandering continuously, his face flush with red light. On his left sat the wealthy merchant Zheng Tu, his chubby face trembling with flesh. On his right was the lean and sharp-eyed Hu Zhan, his eyes full of cunning and greed. The three of them had similar temperaments and regularly came to the warming fragrance pavilion for pleasure. Yun Yang led me inside, and Zheng Tu complained loudly. Yun Yang, where's the musician I asked for? Why bring a man? Master Zheng, this Lin Gongzi has come to find Master Park, she replied. Park Baoyu's pair of jet-black eyes swept over me like they were looking at livestock. So you're Lin Feng? The hunter who had Lady Li send me a letter? I cupped my hands. That's correct. Last year I had the honor of avenging the Park family's third lord by killing 2 golden leopards. I opened a wooden box and laid a stack of papers on the table. Master Park, please take a look. This is my plan for troop training, defense, and bandit suppression. If implemented, it can guarantee the safety of Jinyuan County. Hu Zhan sneered coldly. Brother Park, this hunter's bold claims. He even promises to keep Jinyuan County safe. Ha ha ha. Not a single frown crept across my brows. Hu Zhan's ridicule was nothing but hot air. Park Baoyu casually flipped through the papers. My Park family supports you. What do you want in return? I was well prepared. First, the Park family's fame is widespread, and the people know of its good deeds. Second, should bandits invade, I will lead troops to protect Jinyuan County's safety. Third, if the Park family is threatened, I, Lin Feng, will not hesitate. Park Baoyu nodded slightly, seemingly moved. Zheng Tu's eyes gleamed. Your militia, how much silver do you need per year? For a force of 1,000, about 20,000 taels. I will also make personal contributions. Zheng Tu burst out laughing. 20,000 taels? I have 20,000 taels, enough to party at the warming fragrance pavilion till I'm blacked out. I forced a smile at the fool. Fat pig, short-sighted bastard, you'll drink yourself to death sooner or later. After flipping through the plans, Park Baoyu looked up. Your plan is well written, very organized. My heart leapt with joy as I stepped forward. Master Park, would you be willing to fund it? No. Park Baoyu's face flashed with disgust. My Park family will not spend a penny on your militia. You think just because Lady Li sent me a letter I have to agree? Does she think her face is worth that much? Dream on. He waved his hand and swept the plan to the floor. Guards, escort this guest out. A fiery anger surged in my chest. Park Baoyu was clearly playing me, slapping Madame Park right in the face. Murderous intent spread through my heart. My fists clenched. But the attendants had already entered. I could not act here. I gave the 3 men a deep look. One day, all 3 of you will know the benefits of a militia. Zheng Tu nearly laughed himself sick. We live inside Jinyuan City, protected by county troops. What the hell do we need a militia for? The killing intent in my heart thickened. As I reached the door, ready to explode. The canals are flooding. The canals are flooding. A hoarse shout came from the corridor below. I immediately ran toward the stairs. The closer I got, the clearer it became. There were curses, cries for fire, and frantic attempts to flee. Just about to descend, I was blocked by a crowd. You can't get down there. People on the top floor were rushing out. Those below pushing upward to escape the fire, colliding into a chaotic mass. I was forced to keep stepping back. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in my peripheral vision. Swish! I instinctively dodged just in time. Uft! Someone behind me screamed as a knife stabbed their back, blood splattering. Someone's killing people. The crowd erupted into confusion. I focused. The attacker was an unremarkable man. Several others pulled out short knives as well, their faces showing no panic, only fierce murderous intent as they thrust toward me. Damn! I was unarmed and crushed by the crowd, unable to move an inch. At this crucial moment, I acted like lightning, grabbing one man's wrist and yanking hard. I was terrifyingly strong, and the man was pulled in front of me as a shield. Ouch! Another unlucky soul took a knife for me. My right hand twisted the attacker's wrist sharply. There was a crack, the wrist broke, and the knife dropped. I immediately grabbed the knife and stabbed, ending him. A sweeping kick sent the thug with a bloodied short knife to the left flying, toppling several others. More foes surged forward behind them. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man with murderous eyes. Lin, give up your life. It was Feng Qing in disguise as a man. My entire body's hairs stood on end. This group was targeting me? I grabbed people nearby with both arms and hurled them violently at the attackers. My strength was immense, my arms easily capable of throwing people weighing hundreds of jin. Throwing while retreating, the ruffians were blocked by human shields and couldn't catch up. Bang! I rushed into a private room and slammed the door shut. Taking a closer look, well, Park Baoyu, Zheng Tu, Hu Zhan, and a few attendants were all hiding here, and several trembling courtesans were crouching in a corner. Lin warrior, what exactly is going on outside? Zheng Tu's face was pale, his previous arrogance completely gone, calling me Lin warrior every other word. I looked at the three miserable faces and almost burst out laughing. What happened to that earlier swagger? Now they're calling me warrior? A sudden flash of inspiration struck me, and I lowered my voice. Outside are bandits from Fierce Tiger Mountain, specifically here to capture you all. Hu Zhan anxiously scratched his head. How dare they be so bold, coming to Jinyuan City to snatch people? Park Baoyu ground his teeth. They want to capture us and tie us up to exchange for silver at their mountain hideout. Damn bastards. Congratulations, you just answered. I chuckled inwardly. They'd unwittingly reinforced my lie. It's perfect to pin the blame on Fierce Tiger Mountain's bandits. There are at least dozens of bandits outside, and they'll be here soon. We need to come up with a plan. Hu Zhan urged. Brother Lin, you're a bear hunter. Surely you can protect us, right? Park Baoyu chimed in. As long as you help us get through this, I, Park Baoyu, will reward you handsomely. That's the line I was waiting for. Block the door with furniture, then escape through the window. Third floor, isn't that too high? Zheng Tu grimaced. The third floor stands about 2 zhang, roughly 6 to 7 meters, above the ground, with eaves buffering the fall. It's not difficult for someone with my agility. But these 3 pampered wealthy merchants? That's another story. I led 3 attendants to pile furniture against the door for barricading. Turning back, I found the 3 still standing by the window, frozen stiff. I nearly exploded. What are you standing there for? Hurry and jump. Bang! Came the sound of pounding outside, along with blades piercing wood. The 3 turned pale with fear. If you don't jump, you'll die anyway. I sprinted to the window and dragged the 3, jumping down along the eaves to the second floor. Tiles cascaded down, screams echoed. Bang! Zheng Tu hit the ground first, bruised and battered. Hu Zhan and Park Baoyu were somewhat more agile. I landed behind them and glanced back. The second and third floors of the warm fragrance pavilion were engulfed in flames. Bandits extended their heads from the third-floor private room, shouting, "There he is! Chase him! Run fast! Get to a crowded place!" I took off at full speed. Park Baoyu and the others were terrified out of their wits and sprinted after me. Feng Qing's assassination attempt ended in failure. It was still early in Jinyuan City. The streets bustled with people, and the county troops were already patrolling. We escaped the warm fragrance pavilion. Killing me now was almost impossible. I led everyone running nonstop for 3 blocks, completely losing Feng Qing and her group. 20 minutes later, inside an inconspicuous tavern by the street, Zheng Tu nervously peeked outside and whispered, They won't chase us here, will they?" He was covered in sweat, his face bruised and battered, looking utterly disheveled. I wiped the sweat off my brow. This place is near the watchtower, where county troops are stationed. Bandits won't dare come. Hu Zhan cupped his hands toward me. Brother Lin, we owe you this time. Without you, the 3 of us would have been captured. Those mountain bandits probably would have extorted tens of thousands of taels of silver. I, Hu Zhan, owe you a great favor. I smiled. Those Fierce Tiger Mountain bandits are more ruthless than wild wolves. They caused much harm to my valley village back then. I hate them with all my heart. Boss Hu, no need to worry about me. No. Park Baoyu, who had been silent so far, suddenly spoke up. Lin Feng, Hu brother is right. We all owe you a debt. Tell us your militia plan. If it sounds reliable, I, Park Baoyu, am willing to fund it. Park Baoyu was shaken stiff tonight. He'd thought like Zheng Tu before, that the wealthy all lived in the city, guarded by county troops, so bandits couldn't harm them. But reality dealt him a hard slap. Fierce Tiger Mountain's bandits even dared to charge into the warm fragrance pavilion. If they're bold enough to kidnap now, they might storm the Park household tomorrow, looting, burning, and killing. Tens of thousands of taels of silver mean nothing compared to life. Count me in, too. Zheng Tu quickly added. Spending some money to support the militia for a year is nothing. Getting captured and paying tens of thousands in ransom wouldn't fill the bandits' greed. I smiled inwardly. Seeing the three looking at me eagerly, I explained the plans for recruiting, building, and training the militia in detail. In my past life, I was a military king. Explaining this stuff was second nature. I planned to recruit 800 men with an annual budget under 20,000 taels. If all three of you fund this, I will assign 3 squads to guard your mansions after forming the militia. Park Bayu asked, how many in each squad? I held up 2 fingers, 20 people per squad. The county town can't station large forces, but if any of you face bandit attacks at home, the militia will respond immediately. Good. Hu Jun slammed his fist on the table. My Hu family will contribute 10,000 taels every year. Zheng Tu immediately followed. My Zheng family will also contribute 10,000 taels. Park Baoyu waved his hand grandly. They've both contributed. How can the Park family fall behind? 10,000 taels. 30,000 taels. With 3 families sharing the burden, it was a small cost for each, and the funding source was stable. I cupped my hands together. On behalf of the people of Jinyuan, Lin Feng thanks the 3 of you for your generous support. Just over an hour ago, I said they would realize the importance of the militia sooner or later. I never expected the boomerang to come back so quickly. The 3 insisted on escorting me back to my residence one by one. By the time we arrived at the Park household, it was nearly dusk. Mrs. Li, dressed all in white, approached with slightly furrowed brows. Husband, are you injured? Park Baoyu didn't even glance at her. He said to Manager Park, I'm tired. I'll go to Chuanyang's place. After taking 2 steps, he remembered me. Lin Feng, you should stay the night. Watching this couple, I was puzzled. Hardly looked like a married pair, more like unfamiliar roommates. After Park Baoyu left, Mrs. Li cast me a faint glance. Come with me. At a secluded small courtyard, she suddenly asked, how's the militia coming along? I was taken aback. Shouldn't you first ask why your husband looks so disheveled? I only replied, the Park, Zhang, and Hu families are jointly funding it. Each family contributes 10,000 taels annually. A faint smile finally appeared on Mrs. Li's face. My younger brother has also organized a militia in Liaoning. He's about your age. Seeing you is like seeing him. If you ever encounter difficulties, you can come to me. Turns out she regarded me as a younger brother. I cupped my hands. Thank you, Madam Park. Just call me Madam Li from now on, she said, then floated away gracefully. I stood alone in the quiet courtyard, tapping my head. This aristocratic drama is really strange. I much prefer my 3 wives. Early next morning, Park Fu reminded me to quickly have the documents for the funding drafted and sent to the 3 families. Once signed and the silver secured, the hardest part, the funds, would be resolved. 3 days later, at the center of Sangji town, I stood on a temporary platform, straining my voice. Fellow villagers, joining the militia is to protect our homes from bandit harm. A young man in the crowd replied lazily. Last time the bandits attacked, Sangji town suffered severe losses. Wasn't it because the government ignored us? Voices of agreement followed. I pointed to the recruitment office. Let's not talk about the government for now. The militia is us protecting ourselves, and there's pay. Every ordinary soldier gets 1 tael of silver per month, plus rations. 1 tael? That's quite a bit. Hero Lin, I want to enlist. Some raised doubts. Where are you getting the money from? I smiled. The government covers part, but the main burden is on the Park, Zhang, and Hu families. Once they heard those 3 families were footing the bill, the onlookers stopped hesitating and competed to register. I signaled to Hua Yun and Zhu Sheng to vet recruits carefully, no riffraff allowed. With sufficient funds, I raised the recruitment target to 1,000 men. At the same time, several hundred steps away in a narrow alley, Feng Qing, dressed as a woman, gnawed her teeth in anger. Since the failed assassination that night, she had been hiding in the city. Hypocrite, I'll take your life sooner or later. Her subordinate Ho Chong ran over. Third boss, a letter from Fierce Tiger Mountain. The chief boss orders you to return quickly. General Li Chungliang from Hanzhou personally led troops to attack Fierce Tiger Mountain and has already wiped out Black Bear Fort. Feng Qing knitted her brows. Li Chengliang found Black Bear's stronghold within 4 days of entering the mountains. Apparently, all the fort's locations had been uncovered. Those reckless guys at Fierce Tiger Fort were no match. She shot me a fierce glare from afar. Keep his head for now. Pack up. We're returning to the stronghold today. I, standing atop the platform, was unaware of all this. Afterwards, I centered on Sanji Town and went through Higu Village, Xinglong Village, Xingbei Village, and Taohua Village. Because the casualty rate near Jinyuan Pass was high, the people were reluctant to enlist. I patiently explained the nature of the militia. 7 days later, by the creek outside Higu Village, Hua Yun's face was flushed as he held the roster. Brother Lin, we've recruited 1,461. If we keep going, we might hit 2,000. Zhu Sheng stood in the water spearing fish. My old sow didn't have piglets this fast. They're all coming for you, Brother Lin. You're truly the greatest hero of Jinyuan County now. I rolled my eyes. Enough nonsense. But since the people trust me, we can't let them down. I cleared my throat. Recruitment stops. 5 days for screening soldiers. Wang Ping scratched his head. Haven't we already screened them? I pulled out a sheet of paper. That was only round 1. To truly be selected, they need to pass sharp eyesight evaluation and discerning ears for drums and bells. Chui Wu worried. Brother Lin, with so many conditions, many will be rejected. The villagers might be upset. I adopted a serious expression. Exactly because they've come for me. I must be responsible. This militia isn't a game. Someday, they'll face real combat and fight for their lives. Sentiment and face won't save brothers at the brink of death. No, I'm usually easygoing, but when it comes to military affairs, I become stern. Zhang Jing cleared his throat to smooth over. Brother Lin is right. But what about the villagers who are rejected? Should we compensate them? I nodded. The evaluation is at the northern open ground of Sanji Town. Those eliminated each receive 15-1. Lu Xian gave me a thumbs up. Brother Lin, you really are a living bodhisattva? The recruitment officers used to be so fierce, as if everyone owed them money. I rubbed his head. Where did you learn that flattery? Lu Xian's face turned red. My mother told me to say it, that following Brother Lin would bring success. Everyone burst into laughter. After 5 days of selection, over 200 were eliminated, leaving 1,200 soldiers. At the same time, Song family's young master Song Mo was also recruiting troops, offering even better treatment than me. But after half a month, he had only gathered 1,800 men, far from his target of 3,000. This clearly showed how the prestige I had built fighting bandits was proving truly useful. In June, at the foot of the Black Mountain, over 100 people were hauling materials for the military camp, with Zhang Jing shouting commands. The site had been carefully chosen. Backing onto the mountain made it easy to set up watchtowers. Nearby springs ensured water supply, and the slightly elevated terrain helped prevent floods. Hua Yun reported. Brother Zhang said it will be done in about 10 days. I nodded. You stay behind to help him. Don't slack off on the night patrols. There have already been roaming bandits in Huqiu County. Hua Yun tensed. More bandits. I smiled. No. Li Chengliang's recent sweep wiped out 4 bandit camps in half a month, killing over 1,000. His reputation is well known. Just some small groups are still sneaking around, so we just need to stay alert. As I was speaking, Lu Xian came running. Brother Lin, County Captain Xia delivered the military supplies. I perked up. My 1,200 troops were dangerously short on weapons. The arrival of supplies was urgently needed. When Xia Yin arrived, I saluted. Subordinate Lin Feng pays respects. County Captain Xia. No need for formalities. You picked quite a tricky spot. Made it hard for me to find. Xia Yin laughed. I glanced behind him. Sir, what kind of supplies do we have? You're so impatient. The Handan Prefecture sent 500 standard swords, 500 leather armors, and 500 pairs of military boots. Xia Yin patted the crates on the wagon. I eagerly broke the seals and pulled 2 swords out from the straw, but excitement quickly turned to shock. The blades had several chips, and the hilts were almost falling apart. I drew 2 more, same condition. Sir Xia this. Xia Yin cleared his throat. Weapons inevitably get damaged with use. Take a look at the leather armor. I opened an armor crate. A musty smell hit me. The leather was full of holes, cotton stuffing had fallen out, and the rivets were barely holding. I feared a slight shake would cause them to fall apart. Hua Yun muttered quietly, "Isn't this just a pile of junk? They must think we're beggars." Xia Yin looked embarrassed. Handan Prefecture's finances are tight these years, so this is all the discarded gear they could send us. I'll petition for more. I carefully put the armor back and cupped my hands. Sir, having this is already good enough. But inside, I was extremely frustrated. The militia was like a stepchild in Handan Prefecture. When good equipment was refused, there was nothing I could do. I could only invite Xia Yin down the mountain and serve him local delicacies. During the meal, Xia Yin revealed the truth. Many warehouse officials secretly sold off good gear privately, leaving only defective pieces for us. I could only smile bitterly. That night, back in Valley Village under the full moon, Xiao He and Xiao Huang wagged their tails and came running. Li Yanwan came out of the side room. Husband is back? Hungry. Not hungry. Ate with Sir Xia in the mountains. I tossed the bamboo basket aside and entered the house listlessly. What's wrong, husband? I sighed. Look at the military supplies Handan Prefecture sent. A quarter of an hour later, Yanwan, Yanning, and Qianqian each held an item, defending me. Yanning said, according to Great Qian's laws, militia weapons and armor should at least be decent. They're too unreasonable. Qianqian disdainfully tossed the military boots back. Going to battle wearing these. You'd lose without even facing the enemy. Yanwan asked, what do you plan to do? I crossed my arms and half closed my eyes. I'm planning to contact the blacksmith in Donglang to repair the swords, salvaging what we can. As for the leather armor and boots, I want to send them to the Handan Prefecture Armory through Sir Xia. Yanwan's beautiful eyes flickered. The armory charges hefty fees and the quality is questionable. My father said many officials' sons hang around there doing nothing. Sending them there means who knows when they'll be fixed. I frowned. If not there, then where? Yanwan smiled slightly. Coincidentally, I know 2 skilled artisans who can repair leather armor. Who? Moon Lady. I brightened. Yanwan pointed to herself, then to Yanning. Far at hand, near before your eyes. You too. I was surprised. I know you're good at needlework, but how would you repair leather armor? Yanning added. Husband, our father served in the military, and when mother was young, she often repaired his leather armor. Li Yanwan took my hand. Husband, repairing leather armor is second nature to us sisters. With Qianqian assisting and all the women in the village helping, within half a month we can fix all 500 sets of armor and boots. I was overjoyed. Really? Yes, but you'll have to pay wages. 10 won per day for sewing, 5 won per day for helpers. If we don't have enough hands, we'll need to recruit from Xinglong village. Great. When you're done, I'll take the 3 of you into town to buy hairpins and rings. I grabbed her around the waist and lifted her up, walking briskly into the house. My wife worries about me, so I must reward her properly. Yin Ning, Qian closed the door tightly. No one escapes tonight. The 2 sisters blushed deeply and quietly shut the door. 2 days later, at the army camp construction site beneath Black Mountain, I was shirtless, swinging a sledgehammer with a fierce bang bang bang, driving the last wooden stake deep into the earth. Just as I was about to wipe the sweat off my brow, Hua Yun came running over. Brother Lin, Miss Dong from Sangji Town has arrived. Under the shade of a tree, Dong Xin'er wore an orange dress. Seeing me approaching in a single garment, sweat gleaming on my muscles, her cheeks flushed red, and she turned away. Trainer Lin, you really are a busy man. To see you, I even had to come all the way to Black Mountain. I drank a few mouthfuls of water. I have to personally oversee the army camp affairs. Any progress on the matter I entrusted to you last time? You're pretty lucky. My master agreed. Any weapons you forge at the Dongling blacksmith shop get a 10% discount. Dong Xin'er held out her hand. My master also said you have to bring that iron plaque back for me, to put his heart at ease. I was curious. Isn't your master stingy as a miser? What connection does he have with Boss Liu? Dong Xin'er hesitated a moment before revealing the truth. Over 20 years ago, when trade flourished between the northern barbarians and Great Qian, her master Qin Dong and Lu De traveled together in a merchant caravan. They were ambushed by northern barbarian horse bandits. To save Qin Dong, Lu Da's own son was killed by the bandits. After that, Lu De stopped running trade caravans and opened the Fuyuan leather goods shop in Jinyuan City. Feeling ashamed to face Luda, Chundong sent over an iron plaque, saying he owed Luda a great debt and was willing to face any hardship for him. I hadn't expected that Luda, that crafty and shrewd man, possessed such loyalty. I took out the iron plaque and handed it to Dong Xiner, finally understanding. Luda knew the dead could not be brought back to life, so rather than letting Chun Dong risk his life, he simply passed the plaque to me to clear the debt. As for repairing the long swords, my master charges based on the damage. Small bevels or minor cracks are cheaper, broken swords cost more. We handle this work, and my master also calls in trusted blacksmith shops to help. I cup my fists. Please convey my thanks to Master Chun. The remaining 700 new long swords will also be forged at your shop. I did the math in my head. Each long sword costs about 1.5 to 2 taels of silver, plus repairs, so just the weapons alone would cost 2,000 taels. Recruiting and training an army sure was like pouring silver down a drain. The days that followed, not a single day was free. Building the camp, forging weapons, customizing military uniforms, and every few days delivering arrowhead sand to Boss Lu, while also teaching Duchess Duan the 5 animal frolics at the Duan estate. The Duchess and I became increasingly familiar, sometimes joking together warmly. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. The Black Mountain Army camp was officially completed. The rammed earth walls stood 10 feet high, moats 6 feet deep. At each corner, a 3-zhang tall watchtower manned by 3 expert archers. The camp gate was double-layered wooden doors, with a sturdy gatehouse above, reinforced outside with chevaude frise and iron caltrops to fend off cavalry raids. Inside the camp were training grounds with archery targets, stone locks, moats, and low walls. Barracks housed 5 men per squad, 10 men per platoon, each equipped with a fire pit. The armory and granaries sat beside the command post. The logistics area contained kitchens, spring wells, a medical tent, and craft workshops. Behind the camp stood a 5-zhang high watchtower, the eyes of Black Mountain Camp. At noon on June 16th, as the drums thundered, the main gates of the camp slowly opened. Villagers from Sangji Town and He Valley, led by Chui Wu, walked into the camp, gasping with admiration. Today was the great day of flag consecration and army formation. Nearby military families and elders all attended to witness. Captain Xia Yin of the county was supposed to come, but was held up by urgent matters at the county office. As the training ground gate opened, a chilling aura cut through the air. 1,200 soldiers stood in perfect formation, dressed in black and red military uniforms. 500 wore patched leather armor, old but clean and bright. The repaired 500 long swords had been distributed, gleaming with a silvery frost. They were full of spirit, standing as straight as pine trees. I stood atop the altar, a table before me laden with offerings, pigs, sheep, wine, grains. With a wave of my hand, the drums ceased abruptly. I stepped forward and shouted loudly. Lin Feng, the militia trainer of Jinyuan County, Hangzhou, by order of Hangzhou Prefecture, has organized this militia to protect our homeland. The army camp is now complete, and the appointment of militia officers has been approved by Hangzhou Prefecture. Hua Yun, Zhu Sheng, Chui Wu, Zhang Jing, Wang Ping stepped forward. The 5 strode out. Present, I appoint you 5 as captains of the militia. The 5 accepted their badges, visibly moved. Hua Yun's face was flushed bright red. Zhu Sheng grinned widely. Zhang Jing and Wang Ping were overcome with gratitude. One was a bricklayer, the other a farmer. Without me, they'd never have had a chance to be officers. The drums began again. I climbed to the highest point of the flag pavilion and performed a ritual to call the gods. Call the gods. Hua Yun led the shout, thousands of soldiers echoing together. Followed by the villagers, the voices reached the clouds. I inserted 3 incense sticks into the censer, poured wine before the pavilion, and solemnly took out the military flag. Lin Feng, militia trainer of Jinyuan County, Hangzhou, respectfully informs the gods, northern barbarians raiding our borders, bandits running rampant, relentless natural disasters, the people suffering. Lin Feng pledges to defend the land and protect the people, to slay bandits and repel barbarians, praying for divine protection over all troops. Holding the flag, I turned around. One solemn and resolute face after another came into view. For a moment, it felt as if I had returned to my past life as a soldier, my heart surging with emotion. Today, at the foot of the Black Mountain, we raise the banner and form an army. The name of the army, the North Wind Battalion. The flag unfurled, red background with black characters. The three large characters, North Wind Battalion, fluttered proudly in the wind. Hua Yun and the others hoisted the flag onto the pole. I waved vigorously and shouted, "Bless our soldiers, with sharp blades and sturdy armor. Aid our banner, wherever it points, victory guaranteed. North Wind and Snowstorm, transform into divine soldiers. Majestic frontier passes, forever unyielding and strong." Thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, the atmosphere reaching its peak. Thus, my very first army under my command, the North Wind Battalion, was officially formed. I ordered the slaughter of sheep and the brewing of wine to celebrate heartily with the soldiers and their families. After these tense days, the tension finally loosened. I drank until I was drunk, not even knowing how I got home. At midnight, parched and restless, I stumbled down from bed in the dark searching for water. Moonlight trickled through the door crack. The door wasn't shut tightly. At the door, I saw Chun Qianqian standing under the eaves, sighing deeply one after another. "Qianqian, why are you outside in the yard so late instead of sleeping?" Startled, she said, "Husband, you're awake? Why not tell your husband the truth?" I put on a stern face. "Did someone bully you?" Chun Qianqian lowered her head. "No, I just feel useless. All those tasks fixing leather armor, cutting, punching holes, stitching, I'm not good at them and haven't helped you much." Her eyes reddened. "I'm not as skillful with my hands as Sister Yin Wan and Sister Yin Ning." Only then did I realize the cause of her melancholy at the banquet today. I pulled her to sit at the stone table, holding her and saying, "Every ruler has his shortcomings. Every inch has its strengths. They are skilled with needlework, but you have strengths they don't." "Do I, oh really?" Chun Qianqian looked aggrieved, staring at me. "I'm not as good at cooking as they are, nor as patient. Even that is smaller than both sisters." I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, hugging her tightly. "Don't compare on that. Little things have their own merits. You have one skill they don't, which can be a great help to me." "What skill?" I took her by the hand and went to the storage room. From the shelf, I took down a wooden box. "You learned mechanics from your father since you were little. This is my design for an improved crossbow. Let's see if you can make a finished product." By candlelight, Chun Qianqian flipped through the schematics, her eyes shining as she perked up at the mention of mechanics. "Your design is ingenious, but some details need refining. Give me 5 days, I promise to finish it." "Well done, my lady." I was delighted. Once upgraded, this crossbow would be equipped to the entire North Wind Battalion, greatly enhancing our combat power. Under the flickering candlelight, Chun Qianqian's skin looked as white as snow. My heart warmed, and I pulled her into an embrace, my large hands wandering restlessly. "Husband, let's talk inside. There's dust here." "No problem, standing is fine." "Can we even stand?" Chun Qianqian's eyes widened, her cheeks burning hot. I smirked mischievously and untied the knot of her stomach sash. After the North Wind Battalion was formed, I went to the camp almost daily. The 5 officers had no experience in military discipline, from training programs to grassroots selections to enforcement of military regulations. Every little detail needed my attention. Fortunately, they were earnest and willing to learn. After half a month, the North Wind Battalion finally got on track. I finally had time to visit Madame Duan at the Duan residence for her last lesson in the 5 animal frolics. In the heat of midsummer, Madame Duan wore a sheer emerald green gauze dress, her fair arms faintly visible. Her hands crossed overhead, like a white crane stretching its neck, her full bosom proudly raised as she inhaled. I watched from the side, dry-mouthed. Madame has truly grasped the essence of the bird stretch. Madame Duan exhaled a breath, bent forward and pressed down. Beneath the sheer fabric, deep contours appeared. I glanced deliberately and said, "No matter how busy the camp is, I will always come. Only Dr. Lin really cares. My husband keeps socializing all day. I barely see him." I was taken aback. Duan Chung was no longer young and had no hope for promotion. Why was he suddenly mingling so much? Approaching Madame Duan, I adjusted her posture. "Isn't Lord Duan in Jinyuan City? Who does he still have to entertain?" Madame Duan's breath grew rapid. "Someone came from the capital, apparently dispatched by the Directorate of Ceremonial, a man of considerable power. The Directorate of Ceremonial? Eunuch? The word slipped out. Nowadays, Dakian faced internal and external troubles. The Chancellor's faction and eunuch groups fought viciously. If this man came from the Directorate of Ceremonial, no wonder Duan Cheng was eager to curry favor. Madam, do you know why this man came to Jinyuan City? I don't know that. But I heard even the governor of Hangzhou respects him deeply. After finishing the last lesson, I took my leave. Suddenly, Madame Duan said, "There will be a poetry gathering in Jinyuan City soon. Dr. Lin, will you go?" "I'm just a hunter. What am I doing at a poetry gathering?" Madame Duan leaned closer, her breath like orchids. "That official from the Directorate of Ceremonial especially loves poetry. Dr. Lin, aren't you quite interested in him? If you go, it's a good chance to meet." My heart stirred. Someone from the capital close to the emperor coming to Hangzhou must have a purpose worth investigating. All right, tell me the date in advance. I'll surely attend. As soon as I left the Duan residence, a fast horse sped from the east side of the long street. "Make way. Urgent military news from Hangzhou Prefecture." My heart tightened. Something had happened. In the 20th year of the Tianqi era, June, General Li Chengliang of Hangzhou shattered 8 bandit strongholds on Fierce Tiger Mountain, decimating the bandits into rout. Seeing the tide turn against them, the bandits on Fierce Tiger Mountain joined forces in late June to break through the siege laid by Hangzhou's army, led by Fierce Tiger Fort and Black Fox Fort, and headed straight towards Jinyuan County. Within Jinyuan County, panic gripped the people. That night, in the county government's council chamber, Duan Cheng frowned deeply, clasping his hands behind his back as he muttered to himself, "Are the Fierce Tiger Mountain bandits my nemesis for life? Why do they always come at me?" The Hangzhou Prefecture had sent a letter urging him to prepare defenses in advance. But the county army only numbered 1,000 men. While they could defend the city, what about outside the walls? The great Buddha sent by the court ceremonials office had just arrived in Jinyuan and hadn't left yet, and now the bandits were causing trouble again. County Captain Xia said, "Sir, the number of bandits this time is less than last. If the county army dispatches a detachment to go out and clear them, assisted by the militia forces led by Lord Song and Lord Lin, we can guarantee Jinyuan's safety." Duan Cheng raised an eyebrow, inwardly reluctant 100 times over. Isn't even trying to divide the troops a challenge? If he sent too many out, how could they guard the city? Inside the council chamber, Duan Cheng stared at Xia with a tight frown. The last time 3,000 bandits invaded Fierce Tiger Mountain, it was because he forbade the army from leaving the city, resulting in heavy casualties among the people, and he was harshly reprimanded by the Hangzhou governor. Assistant County Magistrate Qian Sun read the atmosphere and cleared his throat. "Captain Xia, the county army only has 1,000 men. If you send them all out, what if Jinyuan itself gets attacked?" Xia stood up and cupped his hands in the direction of Hangzhou. "Governor Qin and General Li both instructed me to protect the people of Jinyuan. Last time I didn't send troops out. If I don't this time, how will I face my superiors?" Hearing the mention of senior officials from Hangzhou, Qian swallowed his words and sat down sheepishly. Xia turned to Duan Cheng. "Sir, it is the county army's unshirkable duty to eradicate the marauders." Rubbing his temples, Duan Cheng knew resistance was futile and decided to go with the flow. "Captain Xia, how many men do you plan to take?" 500. That's too many. 400, no less. All right, 400 then. I sat at the back, almost laughing aloud. The dignified county captain debating troop numbers like haggling at the market. But it was understandable. Jinyuan was poor, already barely able to maintain 1,000 soldiers. After the meeting, Xia turned his gaze to me and Song Mo. Song Mo was the young master of the Song family in Jinyuan, 23 years old, handsome and imposing. Rejecting the pleasures of the city, he preferred martial arts and, relying on his family, had secured a place in the militia. "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts?" Song Mo smiled. "I command 3,000 militia. Send as many as you want. I'll kill as many as they send." Xia nodded and looked towards me. I said, "The bandits are hiding in the dark. We operate openly. It's easier to dodge open attacks than to guard against covert ones. Better to remain still, concentrate forces near the villages, spread intelligence, and wait for them to deliver themselves." Song Mo sneered. What if the bandits don't come out? Will you just sit and wait? I shook my head. They broke out from fierce Tiger Mountain, short of clothes and food. They won't hide for long. Xia interrupted. All valid points. Here's the plan. I'll defend Yema Town. Lin Feng will guard Sangji Town, and Song Mo, with your large forces, will hold Pingning and Shuanyo towns, each covering a radius of 10 li. With the orders given, the three dispersed. At the county government's gate, Song Mo suddenly stopped, adopting a superior tone. Lord Lin, if you can't defeat the bandits, ask me for help. Don't cling to pride and harm the people. I sneered inwardly. Was this a show of force? Thank you, Lord Song. I smiled faintly. If you're in trouble, feel free to ask me for aid as well. Song Mo narrowed his eyes. Huh, you think I'd ever need that? Life is unpredictable. You might lose a battle sometime. Song Mo snorted coldly and flicked his sleeve before climbing into his carriage. The carriage was lavish, intricately carved, pulled by two fine horses. As the curtain was lifted, a jade hand stretched out, revealing a young girl of 18 or 19, dressed in moon-white robes, skin whiter than snow, pure and serene like an orchid in a secluded valley. Of all the women I had met, only Lady Li could rival her. Lord Song, hungry? Song Mo snapped impatiently. Meeting fools is enough to make me full of anger. Let's go home. As the curtain fell, the girl glanced at me. A fleeting look, stunning beyond words. The carriage rolled away, and I was still savoring the moment. Shaking my head, I turned towards the Pu, Zhang, and Hu families. These three were major patrons of the Shuafeng camp. I could not slight them. On the way, I first visited the Zhang and Hu families, leaving 20 men to guard each. Zheng Tu and Hu Zhen were extremely nervous. I had to reassure them before leaving. As I stepped out from the Hu residence, my peripheral vision caught a lotus pattern low on the outer wall. I was thinking about the bandits and paid it no mind. At the Pu residence, Pu Baoyu repeatedly begged for extra guards. I promised another 20 men before I could depart. Honestly, I felt it was unnecessary. The bandits couldn't possibly capture Jinyuan City. Turning a corner from the Pu house, I accidentally bumped into a young man. Boy, he fell hard on his backside, scattering his belongings everywhere. No worries, it's my fault for hurrying. The young man laughed sheepishly. I helped him pick up some things and casually grabbed a scroll of painting. The painting depicted a middle-aged woman clad in a light yellow robe, seated on a lotus throne, holding a scripture in her left hand and a Rui scepter in her right. Her expression solemn and dignified, neither a Buddhist nor a Taoist deity. The young man suddenly snatched the scroll away, his face instantly darkening. I'll take care of it myself. Feel free to do as you please. I was momentarily stunned, but didn't bother to argue further. I clapped my hands and continued on my way. After I had gone some distance, the young man pulled out a charcoal pencil and carefully drew a lotus pattern on the low outer wall of the Pu residence, exactly the same as the one on the scroll. That very night, I hurried back to the Heishan camp. At the hour of the dog, 7 to 9 p.m., inside the central command tent, I circled Sangji Town and its surrounding 10 li on the map. Deploy scouts to closely monitor the main roads. Wait for the bandits to walk right into our trap. Cui Wu, you're in charge of sending out the scouts. Understood. Leave 100 men to guard the camp. Send 60 into the town to protect the Pu, Zhang, and Hu families, and the rest move out immediately. Though the Shufeng camp was newly formed, its training results were impressive. Within half an hour, everyone was assembled and on the move at full speed. On the official road in Jinyuan County, a ragtag force of over 400 marched under the cover of darkness. Their clothing was disorganized, and their weapons varied widely. Commander Zhou, didn't the second-in-command order us to hurry? Commander Zhou shot him a cold glance. Don't know anything. The second-in-command said to stir up trouble in Jinyuan County. If we don't kill a few people and seize several villages, how can we draw the government army's attention? Come on, we're robbing gold and silver in town. Have fun with the women before we leave. The bandits cheered and followed eagerly. Unnoticed by them, a scout slipped down from an old tree 100 paces away from the road like a nimble monkey and vanished into the night. Sangji Town, the hour of Cho, 1 to 3 a.m. The night watchman beat the wooden clapper. Fourth watch of the Cho hour. Beware of thieves. Suddenly, he stopped. Shadows stirred ahead. Who goes there? Swish! An arrow pierced through his lantern. The clouds parted, and moonlight spilled down. The watchman's pupils shrank sharply. The town entrance was suddenly flooded with several hundred fierce bandits. Thief! Bandits! He turned and ran. Commander Zhou sneered, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. Swish! An arrow struck the watchman's calf. He screamed and collapsed. Rob the wealthy households. Kill all who resist. The bandits howled and surged into the town. The one in front kicked over the watchman and raised his blade. Swish! A streak of dark light flew in a diagonal path. The arrow struck the bandit's arm with such force it diverted the blade's trajectory. The second arrow followed swiftly. A three-pronged arrow pierced the bandit's eye socket. He fell without so much as a sound. On rooftops to both sides, hundreds of archers appeared simultaneously. Shoot! Hua Yun gave the order, and a rain of arrows poured down. Dozens of bandits fell, wailing in pain. Commander Zhou, we're ambushed. Seeing the flanking ambush, Zhou knew things had gone south. Before he could finish speaking, 300-foot soldiers burst out from a nearby alley, clad in shiny leather armor and wielding uniform weapons. I dashed forward, shouting, I am Lin Feng, drill instructor of the Shufeng camp. Surrender now. Retreat. Quick, retreat. Commander Zhou yelled, urging his men to flee. But when they reached the town entrance, another 300 troops charged from outside. Zhu Sheng's voice thundered, bandits! Your grandpa Zhu Sheng is here. Zhu Sheng swung his blade, cutting down several men in succession. Encircled from front and rear, with arrows raining from both sides, Commander Zhou's face turned pale. Break through. If you can't escape, you'll die. As he shouted this, an arrow pierced the gap in his armor from behind. Though it wasn't fatal, it lodged deeply in the flesh. His aides quickly helped pull out the arrow and supported him as they fled. Leading the Shufeng elite troops like a spear, I carved through the bandits' formation, heading straight for Commander Zhou. Stop them! A blade cleaved through one of my aides, but I aimed my sword straight at Commander Zhou. I'll fight you to the death. Blades clashed. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. I struck and severed his long sword in one blow. Zhou's face changed drastically, cursing me as if I were a monster. While retreating, I slashed diagonally with my sword. Shred. His leather armor tore apart, leaving a long wound across his chest. That cut I held back on. Otherwise, it would have opened him up. Ah! Zhou howled and collapsed. Capture him. Don't let him die. Judging by how he barked orders, he must be a person of rank among the bandits. Maybe we could squeeze some information from him. With their leader captured, the remaining bandits collapsed even faster. Over 400 men, not a single one escaped. They were all rounded up. 2/4 of an hour later, at the center of Sangji town, Hua Yun's face was flushed as he reported, Brother Lin, there were 412 bandits, 308 killed, 104 captured, including the leader of Menghu village. What are our casualties? Hua Yun's expression darkened. 33 dead and many wounded. 33. I let out a sigh. The Shufeng camp was still too new. Even with an ambush and surprise attack, we lost so many. Prepare the bodies of the fallen brothers properly, and leave the wounded here in Sangji town. I looked toward the elder Wu Min. I entrust them to you. Wu Min nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Lord Lin. You have protected all the townspeople. I will take good care of them. The townspeople of Sangji town all went out to help guard the captives and prepare meals. The corpses of the dead bandits were dragged outside the town, their ears cut off to be claimed as proof for rewards at the county office in the future. In the small courtyard, the bandit leader Zhou Qi had his wounds treated, his face pale and drooping. Zhu Sheng kicked him sharply at the back of his knee. Kneel. I sat on the chair, playing with my horizontal sword. Are you Zhou Qi? One of the 8 leaders of Fierce Tiger Fortress. He was silent for a moment before nodding. My time is precious. I'll be straightforward. According to Great Qian law, even slow slicing execution would be lenient for you. Zhou Qi shuddered all over and gritted his teeth. If you didn't kill me, then you surely want something from me, right? Snap. I snapped my fingers. Smart. I can give you a way out, banishment to serve as a soldier. On one condition, you must be useful. Zhou Qi eagerly said, I know the second leader's plan. I'll tell you everything. The second leader? I furrowed my brows. Your second leader is in Jinyuan County? Yes. He led us to break through the encirclement of the Hanzhou army. I'm going to meet him. How many people? Where will you meet? 2 li outside Jinyuan City, by the Xiaoyuan River. Chui Wu asked in confusion. What are you doing near Jinyuan City? Zhou Qi scratched his head. The second leader says he's confident of capturing Jinyuan City. At this statement, everyone was shocked. Zhu Sheng grabbed his collar furiously. You rotten scoundrels can take Jinyuan City? Zhou Qi's face turned red from holding back. Really? The second leader said there are people inside the city who will help us. I slowly stood up and signaled Zhu Sheng to let go. How many men does your second leader have? The whole Fierce Tiger Fortress only has about 1,000 people, right? Zhou Qi rubbed his neck. Many brothers from other forts escaped with us. The second leader now has nearly 800 or 900 men. Who is the inside contact? I stepped closer, my gaze sharp as a blade. Zhou Qi shivered. I really don't know. I'm just a leader. I don't have to know the second leader's affairs. Huayun and Zhu Sheng both looked at me. Brother Lin, what should we do? Is Jinyuan City really in danger? I squinted and forced myself to calm down. Frowning, I calculated. There weren't many bandits to begin with. We eliminated 400. The second leader on Fierce Tiger Mountain still had about 800 or 900. There shouldn't be many bandits left near Sanji Town. If there really were inside helpers in Jinyuan City, the county troops would be unable to hold them. We have to go. Chui Wu counseled softly. Sir, Lord Xia assigned Shuofeng Camp the task of guarding. Duan Cheng was jolted awake by a rapid knocking at the door. The steward Duan was pale with panic. Sir, thieves have entered the city. Duan Cheng's face changed abruptly. Where is the county militia? How was the city gate breached? He threw on a thin garment and rushed towards the council hall. Inside, the county magistrate Qian San, the clerk Gui Yong, the registrar Su Kun, and the captain of the constables Xing San were all present, each looking anxious. As they were discussing, Qin Lang burst in, drenched in blood. Sir, it's not just bandits breaking the city. It's the White Lotus sect rising in rebellion from within, seizing the city gates from the inside. They have at least over 1,000 fighters and have brought in outside bandits. Our county forces cannot hold them. Duan Cheng's vision darkened, nearly fainting. Qian San hurried to steady him. Qin Lang said gravely, Sir, there are 2 options. Either escort you out of the city to meet with Lord Xia, or send a pigeon message for Lord Xia to return and defend, while I lead the county militia to make a last stand at the Duan residence. Duan Cheng's mind raced. Abandoning the city means losing his official title and possibly endangering his family with exile. Staying to defend the Duan estate. Qin Lang is a tough man. Perhaps reinforcements could arrive. Follow your plan. Send word urgently for Lord Xia to return to the city. Lao Duan, notify the wealthy families. Any willing to take refuge. Bring your families and guards. Duan Cheng was not moved by kindness. He wanted reinforcements. The estate's servants are mostly able-bodied youth, reliable in a crisis. Jinyuan City had already descended into chaos. Li Bai led the White Lotus sect, massacring county troops along the way, pressing towards the city center. Bandits from outside trailed behind, specifically targeting large households marked with the sect's symbol for plunder. Fires blazed everywhere. Cries, laughter, and battle cries mingled into a cacophony. At the North City Gate, Chen Yuan stood atop the walls, watching the city engulfed in flames. All the wealth of this city will belong to our White Lotus sect. Money raises armies. We will take Hanzhou Prefecture. Over 200 White Lotus followers guarded the gate heavily. Suddenly, someone shouted, Deacon Chun, a force is approaching outside the city. Chen Yuan looked out. About 500 ragtag men approached, bearing all kinds of weapons. Some rode mules, looking ridiculous. I notched an arrow and shot it, pinning it just beside the lead horse's hoof. Zhou Qi cursed angrily. Damn it! Almost shot my prized horse. Chen Yuan had guessed. It was the troop led by Zhou Qi, the Tiger Fortress commander who had been delayed, as Fong Yuan mentioned. Why are you only coming now? Chen Yuan asked. Zhou Qi patted the bulging sack on his horse's back. Passed through a town and couldn't resist, grabbed a haul. Hey, which fortress are you from? Chen Yuan almost laughed in frustration. We're not bandits. We are members of the White Lotus sect, under our Lady Wuxing. Zhou Qi grumbled. What's with all this, father and mother? Can a woman really be in charge? Chen Yuan ignored the fool and waved to open the gates. brothers, into the city. Grab the money and women. The bandits cheered and rushed inside. I led Zhou Qi's horse in, face smeared with dirt, but my mind roiled. It was him, the man I saw outside the Pu family mansion, holding a drawing of Our Lady Wuxing, and thinking of the lotus symbols on wealthy estates' walls, all connected. The White Lotus sect had been hidden inside the city, coordinating with bandits outside to strike Jinyuan City. I kept a calm expression and led the horse into the city, surrounded by flames and cries of agony and battle. As we moved away, Zhou Qi dismounted. Lord Lin, the White Lotus plus Feng Yuan's men total nearly 2,000. We only have 500. What do we do? Zhu Sheng hissed. Numbers don't matter. Let's fight them to the death. Hua Yun frowned deeply. If we all die, who saves Jinyuan City? I crossed my arms. The situation inside is unclear. Find a place to rest first, and send scouts to gather intelligence. I already had a faint plan forming in my mind. The gates of the Duan estate pounded violently, rocking as if to fall. 7 or 8 servants held them fast, while the steward urged others to place heavy furniture to brace the door. The Duan estate was being attacked from front and rear simultaneously. Li Bai, seeing the front gate hard to break, ordered an assault from the back door. Qin Lang directed the county soldiers to fire rockets in the front yard. The first wave of White Lotus disciples climbed the walls and stormed in, fearless despite overwhelming odds. In the name of Our Lady Wuxing, obliterate the hometown. White Lotus disciples are invulnerable to blade and gun. They stood firm even after multiple wounds. Xing Sen's spine chilled at the sight. They're mad, Qin Lang said coldly. The White Lotus will not take the estate by frontal attack. They must come through the back door. Captain Xing, the rear courtyard is yours. The moment Xing's son arrived in the backyard, shouts of battle erupted. Bandits fiercely assaulted the rear door. After a quarter of an hour, Clerk Wei Yong came rushing in. Lord Qin, Lord Duan asks how long can we hold out. Qin Lang's armor was stained red with blood. Tell Lord Duan that with me here, the Duan estate will never fall. We fight to the death. Jinyuan City, Pu residence. Pu Baoyu pushed open the door. Father, the attacking bandits have retreated. 12 of Lin Feng's men were lost, and 9 estate guards dead. Old Lord Pu Qian's eyes opened slightly. Supporting the militia was the right move. Lin Feng has some skill. Pu Baoyu forced a bitter smile. The Du family half a street away was overrun by bandits. Their house burned. I'm afraid the whole family perished. Park Qian sneered coldly. Great Qian has lasted 300 years, but how many dynasties have truly endured that long? The White Lotus sect and the bandits have been causing endless trouble. The northern Jinyuan Pass has suffered defeat again. I think Great Qian is about to collapse. Park Baoyu's pupils contracted sharply. Father, you. Park Qian pulled him close, his face solemn. Son, if you want lasting wealth and honor, you must prepare before the storm comes. These years, my dealings in the north have been paving a fallback path for the Park family. After tonight, our family will invest heavily in the northern Tatars. Once the Tatars breach the passes, the Park family will only grow richer and more noble. Greed and excitement flashed in Park Baoyu's eyes. I'll follow father's orders completely. Park Qian leaned back in his chair. Lin Feng is a talent. If we can win him over, we should. Also, your father-in-law Li's family has recently created a new kind of paper, scarce in the capital region. Have your wife visit her family more often to exchange information. Before he could finish speaking, Park Fu shouted from outside. Master of the house, bandits are attacking again. Park Baoyu hurriedly left. Jinyuan City, inside a dilapidated residence. Hua Yin reported to me. The White Lotus sect is pressing hard on the Duan mansion. The county government office has already been taken. Over 1,000 White Lotus members are at the front gate of Duan Mansion, and bandits are attacking the back door. I frowned. Aren't the bandits supposed to be rampaging inside the city? Why have they gone to Duan Mansion? Zhou Qi explained. Feng Yuan has a group of fanatical thieves who follow him blindly. When he orders the attack on Duan Mansion, they will obey. I nodded. The White Lotus and the main forces of the Fierce Tiger stronghold are attacking from front and rear. This means Lord Duan, Lord Qian, and the main county forces are all gathered there. They want to decapitate them. Zhu Xing anxiously scratched his head. Sir, we can't wait any longer. Lord Duan's head will be hacked off and kicked around like a football. Almost 2,000 against 500. Charging head-on would be suicide. To break the deadlock, only cunning could help. I stopped in my tracks and signaled them closer. Come near. I have a plan to defeat the enemy. Everyone gathered around. I lowered my voice to explain the plan once more. Zhou Qi was dumbfounded. This strategy was far too bold and crazy. He could never have thought of it in his lifetime. After finalizing the plan, I assigned tasks to everyone. The counterattack by the Northern Wind Battalion against the White Lotus and bandits began at this very moment. Zhengyang Street. The gate of a wealthy household was kicked down. Over 30 bandits dragged the civilians out into the street, their pockets bulging with stolen goods. A bandit with a scarred face threw a group of women to the ground, grinning lecherously. Brothers, we've got enough silver. After we finish with these women, we withdraw. This city belongs to the second-in-command and the White Lotus sect. The cries and pleas of the women only inflamed the bandits' bestial lust further. At that moment, shoo shoo shoo, the sound of blades scraping against the cobblestones was especially harsh on the blood-soaked, corpse-strewn street. The scar-faced bandit looked up to see a group of White Lotus disciples approaching. Inside Jinyuan City, I led the elite Northern Wind Battalion, hacking through opponents. Turning a corner, we came upon bandits bullying civilians. The scar-faced leader had a woman pinned down, about to assault her. I sliced him down with one stroke, my voice cold as ice. Orders from above. The White Lotus sect takes control of the entire city. Those who dare commit crimes will be killed. My brothers behind me attacked like wolves on sheep, hacking the bandits until they screamed for mercy. Only 3 managed to escape. Zhu Sheng wiped blood from his face and asked, "Brother Lin, what about these civilians?" I waved my hand. Let them hide on their own. Keep hunting the bandits. The more we kill, the better. We want every bandit to think it's the White Lotus eliminating them. We were all wearing White Lotus robes. After killing a few groups, the bandits finally caught on. This was the White Lotus turning on them, intending to hog all the gold and silver. The bandits' eyes reddened with rage, and they united to counterattack the White Lotus. My first spark of fire had succeeded. Outside Duan Mansion, White Lotus sect leader Li Bai was commanding people to batter down the door. Boom! The gates collapsed, and the cultists swarmed inside. Within the mansion, Qin Lang led the county soldiers in desperate resistance. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind Li Bai. A key subordinate staggered in, breathless. Sect leader, the bandits have come. Li Bai's face darkened. They've lost their minds? Attacking the White Lotus without cause. A trusted aide gritted his teeth beside him. Sect leader, the White Lotus must not fear them. Li Bai suppressed his anger and sent someone to negotiate with Fang Yuan at the back gate. This man was indeed calm. Unfortunately, my second fire was already on its way. North gate of Jinyuan City. I, with Zhu Sheng and others, disguised as bandits, chased a dozen White Lotus disciples to the north gate. Those dozen were my men, their bodies covered in blood. Chen Yuan, the gate guard, panicked and hurried down from the city wall to assist. What's going on? The escaped brothers cried out. Manager Chen, the bandits have gone mad, chasing and killing us. Chen Yuan angrily pointed at Zhu Sheng. Whose men are you? Zhu Sheng slammed his war club on the ground, sneering coldly. Jinyuan City belongs to our fierce Tiger Mountain. None of your White Lotus's business. As Chen Yuan scolded them, the dozen White Lotus disciples behind him suddenly drew their knives and simultaneously stabbed the nearby cultists. Chen Yuan felt a sharp pain in his lower back and turned around in disbelief. You, why would you harm your own cult members? The man grinned wickedly. I'm from the fierce tiger stronghold. Since when do I consider you my own? Caught in a pincer attack, the White Lotus sect collapsed instantly. Zhu Sheng wielded his wolf-tooth club like a god of war, killing everything in his path. Within less than half an hour, the north gate changed hands. Chen Yuan fled, wounded. Zhu Sheng chuckled. Sir, it's a shame that Chen got away. I shook my head. Let him go warn them. It'll only add fuel to the fire. I patted Zhu Sheng's shoulder. Leave 100 of your brothers to guard the north gate. This is our fallback for the Frostwind Battalion. We must hold it. Understood. As long as I, Zhu Sheng, have breath in my body, the north gate will never fall. Leading the remaining men, I sped toward the Duan mansion. The groundwork was laid. Now the main event was about to begin. Outside the front gate of the Duan mansion, Fang Yuan's trusted aide Fang Zheng was bickering with Li Bai. Master of the altar, please be patient. The second in command is sending people to mediate. Before he finished, Qin Yuan was carried over, covered in blood. Li Bai was shocked. Qin Yuan, what happened? Qin Yuan spat a mouthful of blood and gripped Li Bai's hand tightly. Master, the north gate is lost. The fierce tiger stronghold disguised themselves as our followers and launched a sneak attack. Bandits cannot be trusted. His last word fell, and he breathed his last. Fang Zheng's face drained of color. Impossible. Second in command, Fang never gave such an order. Li Bai watched helplessly as Qin Yuan breathed his last, fury surging. Qin had followed him for years, shared hardships, and now, as their great cause was about to be fulfilled, he died here. Swish. I drew my sword faster. Li Bai's blade pierced Fang Zheng's chest instantly. Rebels insult our White Lotus sect. Kill my brothers. Slay them all. Li Bai had no choice but to kill. Without avenging Qin Yuan, the White Lotus sect would immediately fall apart. Chaos erupted inside and outside the Duan mansion. Inside, Qin Lang held firm. The White Lotus sect was attacking the front courtyard, while bandits assailed the back. Outside the front courtyard, bandits chased and hacked at White Lotus members. Outside the back courtyard, White Lotus pursued bandits in revenge. Fang Yuan was leading a fierce assault on the back of the mansion when he was suddenly informed White Lotus was coming for him. He thought it was a misunderstanding until he saw Li Bai truly intent on eradicating him. Fuming, he stamped his feet. I sent people to mediate with goodwill, and this is how you repay me? After a brutal battle, Fang Yuan lost 200 elite men and was heartbroken. He wasn't a fool and made a swift decision. Retreat. You want Duan Cheng's head? Take it. I'm going to plunder the city's rich households. The bandits withdrew. Li Bai's eyes were red as he threw himself into a fresh assault on the Duan mansion. Inside the main hall, Duan Cheng was already desperate. Madame Duan grabbed his sleeve, her face pale. Master, are we really going to die here? County Magistrate Qian's son pointed to a pillar. Better to die by smashing your head than suffer humiliation. Bang! Before he could finish, the White Lotus sect had surged into the main hall. Dozens of county soldiers fought desperately at the door, but were quickly butchered. Li Bai walked in with the majesty of a dragon and tiger, eyeing Duan Cheng in his official robe. Seize him. Duan Cheng went limp like mud, dragged down by two cultists and pinned to the floor. Li Bai glanced at Madame Duan, eyes lighting up. This corrupt official sure has luck with beauties. Today, you'll personally see him sent off. The executioners raised their long knives, aiming at Duan Cheng's neck. Kill. At that moment, I shot an arrow from the shadows. Whoosh! It struck the executioner's right chest. The blade grazed Duan Cheng's neck, leaving a streak of blood. Duan Cheng lost his breath and fainted on the spot, wetting himself. Who? Li Bai shouted fiercely. I led the elite Frostwind Battalion charging in. Frostwind Battalion Drill Master, Lin Feng. With each swing of my blade, a White Lotus member fell. None could withstand my 3 moves. Li Bai's face turned pale. Wasn't the drill master supposed to be outside the city? I gave him no time to think and struck directly at him. Altar Master, you're nothing. Accept your death. Li Bai gritted his teeth and raised his sword, but I grabbed his wrist like iron jaws. He cried out in pain and loosened his grip. His sword clattered to the ground. I restrained him with a reverse grip. The bandit chief is captured. Cease your resistance. Realizing escape was impossible, Li Bai shouted to his followers, flee. Go to Yuzhou and Dingzhou to find our brothers. Do not delay the great cause. Most cultists scattered. The few loyalists who tried to save him were all cut down by us. Lord Lin, how did you fight your way in? County Magistrate Qian's son grasped my hand excitedly, treating me more kindly than a father. It's a long story. Lord Qian, the magistrate, is unconscious. You will have to manage affairs at the Duan mansion. Qin Lang limped over, hoarse. Lord Lin, bandits are still ravaging the city. Our county army is powerless. Can your forces intervene? Chief Clerk Wei Yong was terrified and quickly blocked him. Lord Lin, please stay and protect us. I smiled. Rest assured, Lord Gua, the White Lotus sect won't dare return. I'll leave 80 men guarding the Duan mansion. The rest will follow me to rescue the people. As I prepared to leave, I caught sight of Madame Duan timidly watching me from an alleyway. I approached. Madam, are you well? She nodded, eyes full of complexity. I'm all right. I lowered my voice. Madam, were you frightened? I've never seen Lin Longzhong kill anyone before. You're a bit scary, like a wild beast, like a jackal or a tiger. I chuckled softly and reached out to hold her hand. Madam, does it feel the same as when I taught you the 5 animal frolics? It hasn't turned into a tiger's claw, has it? Her face flushed, and she quickly glanced around. Seeing no one nearby, she sighed with relief and broke into a smile. No, it's not a tiger's claw, just a human hand. I withdrew my hand. We still need to clear the city. I'm leaving now. Just as I was about to leave, she suddenly called softly, Lin Feng, wait. She stepped forward and carefully straightened my clothes, as a wife would for her husband. All done. Her eyes full of affection. Lin Lang, be careful. Come back safely. From Lin Longzhong to Lin Feng, then Lin Lang. Her feelings needed no words. Jinyuan City, Pu residence. As the White Lotus sect collapsed, the wealthy street where the Pu family lived was plunged into chaos. The front courtyard of the Pu residence had become a den of bandit revelry. Porcelain and silverware were plundered to emptiness, and any maid with a bit of beauty was dragged away and abused. Pu Baoyu led the steward in the backyard to rally defenses, struggling to hold on with the soldiers and guards I had left behind. In the rear courtyard, Madame Li comforted Pu Shuang. Shuang, don't be afraid. The Pu family will be fine. Pu Shuang's eyes were red. Sister-in-law, we won't escape, will we? Madame Li lifted a painting scroll, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. Here, hide inside. It's enough space for you and one maid. Sister-in-law, you should come in too. The 3 of us can squeeze in. Madame Li gave a bitter smile. Your brother is still fighting outside. I can't hide. And the other maids can't stay here either. If the Pu family falls, and they talk, you won't escape either. Be obedient. Wait until everything settles down. I'll call you out. Madame Li set the scroll back, moved a chair to block the entrance. At the door, she gathered herself, hiding her trembling hands in her sleeves before pushing the door open and stepping out. All the maids in the courtyard stared fixedly at her. Just as my brothers from the Shuofeng battalion broke into the Pu family's warehouse, I saw Feng Yuan's golden-backed large ring blade swinging down toward Madame Li. If I had been a moment later, she would have died. I drew my waist sword and threw a flying blade that smashed Feng Yuan's weapon aside. Clang! Feng Yuan swung his head fiercely around. Seeing me barge in, his face darkened. Hua Yun, you take care of the other small fries and don't let a single one escape. I ordered coldly, eyes fixed on Feng Yuan. Second in command of Menghu Mountain? Only good at bullying women? Your grandfather Lin Feng is here. Do you dare face me? Madame Li opened her eyes, and, seeing me, tears immediately fell. Lord Lin, save me. Feng Yuan grinned wildly. So you're this woman's lover? Or some officer? I hate officers the most. I'll kill you first, then kill her, and send you both to the Yellow Springs Road. This guy truly was the second in command. His skill was impressive. The 9 iron rings on his golden-backed ring blade clanged loudly, intimidating. I leapt up, swinging my sword horizontally at his head. He met it blade to blade. Clang! Sparks flew, and my tiger's mouth throbbed painfully. After clashing 3 times, I understood. His blade was heavy and strong, and a head-on clash would be disadvantageous. I needed to strike from the flank. Light as a monkey, I targeted his flank with strikes, cuts, chops, and stabs in quick succession. Schlit! One blade tore through his clothes. If not for the leather armor, it would have drawn blood. Feng Yuan's eyes scanned the warehouse. His men had already been suppressed by Shuofeng battalion. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would be for them. He went all out, attacking me with wide, powerful swings. From a distance, Pu Baoyu and his son crouched behind pillars, clenched fists silently praying for my victory. The Pu family's decades of wealth depended on me. Clang! The blades crossed again. Feng Yuan suddenly shifted his technique, using the blade's heavy momentum to twist and drag horizontally, nearly severing my arm. I barely blocked it, but saw a sinister smile creep across his face. Not good. Sure enough, he twisted the blade, and 2 iron rings on the back of his golden ring blade clamped onto my horizontal sword. Open! A powerful force hit, nearly breaking my wrist and about to make me lose my sword. At the critical moment, I flicked my left hand, sliding a short blade from my sleeve and plunged it hard into his chest. Thunk! The short blade pierced through leather armor and deep into flesh. Ah! Fong Yuan howled in pain as his sword was completely dislodged. I let go of my sword and gripped the short blade with both hands, twisting it to ravage his internal organs. Losing control, he wildly hacked at me. I barely dodged. My arm was still cut, bleeding. Seeing him stagger, I charged forward in one swift step, punched his chest hard, driving the short blade in deeper. Pulling my horizontal sword from his weapon, I swung it backhanded. Shoo! Fong Yuan's head rolled to the ground. I grabbed his head and shouted, "The bandit leader is dead. Will you all not surrender?" The moment the bandits saw Fong Yuan dead, their fighting spirit collapsed instantly. They grabbed boxes of silver and fled madly. At this moment, Park Baoyu jumped out again. "Lin Feng, stop them. Don't let them take a single coin from the Park family. Kill all these beasts." This guy had just used his wife as a shield and run faster than anyone else. Now suddenly he could command troops. After killing Fong Yuan, it wasn't over. I led the Shuafeng battalion to sweep the bandits inside the Park family residence, then swiftly marched toward the Hu and Zheng families. When we reached the Zheng family, Zheng Tu's big head was nearly chopped off and kicked like a ball. By dawn, the last fire in Jinyuan City was finally extinguished. I temporarily took over from the severely injured Qin Lang to take charge of the city's defense. Both sides of the streets were stained with dried blood. The bodies of the citizens were gathered and placed in an abandoned residence. "Brother Lin, all the city's clinics are open now, but the shortage of medicines is severe. We can't hold out for long," Hua Yun said anxiously at my side. I thought for a moment. Send someone to notify County Deputy Qian and ask him to mediate and purchase medicines from the drug dealers hoarding the supplies. Let Zhu Sheng lead 2 squads to accompany the purchase and intimidate those unscrupulous merchants so they don't hike prices. After battles at Sangji Town and Jinyuan City, the Shuafeng Battalion was reborn. We lost 33 men at Sangji Town and 218 at Jinyuan City. Out of 1,200 troops, that's about 1/6 lost in a single battle. Fortunately, the city was saved. Just then, the messenger Liu Xian came to report. "Sir, troops are coming from outside the city." I paused briefly, then smiled. "Most likely the Xia County commander has returned. Let's go to the city wall." At the northern gate wall, I leaned forward to look, and sure enough, it was Xia Yin and the militia commander Song Mo. "Lord Xia, Lord Song, you finally returned. Lin Feng and the Shuafeng battalion have been waiting. Open the city gate." "Lin Feng." Xia Yin rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. The city gate opened, and I led Hua Yun and Zhu Xing out to greet them. "I am Lin Feng, presenting myself to Lord Xia." Both Xia Yin and Song Mo were stunned. I didn't keep them in suspense and recounted the ambush on Zhou Qi at Sangji Town and how arresting him coincided with the White Lotus sect and Fierce Tiger Mountain rebellion. "So what about the bandits?" Xia Yin instinctively looked inside the city. "The second in command of Fierce Tiger Mountain, Fong Yuan, has been beheaded by me. The White Lotus sect's altar master, Li Bai, was captured alive and is now locked in the county jail," I answered. Xia Yin grabbed my hand tightly, his face flushed with excitement. "Lin Feng, I truly didn't misjudge you. You are a rare talent in Jinyuan County. Come, enter the city." Song Mo's face darkened beside us. He had worked hard alongside Xia Yin in suppressing the bandits, only to be sidelined as Xia Yin greeted me warmly. In the county government council hall, Qin Sun, Guiyong, Su Kun, and others were all present. Madame Duan brought porridge and pickles served by female servants. Everyone ate ravenously. Curious, Su Kun asked, "Lord Lin, how exactly did you win the fight last night?" Holding a porcelain bowl, I smiled lightly. "All right, I'll explain how the Shuafeng battalion tricked open the city gates and caused infighting among the bandits. I started from the live capture of Zhou Qi, disguising ourselves as bandits to enter the city, then pretending to be White Lotus sect members to kill the Fierce Tiger Mountain bandits, then again disguising as bandits to eliminate Chun Yuan, the North Gate's guard captain. With Chun Yuan dead, The alliance between the White Lotus sect and bandits completely collapsed. I took advantage of the White Lotus sect's full assault on Madame Duan's residence to break out and capture Li Bai alive. Bang! Qian Sun slammed the table. Excellent. Lord Lin, I admire your strategy. Though Guiyong didn't like me, even he had to give some praise. Song Imo looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. After the meal, I went out to handle other affairs. Qian Sun entrusted me with the wealthy merchant district, making me responsible for security and delivering medicine. At the Park family's rear residence, Manager Park Fu's attitude toward me was completely different from before. I had once been merely a hunter with the empty title of militia commander. No one took the Shuofeng battalion seriously. After last night's battle, which saved the Park family, his demeanor changed immediately. Lord Lin, could you try to find some old mountain ginseng? My old master was shocked, and all the nourishing medicine in the house was taken by the bandits, he said. I smiled. No problem. I'll send someone with it later, though the price will be a bit high. Just then, a young servant ran over saying the warehouse accounts didn't match. He scowled, cursed under his breath, then turned to me with a smiling face again. Lord Lin, I have urgent matters. Feel free to look around. Park Fu walked away, and behind me, Lu Xian, carrying a wooden box, whispered quietly, Brother Lin, do all the big families really have two faces? I smiled with my hands behind my back. Why do you say that? Everyone in the Park family greets you with smiles, but turns fierce when facing others. That's usually how big families are, I replied. However, the Park family does have people who are consistent inside and out. After finishing the tasks and heading out, I ran into a pretty young female servant. Your servant Xiaotao greets Lord Lin. I looked at her face, feeling a sense of familiarity. Have we met? I am the first-ranked female servant beside Madam. Madam requests your presence. My heart stirred. The rear courtyard was quiet. Madam Li sat by the stone table, head bowed as she looked over account books. Though looking haggard, she added an extra fragile beauty, like a painting. Madam Li was frightened last night. Why aren't you resting? She looked up at me, a spark of surprise in her eyes, then stood and bowed. Her body swayed slightly, her weight shifting to the right. Madam Lin, I thank you for saving my life last night. I looked at her for a moment. I am the training commander of Jinyuan County. It is my duty to kill bandits and protect the people. There's no need to talk about repayment. But your complexion is terrible. Have you not been eating properly? A trace of desolation passed over her face. Whether I eat or not doesn't matter. No one cares about my life or death. I was silent for a moment. Madam called me here just to say this? I reached out and pressed her shoulder. The courtyard gate was closed. Xiaotao and Lu Xian were outside. Her body stiffened, and she blurted out, What do you intend to do, sir? A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She had thought I was different from other men, but after just a few meetings, I was going to make a move? Sit still. I pressed her back down, my voice growing cold. Don't think being young means you can ignore a twisted ankle. When you get old, you'll be the one to suffer. I bent down and grabbed her left ankle. Her brows furrowed, and the previous thought vanished like smoke. Sir, you want to treat my injury? What else? A blush swept over her face. She lowered her head, unable to meet my gaze, both embarrassed and ashamed. This injury is nothing. It will heal quickly. I smiled. Not as fast as you think. You don't move around much, and without medicine, this twisted ankle won't heal for 10 days, maybe half a month. I took a small bottle of ointment from the wooden box and set it on the table, removing her shoes. You have to live well. Your life and death are not without concern. Many people hope you live well. She couldn't help but look up at me, shaking her head self-mockingly. Who? My eunuch? My husband? Or my father and uncles far away in Liaodong? To them, I'm just a political tool for marriage. Before she could finish, her slender left leg involuntarily pulled back, but against me, she had no strength to break free. Her socks were off, revealing a pair of fair, delicate feet. Madame Li's feet were small and tender, somewhat contrasting with her tall figure. I silently praised them. Such beautiful feet. What kind of talk is that? I placed her foot on my leg and said seriously, People live for themselves. Who says no one cares means you have to die? My older brother and I grew up without parents. The village fed us out of kindness. But whoever truly cared for us? We still grew up all the same. Besides, madam, You are so beautiful. The people who care about you could line up from the Piao family gate all the way to Sanji town. Li bit her lip and summoned courage to ask, and Lord Lin? Does Lord Lin also wish for me to live well? I didn't answer immediately, massaging her ankle as I spoke. This is our family's traditional ointment. Twisted ankles heal quickly. The light in Li's eyes dimmed gradually. She closed her eyes, tears falling from the corners. I said gently. Of course I want you to live well, to live long and prosper, carefree for your whole life. Li suddenly opened her eyes wide, both surprised and joyful. You really mean that? I smiled. Of course. Hey, why are you crying? Lord Lin, you're too strong. It hurts. She laughed through her tears. I cleared my throat awkwardly and softened the strength of my hands. While massaging her foot, Li talked much more, telling me stories of the ancestral Li estate in Liaodong, the scenery along both banks of the Liao River, and childhood memories of going to Liaoyang City with her younger brother to see the Aoshan Lantern Festival. After a while, our distance closed considerably. I also learned her given name, Rilan. As for why she sent Xiao Hao to find me, I did not ask, and she did not say. It seemed she just wanted to see me once. After leaving the Piao household, I visited several prominent families in Zheng, Hu, and others. These wealthy families had suffered greatly from bandit raids. Seeing me deliver supplies, each warmly welcomed me, almost wanting me to stay permanently. It was only after much effort that I managed to return to the county office, only to receive bad news. Lord Duan had not yet awakened. The doctor said it was excessive fright causing damage to vital energy and soul, requiring strong medicine to revive him. But even if he woke, the bodily injuries were irreversible and likely to shorten his lifespan. The magistrate was unconscious, and Deputy Qian's son was bustling about, handling city affairs and writing letters to Hanzhou Prefecture to report. At sunset, I walked side by side with Qian's son in the back courtyard of the county office. Lord Lin, you've achieved great merit this time. I've already written a letter to commend you, Qian's son said cheerfully. I immediately clasped my hands. Thank you, Sir Qian. But over 200 brothers from the Shuofeng battalion were lost. They were all poor sons of Jinyuan County. As for compensation, at the mention of money, Qian Sin's face grew awkward. Of course compensation will be given. Hanzhou Prefecture will soon allocate funds. You just have to wait, Lord Lin. Wait. I hadn't forgotten that at the end of last year, the constables' salaries were only paid because the wealthy donated. If the money wasn't actively pursued, who knows when it would arrive. I was about to say more when Qian's son waved his hand, changing the subject. Lord Lin, do you know why I've asked you here now? An important person wants to see you. What important person? Qian's son leaned in close, speaking in a mysterious tone. Do you know the Directorate of Ceremonial? It's the head of the 24 government offices. I shook my head. The original owner was a hunter, completely clueless about the affairs of those offices in the capital. Qian's son then nodded and began to explain. The Directorate of Ceremonial has existed since the founding of Great Qian. It's controlled by the chief eunuch wielding the power of approving red marks. Below him are 4 secretary eunuchs, and under them are the attending eunuchs, who serve as reserve talent. Today you're going to meet the attending eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, Lord Zhua Dingjua. He's the adopted son of the Eastern Depot's commander. Even Lord Duan has to tread carefully around him. Don't say a word carelessly when you go in. A chill ran down my spine. Why does Lord Zhua want to see me? How would I know? Probably because he saw your merit in the rescue and wants to sway you. Lord Lin, you're about to rise. Don't forget me when you do. Qian's son led me to a small courtyard and said a few words to the guards. Moments later, I was invited in. There were 8 guards just in the courtyard, and by the main hall's entrance stood 2 veiled female attendants with good figures. I took a deep breath and stepped before the main hall. I am Lin Feng, militia commander of Jinyuan County, reporting to the superior. No sooner had I finished speaking than a tall, well-proportioned woman in blue, wearing a veil and holding a sword, appeared at the door. The moment she showed up, my hair stood on end. She was a master who had killed many people. Come in, she said coldly, uttering 2 words. Inside, at the main seat sat a man about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a dark red flying fish robe, wearing a black gauze hat. His face was handsome and delicate but unnaturally pale, with no beard. I glanced once before lowering my head. Are you Lin Feng? The militia commander who defeated the White Lotus sect and bandits last night. Shuading's voice was loud and clear. Yes. I decided it was better to say less than more. Your militia has been formed less than 3 months, yet with 500 men you defeated an enemy many times your number. Your training and leadership show real skill. I've looked into your family. Your ancestors have been hunters for 5 generations. Where did you learn these abilities? An idea struck me. My lord, when I was a child, I met a wandering Taoist. I fed him several times, and he taught me some miscellaneous knowledge. In any case, they wouldn't be able to verify it. Zhuoding nodded in approval. If your skill comes from childhood learning and you can train soldiers like this, well done. Now turn around twice. My heart tightened. It couldn't be that the eunuch wanted me to perform some kind of unspoken test, could it? I braced myself and turned twice. Zhuoding asked the woman in blue, "How is he?" "Physically strong, upright posture, with durable muscles and bones." Zhuoding nodded. At the Directorate of Ceremonial, when we select talent, we look for 3 things: exceptional ability, proper appearance, and good health for longevity. I exhaled with relief, but immediately realized the Directorate of Ceremonial recruits talented people? Was he trying to bring me into the palace? My face turned bitter. Lord Zhua, our Lin family has only me as the male heir. My eldest brother was killed by a wild beast last year, and I have no children yet. If I enter the palace, the Lin family will have no successors. Zhuoding rolled his eyes. You think the Directorate lets just anyone in? Stop daydreaming. You're only a militia commander now. I admire you and am offering you a chance to rise rapidly. Do you want it? This was the critical moment. I quickly calculated in my mind. The Directorate of Ceremonial was at bitter odds with Prime Minister Sima Jin. Cooperation with Zhuoding would inevitably involve me. But if I refused, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the woman in blue had already gripped the sword hilt. The Eastern Depot's guards killed without hesitation. Crushing me, a militia commander, would be like crushing an ant. Difficult, but this hurdle had to be crossed. I forced myself to ask, may I respectfully ask, Lord Zhua, how far can this rapid rise take me? Zhuoding laughed, not angry. You made a contribution in the Battle of Jinyuan City. It wouldn't be hard for you to become 1,000 household commander of the county militia. But I can make you the county captain of Jinyuan. County captain. My heart leapt. The county captain is an official military officer of the court, commanding all county militia. With the Shuafeng camp under me, I would control half of Jinyuan County's forces. Theoretically, I could even command Songmo's 3,000 men. I was tempted, but I deliberately put on a greedy look. Daring to ask, my lord, could I advance even further? Impudent, the woman in blue snapped, and with it the sword was drawn in an instant. The blade pressed against my neck, chilling wind brushing my face. Wait. Zhuoding raised his hand and stepped forward, eyeing me carefully. If you handle your duties well, county captain isn't the end. One day, replacing Li Chongliang, becoming the general of Hangzhou City, is not impossible. The time was right. If I pushed further, he would really get angry. I quickly cupped my fists. I am Lin Feng, willing to serve you, to serve the Directorate of Ceremonial. Zhuoding helped me to my feet, his eyes deep and inscrutable. In the future, the Eastern Depot people will contact you. You will serve the Eastern Depot, remember that. He emphasized Eastern Depot deliberately. I felt uncomfortable. That was the eunuch faction. Zhuoding gave me a few final reminders before dismissing me. Later I learned that as soon as I left, the woman in the green robe asked Zhuoding why he chose someone as greedy as me. Zhuoding said, Old Sima, the rogue, was pressing Ri Chong hard, and Li Chongliang and the others regarded the Directorate of Ceremonial as a raging flood. Only someone like me, born humble, capable, ambitious, but without backing, could rely on him to climb upward. He would also place shackles around me to strictly monitor my every move. This game of mutual exploitation had only just begun. 3 days after the White Lotus Rebellion, Jinyuan County returned to tranquility. I led the Shuafeng camp on the road home. Outside the North Gate, County Commander Xia Yin and Qianhu Qinlang personally came to see us off. Lord Xia, Lord Qin, this is where we part. I cupped my hands and said, the horses and carts transporting supplies. I'll send people from Heishan camp to bring them back. We had lost more than 200 soldiers this time. The rest drove 12 carts slowly out of the city. Xia Yin laughed heartily. Lin Feng, you're being too formal. The carts and horses are old, so just send them to your Shuofeng camp. No need to return. The people of Jinyuan City voluntarily donated grain, meat, and cloth to reward the troops, which made me very grateful. In that case, Lin Feng gratefully accepts. Lord Xia, Lord Qin, please kindly take care of the compensation funds for my brothers in the Shuofeng camp. I stayed in Jinyuan for 3 days, waiting for Hanzhou Prefecture to provide the compensation for fallen soldiers. Qin Lang looked serious. Brother Lin, don't worry. I ask Lord Qian about it once every day. Xia Yin patted him with a wry smile. If you keep asking, Lord Qian might start avoiding you. Lord Qian's son originally wanted to see me off, but got scared from my constant inquiries about compensation and dodged all meetings. Xia Yin pulled me aside and spoke gravely. Lin Feng, the situation around Jinyuan Pass isn't good. The entire funds and grain reserves from Hanzhou must prioritize that region. I frowned. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't pay compensation. The brothers in Shuofeng camp come from poor families. If they die in battle and get no compensation, how will their family survive? No, I have to see Lord Qian. Xia Yin grabbed me firmly. Meeting him won't magically produce money. I and Lord Qian will definitely fight for it with Hanzhou Prefecture. You need to prepare yourself mentally and absolutely mustn't do anything rash. After much persuasion, I was finally calmed. The good mood on the return was clouded. I worried about money and the future. If we can't even pay soldiers compensation, how can the great Qian last? 2 days later, at the Lin family in He Valley Village. In the small courtyard, Li Yaning was feeding chickens, Li Yanwan was embroidering at the stone table, and Chen Qianqian was mumbling while holding a mechanical design diagram. Bang, bang, bang. 3 knocks sounded at the door outside. Then a deep voice said, "Is there a lovely lady at home? I happen to be passing by and asked to stay a night. Is that possible?" Chen Qianqian threw down the diagram and dashed to open the door. "Husband, you've finally returned." I carried a large bamboo basket on my back and laughed, gently flicking her nose. "Where else would I go if not home? Did you miss your husband?" "I did." She threw herself into my arms and rubbed against me hard. Li Yanwan's eyes were red. "It's good you're back, so good you're back. I'll go cook something for husband." No rush. I pulled both of them into my embrace. Although this trip wasn't very long, having faced life and death made me miss home all the more. "Come, husband brought you some good things." I opened the basket, snacks from Rong Yuzhai, 2 jars of fine wine, 3 boxes of rouge, and premium lamb meat. "Tonight, we have hot pot." Chen Qianqian's eyes sparkled. "Great, great. I'll pick some greens." Li Yaning said, "I'll fetch the pot and light the fire." Li Yanwan smiled gently. "Husband, I'll accompany you to the kitchen to cut the lamb." Watching the 3 wives bustling about, my heart finally settled. A golden nest or a silver nest isn't as good as one's own little doghouse. At night, after the rain and thunder, Li Yaning and Chun Qianqian were fast asleep. I held Li Yanwan close and told her about meeting Zhuoding. She was the calmest. Some matters I preferred to consult with her. Zhuoding, the adopted son of the Eastern Depot's commander, didn't expect him to come to Jinyuan County. "You know him?" I was somewhat surprised. I heard father mention him. He's one of Wei Nanting's adopted sons from the Eastern Depot, skilled in painting and poetry, sharp and clever. "Husband," you agreed. Though constrained, it was the right choice. She gripped my hand fearfully. Zhuoding's temperament is twisted, and he's always accompanied by experts. If he told you his plan, and you refused, you might have lost your head on the spot. Thinking of that woman's swordsmanship in green robe, I silently felt lucky. I sighed. "Yanwan, the Directorate of Ceremonial and the Chancellor's faction. Has father-in-law ever said who will win?" She shook her head. "Father said as long as the current emperor remains on the throne, neither side can decisively win, unless one reign, one minister." The emperor was old and powerless, and the eunuch Liu Shi in charge of the seal and Chancellor Sima Jin had become 2 mutually restraining chess pieces, neither able to remove the other, unless a new ruler takes the throne. Since there was no conclusion, I decided to let it go. My hand slid from her shoulder to her chest, gently kneading. "Husband," Li Yanwan's voice was soft. "You've worked hard for many days. It's time to rest." I rolled over and pinned her beneath me, chuckling. We've been husband and wife for so long. What's there to be shy about? Let your husband work hard a little longer. The days after returning home were busy but orderly. The troops lost at Shuofeng camp needed to be recruited anew, and I had to personally scout and select locations for mountain strongholds. I also contacted a livestock trader through Luda to buy some good horses and form a reconnaissance cavalry. 3 days later, inside the command tent at Heishan camp, I slammed the table. Lord Qin, what's this from Hanzhou Prefecture supposed to mean? On the table lay a document bearing the red seal of Hanzhou Prefecture. Qin Lang was silent for a moment before saying, Brother Lin, Hanzhou Prefecture has no surplus silver coins. I laughed bitterly. Lord Qin, since I began organizing our militia, when has Hanzhou Prefecture ever had money? They only gave me pay for 100 men, and I accepted that. They sent a pile of broken weapons and armor. I patched them up and accepted that too. But the brothers of Shuofeng camp risked their lives for Jinyuan City, and the compensation money is now just IOUs. I waved the document forcefully. Hua Yun, Zhu Sheng, Chui Wu, and Wang Ping, the 400-rank officers, were equally outraged. Hua Yun's eyes reddened. Hanzhou Prefecture is really bullying us. Zhu Sheng gritted his teeth. We can't just let this go? I'll go to Hanzhou Prefecture myself and reason with the governor. Qin Lang hurriedly stopped them. Gentlemen, the county magistrate and Lord Qian have done all they can in recent days. Jinyuan Pass is in a critical state and has repeatedly petitioned the court for aid. The imperial edict has reached Hanzhou, ordering Li Chunliang to quickly eradicate the bandits on Fierce Tiger Mountain and rush to support Jinyuan Pass. I suppressed my anger. Is Jinyuan Pass really that bad? Does it need support from Hanzhou's army? The Hanzhou army was local. Mobilizing local troops indicated just how tense the border situation was. I don't know the exact details, but from what Lord Xia reported, the Jinyuan army has suffered significant losses. The northern barbarians have also risen in Dingzhou, putting immense pressure on the entire northern frontier, Qin Lang sighed. Hanzhou Prefecture will naturally prioritize supporting Jinyuan Pass with manpower and funds. The idea from Lord Qian and Lord Xia is, accept this IOU first, then petition for some benefits for the families of fallen soldiers. Hanzhou is the prefecture, and we're only Jinyuan County. We can't overrule our superiors. After much pleading, Qin Lang finally calmed the brothers of Shuofeng camp. After thinking it over, I decided to pay out of my own pocket to compensate the fallen brothers. Shuofeng camp lost 251 men. According to imperial regulations, each militia soldier killed in action was to be compensated 15 taels of silver, but I made an exception and gave 25 taels each, over 6,000 taels of silver in total, draining 2 months' income from my cinnabar mine. It stung, but I wasn't reluctant to spend the money. More importantly, I wanted every soldier to know this silver came from me, Lin Feng. Though my small treasury was emptied, the results were surprisingly good. The brothers of Shuofeng camp became utterly loyal, and young reinforcements came one after another. I also petitioned Hanzhou Prefecture to exempt the families of the fallen from taxes for 3 years. Knowing their neglect and debt, Hanzhou granted this concession. Heishan camp, midday. Zhang Jing came with the topographic maps he had drawn over the past few days to discuss the mountain stronghold sites. My lord, I've chosen 3 spots, he pointed on the map. The first site is near water with high terrain and natural caves. The second is closer to Centipede Ridge but difficult to defend. The third is a compromise, noted for its concealment. I glanced at the map and envisioned the terrain. The first site was farther away but connected by a small path straight to Centipede Ridge. If developed, it would take only half an hour to travel, with ample water and caves. This one, I pointed emphatically. Zhang Jing was delighted. My lord, when do we start construction? Tomorrow. I'll allocate you 100 extra men. Together with the 100 you have, you'll work on it. Make a clear list of material needs and coordinate with Chui Wu. Zhang nodded but hesitated before speaking, rubbing his hands. My lord, I have a distant uncle who wants to send his son to enlist. I laughed. The process is open. Why tell me specially? He forced a bitter smile. Since you paid out of your own pocket for compensation and fought for tax exemptions, recruiting has become extremely competitive. My uncle's boy is a strong laborer, but worried he might be crowded out. These days, military service meant frequent casualties, so proper compensation was critical. When pay and benefits were sufficient, men would fight wholeheartedly. Zhang was an honest man with no excessive requests, so I approved. This made me consider expanding the army. With such high enthusiasm among the populace, could we grow Shuofeng camp to 1,800, even 2,000 men? Park Baoyu and the other two I had just saved would likely accept a pay raise. As I was thinking, Lu Exine ran in shouting, "My lord, the sisters-in-law have arrived." I was stunned. Which sisters-in-law? All three sisters-in-law are here. They even brought aunts and sisters from the village, delivering food to our camp. I slapped my forehead. Several days ago, nearby villages sent pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks to thank Shuofeng camp, and Li Yanwan suggested the village women cook meals to bring to Heishan camp to boost morale. Heishan camp was bustling. Li Yanwan directed the women sorting and arranging the food in different groups, waiting for the meal to begin. Husband, Qin Qianqian was the first to run over. I laughed and said, "Both of your elder sisters are working hard, and you're the only one slacking off?" She pointed to the small bamboo basket behind her. "I'm not slacking off. I'm delivering a treasure to my husband." Huayan leaned closer. "Sister-in-law is cooking up a special treat for Big Brother Lin. It's not something edible." Qin Qianqian set the basket down and lifted the green cloth. Inside was a uniquely shaped hand crossbow, with a heavy and wide mechanism at its center, about 4 to 5 times larger than an ordinary hand crossbow. Zhu Xing stretched his neck to take a look. "This is called a hand crossbow? I've never seen one like this." My heart leapt with joy. "Did you really make it according to the blueprint I gave you?" Qin Qianqian put her hands on her hips and lifted her head proudly. "I've been wanting to give it to you for 3 days already, but a few small components needed adjusting. Huayun, get a target." I waved my hand with a smile. By the time the target was brought over, a crowd had gathered around. Qin Qianqian explained beside me, "Husband, it's extremely powerful within 50 steps, and the farthest it can shoot is 70 steps. Beyond 50 steps, the power diminishes." I held the heavy crossbow and took aim at the target. Wang Ping muttered, "The crossbow is much heavier, so why is the power still limited to 50 steps?" Only Zhang Jing seemed to understand something. "Not simple. I bet it's got more than one bolt inside." Sue Wu nodded. "So what if it shoots multiple bolts?" People in this era have only seen single-shot hand crossbows. They never thought of repeating fire. Click. I pulled the trigger, and a black arrow shot out swiftly. Thud. It struck 2 inches into the target. The crowd cheered. But the surprising moment was yet to come. Click, 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 click. I pulled the trigger repeatedly, sending the bolts out like a volley. Except for the last arrow which missed, the other 4 all hit their mark. Repeating fire. Zhang Jing's jaw nearly dropped as he hurried over. "Sir, you didn't reload the arrows each time. How did you do that?" Huayun, Zhu Sheng, and Wang Ping also stopped their disdain and gathered around. I smiled. "This is a repeating crossbow crafted by my wife. Qianqian, come with me to the central camp and explain in detail. Everyone else, carry on with your meal." The mainstream single-shot hand crossbows of the Daqian period were cumbersome to use. You had to draw the string and load the arrow before firing each shot. A skilled soldier could only shoot 2 or 3 arrows per minute at best. So my design drawings focused on increasing firing speed and enabling automatic loading. Inside the central tent of the Shuofeng Battalion, my initial sketch and Qin Qianqian's perfected blueprints hung side by side. The biggest difference is the arrow slot. Qin Qianqian pointed at the drawing. The arrows fall into the firing position by their own weight, saving the need to manually pick and load each one. Also, with the use of gears, latches, and levers, that's what they're called, right? I smiled and nodded. All the arrows inside are short, 8 inches long, with no feathers at the tail to reduce friction. The arrows must be finely polished to ensure smooth firing. Huayan listened excitedly. What a treasure! A volley of crossbow bolts at the bandits, and their souls would be scared away. Zhu Xing caressed the repeating crossbow, unwilling to part with it. If we'd had this treasure that night at Jinyuan City, we wouldn't have lost over 200 brothers. Sue Wu's eyes brightened as he hurriedly asked, "What about the cost of making these repeating crossbows?" The Shuofeng Battalion's main funding came from the Pu, Zheng, and Hu families, enough for daily needs, but outfitting the entire army wasn't trivial. Qin Qianqian did the math. Civilian hand crossbows made of wood, bamboo, and hemp rope cost about 3 to 500 won. Iron ones go for about 1 or 2 liang. Military-grade hand crossbows use mulberry wood for the crossbow arms and composite bow limbs, costing 2 to 3 liang each. I asked elder sister Yinwan. The Hangzhou Prefecture's military arsenal could be commissioned to make them, but one repeating crossbow would cost about 7 or 8 liang of silver. Suewu was shocked and waved his hands repeatedly. No way. Too expensive. The Shuofeng battalion has over 1,000 men. That would cost tens of thousands of liang. It would be a death sentence. I frowned. The arsenal is expensive. Qianqian, if we build our own workshop and you supervise, how much could we bring the cost down? Qin Qianqian puffed out her chest proudly. If made internally by the army, it can be half as cheap. 4 to 5 liang per unit is no problem. Nearly half the price of the arsenal. That works. I immediately made a decision. Good. The Shuofeng battalion will build its own workshop and make its own weapons. What kind of workshop? A blacksmith's. Huayan perked up. Both blacksmith and woodworking shops. From now on, we'll make our own repeating crossbows, bolts, and triangular arrows. Saving money was part of it. If the world remained chaotic, I could also make a profit by selling weapons, supplementing the battalion's funds. The bigger the operation, the more urgently I wanted to earn money. Zhang Zheng was busy entering the mountains to build the camp. I left the task of constructing the workshops to Cui Wu. The blacksmith and woodworking shops were built at the eastern and western corners behind the military camp. Cui Wu pounded his chest confidently, guaranteeing completion within 20 days. I didn't idle either. While intensively recruiting soldiers, I stopped by Sangji Town now and then to ask Dong Xianer to introduce skilled and reliable blacksmiths and carpenters. Once the workshops were ready, someone had to work.